Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream where we begin the weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next 5 hours, at least 5 hours. Let's see. I'm going to be getting refreshened up a little bit. And yeah, I'm going to get myself refreshed up a little bit. And I'll be back. I'm going to play some music for you guys. Only random stranger. That's nice. Hello, happy Friday, Sweet Body Fit. Hope your week was awesome. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you. The drones, they have reached the media in Denmark too. A lot of YouTubers are milking this kinky subject for views lately, and I know you don't want to go pop, but what is your opinion? Okay, well, I'll try to get into that when I get back. Theo going to powder his nose. Yeah, I'm gonna comb my hair because I look like a homeless guy. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna turn my mic off and I'm gonna turn some music on for you guys. Happy Friday. Hello, Gypsy Bird. Hello, Goose Hunter. It's time for some theology. Yes, give me like 10 minutes. I'm gonna play some music and I'll be right back. I gotta get my hair combed up here. 1 second here.
When we were alone, we used to lie on the grass and we would count every star. We would cry, we would laugh. I couldn't believe I was holding your golden skin against mine.
Разбивай
рядом ты. Там страх с тобой. Прощай, пока пора. Завтра точно будет лучше, чем вчера. Пока пора. Разбиваемся стены бытия. Пока расщепленные на слоги и на атомы слова. Пока пора. Завтра точно будет лучше, лучше, лучше.
Про детство мне рассказал танкист дядя, про крылья и мифы. Вениамин с протертой душой и печальный, но ищущий свин стоит сзади, но рядом. Все остались, никто никуда не ушел. Самой белой кудрявой орлицей любовь воплоти пролетала, и что ж она пела про утро и птиц, и про вечно опаздывающий дождь. Да у меня тоже, может, есть крылья, но болит недостаточно сильно. Да у меня тоже, может, есть крылья, но болит недостаточно сильно. Но болит недостаточно сильно. Но болит недостаточно сильно. Но болит недостаточно сильно. И если
кино давненько не было, ты смотришь все подряд. Сотни фильмов современных на экране, но мы с тобою вновь посмотрим черно-белое кино. Любишь Стивена и Маккуина, я поклонник Джеймса Дина. Любишь ты Антониони, я Тарковского поклонник. Любишь Стивена и Маккуина, я поклонник Джеймса Дина. Любишь ты Антониони, я Тарковского поклонник. Соусы, фаза, дорогое вино, песни мы посмотрим на экране кино. Старое посмотрим на экране кино. Соусы, фаза, дорогое вино, песни мы посмотрим на экране кино. Старое посмотрим на экране кино. Ты не хочешь целоваться, просишь не мешать. Хочешь фильмом наслаждаться, чтобы не смотреть раз пять. Из мыслей твоих чутких донесутся мне слова, как красивые их одежды и прекрасные времена. Любишь Стивена и Маккуина, я поклонник Джеймса Дина. Любишь ты Антониони, я Тарковского поклонник. Любишь Стивена и Маккуина, я поклонник Джеймса Дина. Любишь ты Антониони, я Тарковского поклонник. Соусы, паста, дорогое вино, песни мы посмотрим на экране кино. Старое посмотрим на экране кино. Соусы, паста.
Are you frustrated?
All right, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. Let me know if the music is too loud or perhaps too low. We are going to start out the weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next 5 hours. Let me know if there's anything wrong with my audio, and let me know if the music is a bit too loud. I'll try to read your guys' comments. Let's see. The drones, they have reached the media in Denmark. What do I think about the drones? Guys, I've been hearing about these drones for weeks now, and it's getting kind of overbearing. I really don't know, but if I had to guess, I'll say that this is America doing a psyop, or it's America doing something to try to detect something. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this stuff. I don't believe in this narrative that's being pushed that the government doesn't know what's going on. I think that's a bunch of garbage. But my guess is just as good as yours. I don't know. Good evening, Rusty Shackleford. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Merry Christmas. There is something that's not really being said as often. Merry Christmas. You don't really hear so much of that. Good afternoon, Mr. Bossman. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Gypsy. Hello, Theo. Hello, everyone. It's time for some Theology, a live stream about politics, history, religion, food, movies, and music. Absolutely right. Hello, Giuseppe. Hello, Ortho Christos. Several dead, almost 70 injured in German Christmas market. Yep, I saw the news about that, and I saw the video, and it's pretty horrendous. The news reports are saying that the murderer is a Saudi national who moved to Germany in 2006, and he was also a doctor. So this truly was... I shouldn't be laughing. This truly was an immigrant who is a doctor, but he is now a terrorist. And yeah, he murdered people, he ran people over, injured scores of people, as you said here. This is, I hate to sound cynical, but this is for the AFD, right? For the far-right nationalists, this gives a perfect opportunity for them because they are using this, and they're going to use it to no end. And they're going to keep talking about this story, and it's going to help them get votes. So this is, propaganda-wise, this is a victory for the nationalists in Germany. And this terrorist attack using a car happened at the right time for the nationalists, because the German election will be in February. So the terrorist attack happened, I don't want to say at the right moment, because it just sounds very cold-blooded. But what's the right word? Opportune. Is that the right word? Opportune? Yeah. This happened at an opportune time for the nationalists. Right before an election. Coincidental? Who knows? Let's see here. This is like Eastern European, nothing else matters. Pretty much. Good afternoon, Bruce Harris. Theo is rising an empty chair for 13 minutes, and there are 21 people on the stream. I'm sorry about that, guys. I had to do something, and I got busy with something, and bam. And I said, shit, I got a few minutes before the stream. I better start it out and then let you guys know that I gotta take a shower and refreshen myself up. What's your favorite kind of Christmas pie? I really like pecan pie. I think pecan pie is really good. Hello, Privet, Nastia. Hello, JGM. Feliz Navidad. Merry Christmas, Bruce Harris. Merry Christmas, Millie. Hello, James. Music is just fine on my end. Your audio is also good. Thank you. Music is on a moderate level. Steam having another sale. For what? Everyone's talking about PoE 2, Path of Exile. And everybody was super excited about Path of Exile 2. I have never played any of those games. I have never played Path of Exile. I've never played Diablo. I've never played any game like those games. Maybe with the exception of Elden Ring, if that is a part of that type of game. But I have seen the reviews and I've seen the gameplay, and I've heard that Path of Exile 2 is an extremely challenging video game and can be also very tedious. So there's been a lot of mixed reviews, but perhaps PoE 2 will just go down the path of Diablo 4. Diablo 4 was a game that got a lot of enthusiasm and excitement when it first came out, and then received a tremendous amount of hatred as time went on after its release. Elon came out in support of the AFD. Yes, I know, and I'll be talking about that. I read an article about that today, and it's quite disturbing, but it's not surprising in the least bit. So let's get started. I started talking about, what, 15 or so minutes after I commenced this stream. So I will be trying to talk for at least 5 hours straight. So I'm going to look at the timer. We're 25 minutes in, but for the first 15 minutes or so, I wasn't here. So I'm going to see if I can go 5 hours and 20 minutes on the timer. That way it'll be guaranteed a stream in which I will talk for 5+ hours. Or will have talked for 5+ hours. Trying to get my grammar correct. The English grammar can be difficult to maintain, I think. I think we break grammatical rules all the time when we talk. But to maintain grammar is challenging. It's challenging. So let's get right into the news. There have been some pretty interesting articles that have come out recently, and I'm going to try to cover all of the ones that I have read today and yesterday. Very interesting stories. We also have a lot of talk about a possible new pandemic, a potential new pandemic. And this is now all of the news in regards to a virus is talking about type A H5N1, which is a type of bird flu. So far, there haven't been any cases in which the virus has spread from human to human. All of the cases so far have been from animal to human, specifically farm animal to human. So we're talking pigs and cows and chickens. And the people who have gotten sick have shown mild symptoms, with the exception of one 65-year-old person in Louisiana who is currently in critical condition. The state of California has declared a state of emergency. Whether or not this is really based on reality or if it's based on some sort of a political motive, I leave that up to you guys to determine. Well, I'll leave it up to myself to speculate. And I think that this is a political move to try to sabotage all of the excitement, try to undermine all of the excitement that has blown up over Trump. There's been a lot of excitement, a lot of people who are very enthusiastic about Trump, and they're imagining a very happy America where grocery prices are down and the price of food is down and the price of gas is down. And so perhaps people in California are saying, okay, let's ruin these people's fun and let's declare a state of emergency and make a big hoopla. So is this situation going to be similar to that of is this situation going to be similar to the one that took place back in 2015 when we had a huge scare about Ebola and nothing really serious happened? Or is this going to be another COVID type situation, or even worse than the COVID type situation, or worse than the COVID situation? We have yet to find out. But I hope to God that this doesn't end up being another 2020, 2021 type of a scenario. You know, that's my biggest fear. It's political. I think you're right. Yeah. It just seems like it's all political because since March, we've been getting these cases of avian bird flu with this strand of avian bird flu. And there wasn't any state of emergency. And now all of a sudden there's a state of emergency, and they're saying that hundreds of cow herds have been infected with this virus. So who knows? Maybe the price of milk is going to go up. I don't know. Because farmers have been going through some difficulty, and milk farmers have been going through some difficulty because of this virus. The virus was first seen infecting sea elephants this year. Or I think, was it last year or this year? I don't remember. But some time ago, it infected a whole bunch of sea elephants in Argentina. And thousands of sea elephants died, were killed by this virus. Then all of a sudden, it made its way up to North America. How that happened, they'll say it's because of birds, and birds spread the disease because birds travel vast distances. So what's going to happen? I don't know. I hope nothing happens out of this. I hope it's just one of those situations where they say, okay, well, we had some bad cases, but life's going to go on. I really hope that that will be the case, and I hope that this doesn't have another... I hope that this doesn't lead to a repeat of what happened in 2020 and 2021. That's my biggest fear. What's a sea elephant? It's like a giant walrus, but it has a long snout like an elephant. Yeah, for God's sake, right? It's like I was reading the news today and I'm thinking, oh my God, as if I didn't have enough freaking anxiety. It's just all the time, anxiety. Well, Russia, nuclear war. Now there's going to be another pandemic. We're setting the stage for another pandemic. And it looks like it could happen, guys. And if it does, it's going to be very scary. And California just declared a state of emergency. It just so happens that California declares a state of emergency a month before Trump enters office. So nothing political here, guys. Ooh, it's just like, oh my God, guys, give it a rest. Can we get a Trump administration that is similar to what we got in the first 3 years of Trump's first term, where it's just all a bunch of media hype about Trump and everybody's hating on him, and journalists hating on him, and celebrities hating on him, and then people looking at those haters of Trump and saying F you? Can we just get that? Can we just get 4 years of just massive amounts videos bashing the woke left and saying, look at this dumbass talking bad about Trump. This is why the legacy media is crashing, folks. Can we just get that? Can we just get that for 4 years? Trump does a little ceasefire agreement with Russia. We get at least 4 years of peace. We all know that those Slavic peoples are going to kill each other again, all right? It's inevitable. But could we get 4 years, at least 4 years, where that just doesn't happen? That's all I'm asking. And we don't have to hear about nuclear war every single day, or possible pandemics, or possible government shutdowns. That shit is annoying, and it is anxiety-inducing, and it sucks. Absolutely sucks. Who remembers Creutzfeldt and Jacob's disease? Yeah, now they're talking about whooping cough. They're like, oh yes, there's been a sudden increase in whooping cough, everyone, but the death rate is 0.01%. Why are we talking about this? Why? Why the hell are we talking about this? Why do we have to talk about this? It's freaking annoying. It's absolutely annoying, guys. So let's get into the news. Let's get into the news, everyone. I got some interesting stories. This is in regards to what's been happening in Europe. Very interesting. There has been a lot of serious discussion between the Europeans and the Americans to basically have tens of thousands of European soldiers deployed to Ukraine in the case of a peace agreement between the Russians and the Ukrainians. So in other words, if there is a peace agreement between the Ukrainians and the Russians, various European militaries will deploy soldiers into Ukraine to establish a buffer between Kiev-occupied Ukraine, Kiev-controlled Ukraine, and Russian-occupied territory. Is this going to happen? We don't really know 100%. But what we do know for certain is that there has been some very, very serious discussion on such a plan. And Donald Trump has said that he agrees with this action. He agrees with this idea. So I want to show you guys this article. It was published by the Washington Post. Washington Post did a whole thing on it. They are constantly talking about this stuff because fear is a weapon. It's the same thing with these drones. Like, did you see the drones? What do you think about these drones, man? Did they come from China? Does it come from Russia? Is the Chinese doing it? Are the Chinese sending drones to us? I'm just like, guys, how in the hell am I supposed to know? How in the hell are any of us supposed to know? Do we have some leaked-ass documents saying the drones come from Beijing? Chinese people eating orange beef and egg rolls got together and they said, let's send drones to scare Americans. Like, we don't have any evidence. There's nothing there. All we see is a bunch of media reports on it, and you'll see some government official saying, we don't know what these things are. We don't know what they are. Do you think I actually believe that bullshit? Do you think I actually believe that bullshit? Oh, yes, and the Americans didn't think that... They didn't know if there was going to be a revolution in Tehran if they allowed the Shah of Iran to enter New York City to get cancer treatment. But then they actually did know, and it was revealed that the Americans did know that if they bring in the Shah of Iran into New York City, that it would cause a revolution in Tehran. And it looks like that's exactly what they wanted. Oh, and they didn't know that if they overthrew Saddam Hussein, that it would cause massive amounts of destabilization that would spill over into Syria. No, they didn't know any of this stuff. They didn't know that if you arm Sunni terrorists in Syria, that those terrorists will do terrorist attacks, and the Syrian government would respond with violence, and then that would provide propaganda to rile more people up against Bashar al-Assad's government with the hopes of overthrowing that government. No, they had no idea about any of this stuff. It all just was a giant grassroots movement from Syria. People just woke up one day and picked up guns and decided to kill Alawites, and America had no hand in this whatsoever. 100% grassroots movement. And then you read the documents coming from the WikiLeaks, and it says, actually, no, they did know. Oh, yes. Like, they know all this shit. Like, we don't know what these drones are. Of course they know what these drones are. If I had to guess, these drones are American. They're American drones, and they're there for some purpose, either to scare the shit out of people, or to detect something, or to trigger an EMP, or all of the above. Nowadays, being a conformist is everyone's national duty. Being a conformist, perhaps in the eyes of the government, yes, being a conformist is a national duty, but in the eyes of most people, being a conformist is seen as foolishness, and is seen as, in the minds of some people, it's seen as treasonous to be a conformist. It's seen as being an enemy of the people to be a conformist. So the idea of conformity is hated by the majority of people. Now, if you were to rewind yourself back to the early 2000s and 9/11 has just happened, the idea of being a conformist was very popular. The idea of being conformist was very popular. You know, you support America. Do you support America? Are you pro-American? Are you a effing communist Muslim terrorist? Or are you one of them? No, I'm not one of them. I swear. God bless America. Damn right. And are you going to join the U.S. Army? No, why not? You're able-bodied. Well, why aren't you going to join the U.S. military? You're able-bodied. How old are you, boy? Oh, you want to go continue them university studies? Oh, no. You should join the U.S. Armed Forces and fight for your country. And that was the culture. That was the climate in 2003, 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8. Something happened during the Obama administration where people just woke up and said, this was all bullshit. What was that about? Joining the U.S. military? F that. It used to be that an American soldier was seen as a hero, almost like a superhero. If you were an American soldier back in the early 2000s, you were seen as like a walking, living G.I. Joe. I mean, they really adored you. Everybody shook your hand. Now, if you're an American soldier and you're seen walking around, people just say, "Oh, look, another government employee. Look, he just wants to get government welfare, wearing a uniform and." I don't know, being stationed in Italy and eating pasta and banging Italian chicks because women love a man in uniform. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit, guys. And that's why we're here. We're here to talk about bullshit for 5 hours. We're here to talk about bullshit and cynicism and negative news and depressing subjects. And we're here to talk about impending doom and potential wars and rumors of wars for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And that's what we're here for. I hate my work hours. I'd love to ask questions, but I'll be back to, all right, man, well, enjoy yourself. And I didn't say enjoy yourself cynically nor facetiously. I really meant it. Try to have fun. Did you know that Nick Fuentes almost got whacked? I saw the body cam footage of Nick Fuentes, yes. Supposedly some women were harassing him in front of his house, and that's probably true. That probably all did happen because people are like that. You know, watching the body cam footage, I have some chai tea here. Every time I hear the word chai tea, I think of. Let me just get the screen back up because we're not going to get into the article right now. We will in a moment, but I want to get some things off my mind here. I was thinking about this last night, but every time I hear the term chai tea, it harkens back to Hillary Clinton when she was possessed by a demon. Remember when Hillary Clinton showed signs of demonic possession and she was like. And then she said, "You guys have to try the chai tea. Don't drink that chai tea. You might end up waking up one day with a priest in front of you, hitting you with holy water." But Nick Fuentes, yeah, he was interviewed by a police officer in front of his house, or on the side of his house, and supposedly there were some crazy hysterical women in front of the house, and the cops talked to them before, and these women were saying, he hates women, and they were all just hysterical and shaky and just acting crazy. And obviously those women, let's be real here, those women were up to no damn good. All right, like, what are you doing there? Why are you near this guy's house? You hate this guy so much. Why in the hell are you near his house? It's just insanity. But feminists are like that. You know, they're just freaking annoying. I don't like Nick Fuentes. I think he's a Nazi. I'll just say it. But don't go in front of people's houses. Just don't. I don't give a shit how much you disagree with them. I don't care what joke they posted online. don't be going to people's houses uninvited. Don't be going in front of people's homes and making weird gestures and harassing people. Just don't do that. It's so stupid. And you don't help your cause by doing that, and you only give your enemy more material against you, because then they're going to say you're hysterical and crazy and you feminists and leftists are mentally ill. And Nick Fuentes definitely appeared as the more sane one. Nick Fuentes definitely appeared as the more cool and collected one. And so this is a win for him. This is a win for him. So it doesn't really help your anti-racist or anti-sexist ideology. Now, I was thinking about this as I was watching the body cam footage, and I thought about this more after watching the body cam footage, and that is, why in the hell would you want to be famous? Being famous is actually kind of dangerous. Let's be real here. If you're famous on the internet, especially if you are famous for making controversial statements, you are in danger, potentially. There's a very good chance that people are stalking you. There's a very good chance that people want to find out where you live and come to your house. There is a very good chance that people just want to find out where you are and track you down. And they are people who become obsessed with personalities, famous personalities, be they actors, be they singers, especially musicians. I think there's a lot of crazy stalking culture for musicians. So because I think music just has so much of a deeper emotional impact than films do, that people just lose their minds when they see their famous singer. When they see a famous singer that they adore, who makes music that hypnotizes them like magic, people lose their minds. People cry when they see the singer. I mean, it gets crazy. So people want to know, where does the singer live? You have these stalkers who want to know, where does the singer live? I want to see her or his house. Or if you're a very famous actor and you have a very strong cult of personality. So it's not so much that you're a famous actor, it's that you're a famous actor with a cult of personality. And I think those two go hand in hand. You have to have a cult of personality to be famous. And this is applied to cinema, music, streaming, any sort of business where you are doing artistic expression or ideological expression. You have to have a cult of personality. That crazy woman has quite the early life. Well, there you go. I'm not surprised. So if people, it's like Keanu Reeves, right? Keanu Reeves has a huge cult of personality. He probably has the biggest cult of personality in all of the acting world. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Tom Cruise, Leonardo DiCaprio. I think these guys, these actors, while they are famous and rich, they don't have nearly the cult of personality that Keanu Reeves has. Keanu Reeves has just an immense cult of personality because he has this persona and this air about him that exudes this idea that he's famous and rich, but he's down to earth. People love that, and they get drunk off of that for some reason. Tom Cruise is famous, and he's a very well-known actor, and he's very wealthy. But like you said, he's a Scientologist, right? As Goose Hunter here says, he's a Scientologist, and he's very arrogant, and he's very temperamental. Same thing goes for Christian Bale, famous actor, but known to have a temper, and people don't like that. But if you're a famous person, but you're down to earth, you're just a regular guy, people just lose their minds over that. I think if you're a famous actor or any famous person, I think the worst thing you can do is try to bash a famous president and be like, I hate Donald Trump, because then half the country is going to hate you and then you lose that market. So marketing-wise, not a very good idea. But I also think that if you're a famous person and you have a huge cult of personality, I think that the best thing that you can do is just be an average person. Act like a normal person. Go to the grocery store, go to a restaurant, go to Burger King, McDonald's, something. Have the paparazzi take photos of you. Oh, look, he's at McDonald's. And then you get the masses, the droves of his fans coming along and saying, can a man just eat a Big Mac without you assholes harassing him? Let him be. That's the Keanu Reeves effect. But you know, Keanu Reeves had a stalker. And there was a woman, I believe, who broke into his house one day. And he saw her. And he acted super nice to her. And was acting as if he was going to have a long and deep conversation with her. And put her at ease. Brought her guard down. And what she didn't know was that Keanu was contacting the cops. And the cops came and boom, arrested her. And that was that. So looking at but you see, Nick Fuentes is nowhere near as famous as Keanu Reeves. But he is famous enough that he has stalkers and enemies, a lot of enemies. I don't like Fuentes' ideology, but he is a very controversial person. You know, that goes without saying. And anytime you get into controversy, there's always something that you can expect. And that is haters. People who are going to hate you. And I don't mean just disagree with you. Like, I disagree with Fuentes. I don't hate Fuentes. I don't agree with harassing him, nor do I agree with harassing anybody. I don't think you should harass anybody. I don't. I don't think you should heckle people. I don't believe in heckling. I don't believe in heckling. I don't believe in harassing. I don't believe in going to people's houses and harassing them. Like what they did to, do you guys remember Richard Spencer? Remember Richard Spencer, the Nazi guy, the racist guy? He was a white identitarian. There were people harassing his mom and shit. Like, that's just fucking evil. Why do you... Why do that? Like, I don't like Spencer. I don't agree with his ideology. I think his ideology is destructive and dangerous. But don't go harassing people. And there's two reasons why I don't agree with harassing or doing any sort of intrusive behavior against anybody. One, it's immoral. That's first and foremost. It's immoral. It is. It's immoral to go and harass people and go to their homes. I don't care how famous they are. I don't care how rich they are. I don't care how much you don't like them. You don't go around harassing people. Because right when you start normalizing that behavior, then you start normalizing it for everybody else. Pretty soon, some guy who's obsessed with the girl, he's going to go to her house and find out where she lives and call her ass all the time and annoy the hell out of her. And it's just, it promotes a very toxic and very intrusive and very just destructive behavior. It does. It promotes a very destructive behavior. It's not good. It's just not good. So for one thing, it's immoral. Let's get that out of the way. Secondly, it actually helps them. So if you don't like Fuentes, or if you don't like Spencer, or their ilk, or anyone like them, and you go around harassing them, who looks good in this situation? Who looks good in this situation? Not you. The person that you are harassing looks good. And when you watch the police body cam footage, Fuentes looks like the better person. The woman is hysterical, annoying, erratic, agitated, on the edge. Not someone you really want to hang out with. You don't want to hang out with someone who's hysterical, because those people will flip on you. So Fuentes says, "You want to talk to me, officer? Well, I want to go to the backyard because I don't want to be in her. I don't want to be able to be seen by her. I don't want to be heard by her. So let's go to my backyard." The cop doesn't want to go to the backyard. So then Fuentes says, "Okay, give me your card." Blah, blah, blah. And he's the victim. Exactly. He is the victim because he is being harassed. So then what happens? He gets more media attention. He gets publicity. And then you have people say, wow, look, this guy is being harassed by this annoying ass feminist. Who? What? Who's Nick Fuentes? I think I'm going to be on his side. So it actually helps the side that you claim to be against. When you harass anybody, you help that person's cause. Some thug from the Encyclopedia Dramatica or Kiwi, I don't know what you're referring to. Not that I agree with their social Darwinian views. Arguably, both figures deserve to be insulted but not murdered. I mean, Richard Spencer is a sellout. How is he a sellout? How's he a sellout? I'm interested to know. Seems like Richard Spencer has always been quite consistent with his ideology. He's still a racist. He believes in abortion. He has always believed in abortion. He's anti-Russian. I think he has always been within that strand of politics that we call neoconservatism. There's a photo of him and there's a photo that you can see of Spencer and Barbara Bush together. So I think he comes from that world of neoconservatism. So him being anti-Russia is consistent with that ideology. Richard Spencer, not Robert Spencer. No, I'm talking about Richard Spencer. And he was telling everybody to vote for Kamala Harris. Now you'll say, well, that's just liberal of him, and you would be right, but the reason why he supported Kamala Harris is because Kamala Harris is pro-choice, and I think Kamala Harris is anti-Russia, and Trump has at least presented himself as someone who wants peace with Russia, and Spencer doesn't like that. So Spencer has, I mean, for the most, I'm sure you can find inconsistencies with his language or with what he has said, but I think for the most part he has been quite consistent. He's a racist, he's pro-choice, he's anti-Russia, he has some remnant of neoconservatism, at least some remnant of neoconservatism in him. I don't know. I just see a good old-fashioned liberal. That's what I see when I see Spencer. Pro-abortion, check. Believes in evolution, check. Believes in some sort of welfare state, check. Believes in some form of socialism, check. Anti-Russia, which is consistent with both the neoliberal and neoconservative worldviews, check. So I don't really see a massive difference. The only difference I would say between the Spencer of the past and the Spencer now is that the Spencer of the past was much louder than the Spencer of the present. Spencer today is very quiet and has kind of brought himself into obscurity. But I remember reading about how they were harassing his mom. I didn't like that. So just because somebody is a racist doesn't mean you harass his mom. Doesn't mean you harass him. You debate him, sure. You try to expose him, sure. But don't go around harassing people. That's just immoral. It's like the punch. One of the things that got Spencer famous was getting punched in the face. You guys remember that? Some Antifa guy punched him in the face. Now, was that guy an agent? Was that guy an agent provocateur? Was he actually a right-winger dressed up as an Antifa guy to make the Antifa people look bad? I don't know. But the fact is that he got punched. And then you had all these lefties online saying, oh yeah, punch a Nazi. And all that did was it helped the cause of the far right. That's all it did. The news from Germany, yes. I've seen the news from Germany. We just got done talking about that. You're a little too late. So, back to what I was saying. I was thinking to myself yesterday, it's not good to be famous. It's not. I mean, fame is sort of something that, not sort of, it's something that a lot of people want. A lot of people want fame. Tons of people would give away a lot of things to become famous. They would sell their own soul to be famous. A lot of people would. Fame is something that everybody wants. Not everybody, but a lot of people want. But do you really want to be famous? So let's say you become famous and now tons of people are looking at you. Tons of people are watching your videos. Tons of people are watching your interviews. Or you have people watching your every move. And they're obsessed with you. Or they want to marry you. Or they want your baby. You know, they like all sorts of people are going to be weirdly and oddly obsessed with you. But is that what you really want? Because once you become famous, it's all eyes on you. And that means that you have a lot of people who love you, but you also have a lot of people who hate you. And you also have people who are so hysterically obsessed with you that they may love you in one moment, but in the next moment, you may piss them off for whatever reason, and then all of a sudden they hate you with the same level of energy that they loved you with. And those people are the most dangerous. And so you end up with stalkers. And you got people in front of your house. And once you have people in front of your house, then you feel like your whole sense of individuality has been violated. Because your home is supposed to be your dome. You know, the word dome and the word home, I think, are interconnected, since the English language is rooted in the Proto-Indo-European language. And I know I have some Russian speakers here, but the word, correct me if I'm wrong, but the word for house in Russian is dom, correct? If that's correct, if the word for home in Russian is dom, then that sounds a lot like home and dome. Your home is supposed to be your dome, and you're supposed to feel safe inside your home. And you shouldn't have to feel like at any moment people can be in front of your house harassing you. That should not be allowed. That shouldn't be a thing, regardless of your ideology. So I was correct about the word dome. Okay, good. So regardless of your ideology, you shouldn't be harassed. You just shouldn't happen, because when you go home, that should be your sanctuary. People who break into other people's homes are put into prison for a reason, because you are violating a person's sacred space, and that space should be considered sacred. When you break into someone's house to rob their stuff, I think that not only should you be arrested and tried and prosecuted, I think that if you are found guilty, you should be given the death penalty. Call me crazy, call me sick, cynical, whatever, but I think if you break into someone's house to rob them, or for any other reason, you break into someone's home, you want to rob their stuff, you want to put people at gunpoint, put a gun on some guy's wife's head, harass them, terrify the kids because the husband's not home. I think if you do crimes like that, I think if you are found guilty, you should be given the death penalty. You'll say, but what about, but it's not a death-worthy crime because they didn't kill anybody. Well, I think if you start killing robbers, if the government starts to kill robbers and give them capital punishment, I think people will be robbing less, because they're going to say it's not worth it. You'll end up dead if you get caught. But that's a side issue. So I was thinking to myself, do I really want to be super famous? Do I really want millions of people watching my videos? Or do I really want even hundreds of thousands of people watching my videos? Do I really want... Because I'm kind of a controversial person. I have controversial opinions. And I've had controversial opinions for a long time. Now, there was a time in my life for a number of years when I was not famous, but I had a much larger following than I do now. So in the years 2013, 14, the years 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, in those years I had my biggest audiences. And my audience really started to grow in 2013, and then it just continued to grow, and we really blew up in, I want to say, mid to late 2014, and then we really, really blew up. We blew up even more in 2015 and 2016, and then in 2017, we still had a pretty decently sized audience, but it began to slowly decline, I think once Trump entered office, and then in 2018, it just crashed. But in those clusters, in that cluster of years, I had the biggest audience that I've ever had. And so what happened? Like, why was I getting so many people? Well, because we were posting a lot of really graphic headlines, and we were using a lot of graphic cover photos, and I knew how to get a high click rate. It's just a fact. I studied other websites. I looked at other websites. I looked at websites like Breitbart, and I saw how those websites were doing things. And I noticed that they were doing things in a certain way that got them a lot of clicks. And I thought, well, how do I get that same rate of clicks? And I began to find stories. I mean, it was all over the news. It wasn't that difficult to find these stories, but I would find these stories of just horrific acts of brutality done by Islamic groups in Syria and Iraq, and I would just when I would write my headlines, I would just describe exactly what happened. So if there was a massacre in some village in Syria, I would describe the massacre in the headline. And that got tons of people to click on my articles. And then for example, if I wanted to write a really intellectual article, I wouldn't just write the intellectual article and then post the article with a headline that was based on my article. I would write my article, finish it, and then before publishing it, I would go on the news and I would try to find the most graphic story that I could find. And I would write on the graphic story first, then put my article underneath that graphic story, and then the headline would be about the graphic story. And then what I would do is I would write about the graphic story, or I would just post some excerpts from an article on the graphic story, and then I would write a paragraph and find a way to make the graphic story connect with my article. And of course, the graphic story, would pertain to some extent to the subject matter that I was writing on. So I would make sure to write the transition to my article, and then that would guarantee tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people reading my article. Or at least seeing the first part of the article. Because sometimes people would start reading the article and then get bored and then leave. But still, I managed to get a lot of people to read my articles using that strategy. And so it was really effective. So I had a lot of people, millions of people reading our website, shootbot.com. I had tons of people looking at the YouTube channel that I had at the time. It was a lot of fun. I'm not going to lie. And a lot of people were writing me, and a lot of people were just interested in what I had to say. And the problem was that I would get too many weirdos on our website. And they would come and they would write the most ridiculous comments, a lot of blasphemous stuff, a lot of perverted stuff would be expressed in these comments, and it was just getting too much, and we were having to block a whole bunch of people, and it just wouldn't stop. It just went on and on and on. And then my Facebook page, my public Facebook page, had a lot of followers, much more than it does now. And I got a lot of weirdos in that page as well. So it just wouldn't stop. And I mean, was it cool to get a lot of people reading my work? Yes, it was great. Was it cool to see my analytics for my website and to read that my website was getting millions of views? Yeah, it was awesome. It felt amazing. It felt great. But what I didn't like was all of the negative attention. And there was a time when I was getting a lot of death threats, and all of the death threats were coming from gay activists, homosexuals, all the time. I would get the weirdest death threats, and they would get into explicit detail about how they wanted to kidnap me and torture me and kill me in the most horrendous ways, and I would just block those people, but nothing happened, because let's be real, death threats are sort of bullshit. If someone's going to kill you, they're going to do it. They're not going to let you know. But death threats they're not good. You know, they're harassing, they're intrusive, and they can be psychologically corrosive. But it was just a lot of negative attention. I was getting way too much negative attention. So once the popularity for my website declined and I was getting less attention, it sucked to get less attention. It sucked to get less views and less readers. But I got more peace, to be honest with you. Isn't a death threat a felony? I don't think so, no. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Harassing family members is less harassment to embarrass someone and more than about sending a message. Well, of course, but it's just immoral nonetheless. What about the German word house? Yeah, absolutely. It's connected to the English word. Or someone, there's a lot of overlap between German and English, but I think there's more overlap between, from what I have seen, I think there's tremendously more overlap between English and Swedish. I think out of all the European languages, the language that is closest to English is Swedish. If you don't believe me, just go on Google Translate and write down a sentence in English and have it translated into Swedish. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's even the way that we structure our sentences is very close to how they do so in Swedish. Now, I've heard it said that there's a lot of similarity between Spanish and English, and of course, there's similarity between Spanish and English. There's similarity between all the languages that are rooted in Indo-European or Proto-Indo-European. But English and Spanish are almost completely different. They're very different from each other. And a lot of that has to do with the way that Spanish language speakers structure their sentences. In English, we just go, I will go home. I'm going to go home. It's linear. In Swedish, it's the same thing. They say it in a linear way. In Spanish, it's to the home I go. Like, they just reverse way too much. Or they use one word that can express what it takes 3 words for us to communicate. So Spanish is a very annoying language. I don't like the Spanish language. I mean, it sounds nice, but overall, I don't like the way that Spanish is structured. I think it's very annoying and tedious, but most languages are annoying and tedious. Arabic is also very annoying and tedious, but English is a very practical language, and from what I've seen, Swedish is also a very practical language, and if you speak English, you can pick up Swedish, I think, pretty easily. Because, like I said, in Swedish, just go on Google Translate if you don't believe me, and type in a sentence in English and see how it looks in Swedish. If the words may not be completely similar, but the structure of the sentences are very much like how we structure sentences in English. Spanish is like Yoda, exactly. I remember watching Wally Trubot in the early days of YouTube. Your father made a great sacrifice. That's correct. Yeah, we had a lot of attention. You will become famous in the next 10 to 20 years when your predictions start manifesting. Maybe, we'll see. You were more provocative. I was very provocative. Very provocative. And I would go out of my way to provoke people, especially people who were pro-Sodom, like hardcore. And I would provoke gay conservatives. I would just provoke all of them. Insult all of them. The whole thing. Threat is a classic C misdemeanor. There you go. Yeah. I don't think it's enforced as much as it should be, though. Hold on a second. My computer has decided to slow down on me. 40 people watching. All right, guys, so let's talk about this potential plan that could happen, in which European soldiers will be deployed to Ukraine. It's not set in stone, but Donald Trump agrees with this plan, so it could happen. There is a chance that it could happen. And I'm going to read to you guys this article here. It's from the Washington Post. It's called "European Allies Consider Deploying Troops to Ukraine After the War." And so I'm going to read to you guys the excerpts from this article, the excerpts that I've highlighted here, and then I'll give you guys my commentary as I read on. Kiev's European allies are seriously weighing the idea of deploying troops to Ukraine in the event of a deal with Russia to stop the war, as they lay the groundwork for negotiations and adjust to Donald Trump's return to the White House. We'll just look at that paragraph right there. Look at that paragraph by itself. European allies are seriously weighing the idea of sending soldiers into Ukraine in the event of a peace deal with Russia to stop the war, as they adjust to Donald Trump's return. So Donald Trump, his return alone is making the guarantee of his return, or the promise of his return, is enough to shake the Europeans to make them start talking about getting their militaries in operation. And that really goes to show you the atmosphere that Donald Trump brings. He brings a totally different atmosphere because of the fact that he is aggressive when it comes to foreign policy. Aggressive when not aggressive in the sense that he believes in boots on the ground, but aggressive in the sense that he doesn't mind telling the Europeans, we're going to put tariffs on you if you do this, or we're going to put tariffs on you if you don't buy American oil or American natural gas. And so because of that aggression, because of that just in your face attitude, I think he just brings a totally different vibe. And with that vibe, the Europeans are saying, okay, well, Trump is not going to be as willing to use his country to safeguard our countries from Russia. So we now have to revive our military strengths, or we have to make our military stronger. So what Trump is doing, and this is me just analyzing things from the outside. I'm not saying I agree with this idea or I agree with this policy, but what I see happening is European countries, specifically Germany and France, making their militaries stronger as a response to Trump's non-interventionist rhetoric. So, for example, Donald Trump has said that European countries should send tens of thousands of soldiers from various European countries. Now, if that happens, what the Europeans are saying, what the Westerners are saying, is that these soldiers will not be under a NATO flag, because what they're worried about is an escalation between NATO and Russia. And it looks like, I could be wrong, but on paper, it looks like they don't want an official war between NATO and Russia, because then that would mean complete disaster. So what they're saying is, we're going to have these soldiers in Ukraine. They're going to be stationed in Ukraine. They're not going to be under a NATO flag. So it won't be officially NATO in Ukraine protecting Ukraine from Russia, because they don't want that image being projected. Now, what I see happening, this is how I see things. What I see happening is an opportunity being taken by the Germans to revive their military strength and to flex their muscles. So something similar happened in the 1990s, where you had the KLA, or the Albanian terrorists, wanting to create an independent Kosovo, a Kosovo independent from Yugoslavia, or really from Serbian rule. The Germans gave weapons and training to these Albanian thugs, and they formed what is known as the KLA, or the Kosovo Liberation Army. KLA were thugs, they were murderers, they were criminals, they were no damn good, these people. My point is that the Germans armed them and trained them, and one of the reasons why the Germans did that, and this was back in the 1990s, so 50 or so years after World War II, 50 plus years or so after World War II. And so what the Germans were trying to do was to show that they still had it. It was to show the world that we still don't mind getting involved in military conflicts. And in this case, it was the Yugoslav conflict. So the Germans are taking this idea a step further, a much bigger step further. And if they deploy troops into Ukraine, in that case, it will not be Germany just giving weapons to a war party. It'll be Germany actually deploying troops into a country that was just at war, or will have just been at war with Russia. And that'll be a huge deal, because then that would harken back to memories from the past, memories of Germany and Russia being at war in both World War II and World War I. And it'll be a part of this gradual return back to history. And in the midst of all this, we have the rise of the AfD in Germany. We have the rise of the German Nationalist Party. And some people think that the AfD is going to get second place in the German election, which is going to happen in February. So that'll be 2025, early 2025. And Germany has just had a terrorist attack, an Arab terrorist who actually was a doctor, which is ironic because there's a whole joke online about refugees being doctors and engineers. Oh, are we going to get some more doctors and engineers? Well, we actually got a real doctor, and he has killed people. So it doesn't look good for refugees. It doesn't look good for Middle Eastern immigrants living in Germany. And what this violent attack has done, and what it's going to do, is serve as propaganda fodder for the AFD, for the Nationalists. And this, more than likely, will help the AFD for this upcoming election, which is going to happen very soon. The AFD also got support from Elon Musk recently, and Elon Musk recently stated that only the AFD can save Germany. The AFD is getting a lot of help propaganda-wise. The AFD has been very effective marketing-wise. So another thing that we have to keep in mind is that out of all of the parties in Germany, the AFD is the most militarist. I did a whole video lecture on this. I posted the video like 2 weeks ago. Go watch it if you haven't. It's called The Future of German Militarism. It didn't get a whole lot of views because people don't really care about that topic so much, but it is a fascinating topic. And the AFD is the most militarist party in all of Germany. So you have this increase in tension between Germany and Russia. You have the potential of Germany actually sending troops into Ukraine in the event of a German in the event of a peace agreement between the Ukrainians and the Russians, or at least a ceasefire agreement between the two parties, the two warring parties. And on top of that, you have this rise in nationalism, and you have this rise in this interest for militarism in Germany. So it's a very, very dangerous storm, what we are currently seeing in that country. And I think that this storm is only going to become more intense, and it's only going to widen, and it's only going to get weirder and more fanatical. That's my opinion. The Germany versus Yugoslavia, World War I. Yes, Germany was heavily involved in Yugoslavia and World War I, but also Germany was heavily involved in Yugoslavia and World War II. So how was the election? Which election? When I had that YouTube extension, I used to get those weird ads in Dutch. These people speak really funny. Yeah, they do. Dutch is somewhere between English and High German. Yeah, Dutch is closer to English. If some gay activist is threatening you, technically you can file a police report. Yeah, you can, technically. In certain circumstances, prosecutors have the authority to elevate assault by threat, etc., etc. How pleasant for hard-working healthcare providers. Shaking my head. Okay. I don't know exactly what it is that you're referring to. Let's go back to this article here. The prospect of boots on the ground was discussed when NATO chief Mark Rutte hosted European leaders and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Brussels on Wednesday night, and it was floated by President-elect Trump when he met with Zelensky and French President Emmanuel Macron this month in Paris. Trump showed interest in the idea, said officials briefed on the talks, who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to share internal deliberations. They said it remains unclear if the incoming U.S. administration would support such an arrangement. And who knows, it might not happen. But it is, I think, important at least to make the observation that this idea is being seriously looked at. Back in February, when Macron said he wouldn't rule out Western troop deployment in Ukraine, the response from many other European capitals was a loud no. So back in February of this year, Macron said that he would not rule out the idea of deploying soldiers into Ukraine. But other European capitals, other European countries said, nine, we're not going to do that. But leaders are now willing to consider deployment if it happens in the context of a ceasefire. So what their objection was, they didn't want to send soldiers into Ukraine during the war. They didn't want to send soldiers into a war zone. But if there is a peace agreement between the Russians and the Ukrainians, the Europeans will not mind sending soldiers, deploying soldiers into Ukraine. My opinion is that the Germans want to do this so as to flex their muscles, so as to let the Russians know, let the world know, we got an army and we don't mind deploying it to protect Europa. And I think that's what the Germans are thinking. Gonna go watch some Christmas lights in Wilmington if I didn't make it back, etc. Don't worry about it. So it says here, they see it as one option to provide security guarantees to Ukraine while NATO membership remains out of reach, and as a means to claim their... So look at this. They see it as one option to provide security guarantees to Ukraine while NATO membership remains out of reach. So Zelensky has been very, very adamant about getting his country to become a member of NATO. And he has said, well, real security will be just becoming NATO. We want to be NATO. And the Americans are saying no. The Germans are saying no. All of these European countries are saying no, we don't want Ukraine to be a part of NATO. Why is that? Because in the NATO doctrine, if a NATO country gets invaded, all the other NATO countries have to get involved in a war, have to get involved in some way or another in the war to defend that country. Ukraine borders right with Russia. Ukraine is currently in a war with Russia. So even if there is a peace agreement, everyone and their mothers know that the war will resume itself. Fighting will continue on from where it left off eventually, even if there is a peace agreement. There's going to be some kind of a violation of the ceasefire. NATO is going to say Russia violated it. Russians are going to say, no, NATO violated it. They fired rocket into the non-militarization zone where Russian soldiers were stationed. And then you're going to go onto Twitter and you're going to see a whole army of people saying it was NATO. Here is a video. You can see a missile. And we did we actually looked at the details of the video. We did we geolocated it. And it turns out that the video was filmed at this time, in this place, on this date. And looking at the way that the missile moves and the way that it's being directed and the way that it looks, and I can tell by, the flashing light that is emitted into the air after the explosion that this is indeed NATO technology, blah, blah, blah. And it's just going to be a pointless debate that will never end or will never go anywhere. Either way, in such a situation, both sides will say that the other side violated the agreement and then fighting will resume. So everyone knows this. Everyone knows that such a situation is inevitable after a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine. So that's why they don't want Ukraine to be a part of NATO, because they know that there's a very good chance that Ukraine, not a good chance, they know that it's guaranteed that war will break out in that country. And if war breaks out after Ukraine is a member, gains membership for NATO, then that means all of NATO has to be involved in a war with Russia. So this is why these other countries don't want NATO or don't want Ukraine involved. They don't want Ukraine to become a member of NATO. So what they're saying is, well, we can perhaps send soldiers into Ukraine after a peace agreement is done. And then that way it'll just be a basic peacekeeping force, and it won't technically be a NATO army. Technically, it will not be a NATO army because it'll just be these countries that so happen to be members of NATO, independently deciding to send soldiers into that country. But really, maybe on paper it won't be NATO, but really effectively it'll be NATO. Zayla is not a psychopath. I don't know what you're talking about. Russia is the stumbling block. Yep. Gonna go blah, 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 blah. Okay. So it says here, they see it as one option to provide security guarantees to Ukraine while NATO membership remains out of reach, and as a means to claim their place at the table in negotiations to end Russia's war in Ukraine. It also plays to Trump's insistence that Europe should be carrying more weight on defense. And this has been something that Trump has been very persistent on, very adamant about since the beginning, even before he took office for his first term. Trump was extremely adamant, very incessantly talking about getting the Europeans to spend more on their militaries. This was one of the biggest issues that Trump had, and this was one of the biggest points of contention between the Europeans and the Americans. And it came to the point in which Angela Merkel said, I've come to the point where I can't even trust you Americans. Because for so long, the Europeans were used to the Americans putting most of the money, investing most of the money into NATO's defense. And now, and then Trump came in and said, no, we don't want to do that anymore. And not too long ago, Donald Trump said that if you are a European country and you are not putting in if you're not spending this much of your GDP on your defense and Russia invades you, I will not help you. And the Europeans said, oh, are you being serious? And Trump said, absolutely, I will not help you. It's not going to happen. So that type of rhetoric has been used to really accelerate this European pursuit to make their militaries powerful. And this is especially the case, and this has been especially the case for the Germans. And you're going to see Rheinmetall, you're going to see all these big German defense companies getting a lot of money and getting a lot of government contracts because of this. And I really believe, I could be wrong about this, but I truly believe that the Germans want Trump. That's what I believe. I think the Germans want him to be the American president. And why do I believe that? Because with Donald Trump, all of these big German defense companies are going to get money. They're going to get business. Because under Trump, the Germans are going to be told, hey, you guys got to spend more money on your militaries. And the Germans are going to say, aye, aye, sir, you got it. And the German government will be making government contracts with these big German defense companies like Rheinmetall, H&K, those companies. So let's read some more here. An agreement on a post-war force also could help clear to the... Hold on, I gotta read this again. An agreement on a post-war force also could make clear to the Russians that they shouldn't restart the conflict, and to the Americans that the Europeans have skin in this game and that we mean it. This European guy said. This guy's name is Camille Grand, who is a former NATO Assistant Secretary General, who is now a distinguished policy fellow with the European Council on Foreign Relations. So this Camille Grand person has said that if the Europeans send troops into Ukraine, it'll be a way of showing the Americans that we Europeans still got it. We can still blow shit up. And like I said, this is about Germany flexing its muscles, showing the world that it still has it. And you have to think of it this way. This is an observation that not a whole lot of people make, but it's the truth. What happened? Let me just enlarge the screen here, guys, because I'm going to talk for a little bit here. I want to see something real quick. How many people do we have on the stream? 33 people, not bad. So what happened after World War I? What happened after World War I was Germany became an occupied country. After World War I, Germany became an occupied country. It became occupied by the Americans, by the Russians, and by the French, because Germany was the loser in World War I. So that occupation angered a lot of Germans. They wanted to drive the French out of the Ruhr region of Germany. And nationalism was growing as a response to this occupation. Not only was Germany occupied militarily, but Germany was occupied economically as well. Germany's economy was completely under the control of the Americans because the Americans invested so much money, or I should say loaned so much money into Germany's industry And Germany, thanks to American money, began to reindustrialize itself. But Germany was punished with debt. Germany was punished with this obligation to pay the Americans back a whole bunch of money, but not only the Americans, but to also pay back the French as well. And the French were very ruthless. The French said, nope, we want that German money. You got to pay us back because you invaded us. And the French were right. The Germans indeed did invade France. And so because the Germans lost, the French said, you owe us money. You invaded us. We want reparations, essentially. We want payback. And the Germans were now heavily in debt. They were deep into debt, and they did not have enough means to pay the money back, to pay all this money back. So they were really in a state of economic slavery. This further angered people, and a lot of people were enraged by this. And again, nationalism grew as a response to all this. It grew as a response to the military occupation of Germany and also as a response to the economic occupation of Germany. And it was in such an atmosphere in which Hitler took power, because Hitler said, I am going to free Germany. That's what Hitler said. I'm going to free Germany from American control. So Hitler won, and then the Germans went back on the warpath, and they invaded France, and they invaded their neighbors, and they bombed England, and they bombed Great Britain, and they invaded Eastern Europe, and they invaded the Soviet Union, and it was just hell on earth, and tens of millions of people died. So what happened after Germany lost the war? After Germany lost the Second World War, pretty much the same thing that happened after the First World War. Germany became occupied. And Germany is still an occupied country. They are over, I want to say 33 or 34,000 soldiers, American soldiers, stationed in Germany currently. They are literally tens of thousands of American soldiers stationed in Germany currently. That is a military occupation. Germany is militarily occupied. And Germany's economy is controlled by the Americans, just like Germany's economy was controlled by the United States after World War I. And Germany's economy is controlled in the sense that Germany can't really make business with other countries without the consent of the United States. So, for example, if Germany wants to do commerce with Iran, and Germany doesn't care. Germany's not like the U.S. In the U.S., we don't make any business with Iran because Iran is an enemy of Israel, and so to work with the Iranians is considered anti-Semitism. So we have a very strong pro-Israel lobby in the United States, and it has a lot of influence in how we conduct ourselves around the world. It has a lot of influence when it comes to American commerce with other countries. The Germans don't really care about this. They don't mind doing business with Iran, but because the Germans want to do business with the Iranians, the Americans will give the Germans a hard time, and that's for lack of better words. I'll just put it that way. But every time the Germans have been wanting to do business with the Iranians, the Americans have been there to pressure the Germans not to do business with the Iranians. Why is this? Because Germany is an occupied country. Back in the early 2000s, the Germans wanted to do a deal with the Iranians to buy Iranian natural gas, liquid natural gas. And so the Germans agreed to build some liquid natural gas plants in Iran so that the Germans could take liquid natural gas from that country. Immediately, the Americans got involved, and the pro-Israel lobby in both the United States and in Germany got involved in pressuring Germany not to make that deal, not to go forward with that deal with the Iranians. And this whole situation has angered a lot of people. In fact, Der Spiegel, I want to say back in 2018 or 2019, wrote a whole article, very detailed article, on the intrusive influence or the undue influence of the American pro-Israel lobby in Germany, and also of the German pro-Israel lobby within Germany. And there has been a growing discussion in Germany about how this pro-Israel lobby has had way too much control over the decisions of Germany when it comes to commerce, when it comes to commercial interest. So Germany is an occupied country, and the nationalists are rising in Germany. Some people think that the AfD, which is the biggest nationalist party, could get second place in the upcoming election. And one of the points of rhetoric of the AfD is that the AfD will make Germany independent. It'll make Germany independent of American control. This is one of the things that the AfD has said. This is one of the selling points of the AfD. That it will bring back militarist culture in Germany, that it will integrate military culture with the general German population, with the general German society, and it'll revive German nationalism. And it will make the German military strong again. This is what the AfD has said numerous times. So with that mentality, what we see is this rise of nationalism. So what do we see really? What's the full picture here? We see Germany being militarily occupied. We see a rise in nationalism. And we see a rise in militarism. Now, it's not exactly the same as it was after World War I, but like I've said many times, history may not repeat exactly, but it sure as hell rhymes. And there is a parallel between post-World War I Germany and post-World War II Germany. Now, post-World War I Germany was a lot poorer than the Germany that we have now. That is a fact. I'm not going to argue that. But there are still similarities that overlap with each other. Germany is an occupied country, like it was an occupied country after World War I. Germany's economy, Germany's business interests are dictated, or they are eclipsed by the American occupier. On top of this, you have nationalism. On top of this, you have this interest in militarism. On top of this, you have a rising Russia. So the time that we are living in now, it does have a lot of overlap with the time before the rise of Hitler. It is very interesting to see what the world is right now. Very interesting time to be alive, to see this rhyming of history. Let me see something here. Let's see, what do we got here? Germany has to break it. I think eventually what's going to happen is a German intifada. I think the Germans are going to break with the Americans somehow, or the Americans are just going to allow them to become independent. But I think eventually Germany is going to get independence somehow from American control, and America will allow Germany just to do its own thing. What are we doing here? Doing where? Not the way to end a war peacefully with humiliation. Yeah. In fact, the Entente occupied parts of Russia during the early stages of civil war. That's true. That is true. There were American soldiers in Russia, and they were there to back the White Army. And then, believe it or not, at one point in time, the biggest foreign force in post-World War I Russia was Japanese. The Japanese put in, I don't know how many soldiers in Russia, tens of thousands or something. And that was a way... that was an expression that was done by the Japanese to show their military might, to show that they could deploy soldiers into Russia and that they were indeed a strong military. Because after World War I, technically Japan, during World War I and then sometime after World War I, Japan was an ally of the United States. The problem is that no one really took the Japanese seriously, and I think that this really, really got the Japanese to have a lot of spite against the allies, against the European countries, because they were never taken seriously because they were Asian. And they used to be, the West used to be really racially derogative towards Asians, and they used to say, oh, the Japanese, they're the yellow man. And the Japanese wanted to make a statement that they are a powerful military and that they can really cause a lot of destruction. And they demonstrated that very clearly during World War II. Everyone is a bit psycho in some areas of life. I'm the psycho here. I know one when I see one. Okay, great. No idea what you're talking about. No idea what you guys are referring to. But let's go back to this article by the Washington Post. And then eventually in this stream, I want to actually get into an article that was published by the Washington Post about what actually happened in Amsterdam the night when Israeli soccer hooligans were fighting with and getting beaten up by Muslims. Excuse me. Because there's a lot of misinformation about what happened in Amsterdam. You know, was it a pogrom? Was it anti-Semitism? Who started it? And we'll get into that in a moment. 1 second here. Let me clear my throat. So it says here, an agreement on a post-war force also could help make clear to the Russians that they shouldn't... Okay, we already read this. So check this out. It says here that the discussions here are driven too by a realization that Ukraine faces a bleak battlefield and that ceasefire negotiations could involve painful territorial concessions for Kiev. The discussion here are driven too by a realization that Ukraine faces a bleak battlefield. That means Ukraine is losing. And that ceasefire negotiations could involve painful territorial concessions for Kiev. Ukraine's European neighbors and allies want to give it leverage before entering talks and ensure that their own defense interests are protected in any deal. Now, very interesting, because we all know that Russia is winning the war. We all know that Russia is taking territory. We all know that Russia controls at least 20% of Ukraine. We all know that Ukraine cannot defeat Russia. That's a given. Everyone knew this. They were setting Russia up to be drained of manpower. That's what it was. They were setting the Ukrainians up to lose, but they were really using Ukraine as a sacrificial lamb to make Ukraine into a meat grinder so that Russia could lose a lot of manpower and a lot of soldiers. I think that was the main goal here. But on top of that, you also have this whole situation where Russia is controlling territory and Russia is saying, we're not going to give up this territory. And I think Putin has made it very clear that he does not want to stop fighting unless the Americans will give him a guarantee that they are interested in a serious peace deal. This is what Putin has said. And Putin made it very clear, I am not interested in a ceasefire. I am interested in a serious talk about peace. And I'm interested in having a serious peace agreement where Russia will be able to control the territory that it has conquered. Other than that, we're not interested in negotiations. We're only interested if you guys are going to be willing to make concessions. Ukraine by itself is very, very, I think it's very easy for Russia to win in such a situation. Just dealing with Ukraine by itself, Russia can handle that. So Russia's not really afraid of dealing with just Ukraine. So if the Western countries say, well, we want a ceasefire agreement, but we also want you to leave Ukraine, like that's not going to work. The Russians are going to say, we're going to keep going. Now, if there is a negotiation, it's very obvious why there would be a peace negotiation agreed upon by the West, by NATO, and it'll be because they want time, NATO wants time to rebuild Ukraine, to make Ukraine's military stronger, and to give Ukraine more weapons and more training. I believe Trump made it very clear that he wants not only a peace agreement, but he also wants to make Ukraine into a very robust country. He wants to make Ukraine into a powerful country. This is what Trump has said. Now, you could say, well, Ted, of course he wants that because he doesn't want America to be involved with Ukraine's security. He wants Ukraine to be able to stand up on its own feet. Fine. But what I'm trying to say is any peace agreement is going to be done not because America really wants peace with Russia, but because America wants time to make Ukraine a strong country. And also the Europeans want time to get their militaries stronger and to revitalize their military abilities, their military capabilities, so that if and when the time comes that Russia is again at conflict, the Europeans can be ready to actually face with Russia, potentially. So it says here, let's see here. Many capitals are now considering negotiation scenarios and how we could contribute to security guarantees very concretely. It's important that we develop this now because we need to be able to communicate to the US if they go toward talks to say that we'd be ready to do if we want to have an influence on negotiations. So this European diplomat is saying that the Europeans will want to go forward with this plan to show the Americans that they are willing to make their militaries not only stronger, but active. Because the Americans are interested in European militarism. Because the Americans want to focus more on China, so they want the Europeans to deal with their own security and deal with Ukraine. So you are witnessing the revival of German power. It's a very interesting time to be alive, and you are witnessing the revival of German militarism. You're seeing it right before your eyes, everyone. Right before your eyes. The talks are still at an early stage, not least because peace remains a distant prospect as the Kremlin presses its gains, but officials involved in the discussions said the working concept is that a grouping of European countries could assemble a force to help maintain a ceasefire or act as a deterrent against any future Russian attacks. A grouping of European countries could assemble a force to help maintain a ceasefire, etc., etc. Such a force could not come together under a NATO flag. So they're saying, we're not going to do this under NATO because they don't want to have an escalation where you have NATO directly being in conflict with Russia. Although, no matter how you look at it, European countries, which are members of NATO, sending troops into Ukraine will technically be NATO sending troops into Ukraine. You could say, well, no, they're going to say it's not under the NATO flag, so therefore technically it won't be NATO, but at least effectively it'll be NATO. So such a force would not come together under a NATO flag, so as that would require consensus among alliance members and is seen as a non-starter for Russia. While the idea driven by Macron has drawn interest, including from Britain and Baltic and Nordic nations, it's not yet clear which countries would commit to sending troops, how many, or what their mandate would be. So, again, not set in stone, but they are European countries that are already interested in doing this. I think Great Britain is interested. For some reason, I don't know why this is, but the British seem to be the most openly ardent about war with Russia. It just seems like that to me. I think other countries are more intelligent about it. I think they go about it in a more intelligent way. So America, of course, is interested in devastating Russia, but the Americans are smart enough to say, okay, the Ukrainians are losing. We're being drained of our own weapons. We're draining a lot of money for Ukraine. Let's step back and take a rest. Let's bring peace, and we'll give it a hiatus. And then the Germans come along and they say, yeah, and the Germans are smart enough to realize this. And they say, yeah, guys, let's not go to war with Russia. You know, we don't want to make the same mistake that our great-grandparents made during World War II. And, we could have a deal with the Russians and buy their stuff. And we could actually have peace. We could actually do it. And Olaf Scholz has said, I'm not interested in war with Russia. So the Germans are more intelligent about it. But the British are just freaking, they're annoying. These are some annoying ass people. You got this Keir Starmer guy coming along and he's like, but Ukraine. It's like your country has its own problems. Britain already has enough problems with political divisions, ethnic divisions. You had a freaking race riot there this summer. Britain has already enough problems with internal fragmentation, and there's so much hatred against the government right now, and tons of people are supporting Nigel Farage, and they want to bring about a nationalist government in the UK. And in the midst of all this insanity, Keir Starmer, what does he have to say? Ukraine! But Ukraine! We gotta war! We gotta send troops into Ukraine, everyone! It's like, you people are crazy. I think the British are the most outwardly explicit about going to war with the Russians, more than anyone. Everyone else in the room is smart enough to read the room and act accordingly. Americans say, listen, Ukraine's not going to win this. Russia is taking territory. And we're being drained of tons of money because we're constantly funding Ukraine. We're constantly backing, and now they'll say the money goes back to the American economy. That's true. Okay, fine. Granted, but tons of Americans are sick and tired of reading about how so much money is going into Ukraine and funding their war, and then the Germans, they're coming out saying we're not really interested right now. They're smart enough to read the room. The British are they're mentally ill. I don't know what's wrong with them, but Ukraine, everyone. Funny that the article does not take interest in what Russia thinks about this peace plan. Well, of course, because this is the Washington Post. It's a Western outlet, and it's part of the American military apparatus, American military-industrial complex. So it says here that such a force, blah, blah, blah. We already read this. While the idea driven by Macron has drawn interest, including from Britain and Baltic and Nordic NATO. Okay, we already read this. So it says here, among the key questions is what would happen if Russia attacks the deployed force, said an official who has participated in the deliberations. There are many views, but not any decisions yet. What's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen? So let's say Germany sends, 10,000, 20,000 soldiers into Ukraine. Let's say Britain sends several thousand. Let's say France sends several thousand. And then all of a sudden there is an attack, and who knows, maybe that'll be a false flag attack done by NATO. Maybe NATO will attack them and then say it was Russia to get people riled up against the Russians, because we all know that we can't really put it past NATO from doing that sort of thing, because that's the kind of shit that NATO was doing back in the Cold War. So we gotta factor in all the realities. Everybody wants us to follow some kind of official narrative that's written on a textbook somewhere, but we all know damn well that some conspiracies are true. So we have to factor in what is officially said, and we also have to factor in the conspiracy theory element in all this, because we all know that it's really a reality. And if you are a conspiracy theorist type, you are actually taken more seriously than if you were just some academic for a NATO-backed think tank. But we gotta factor in all these things, keep all these things in mind here. So what would happen if there is an attack on these European soldiers? Who knows? I think that if something like that were to happen, the militarist language will become more aggressive, and the Germans will say, listen, we really gotta pull it up to third gear, push this thing up to third gear, get our military stronger. We really got to go back to the old days. We got to go back to the good old days and bring the band back together. Let's go back to the days of Operation Barbarossa, get our military stronger, get our military really robust, and get ready for an actual war, the likes of which we have not seen since World War II. That's going to be my prediction. Now, even if there is an attack on these European soldiers, I will not say that will cause a war immediately, but it will definitely escalate the tensions, and it'll escalate the language, the rhetoric, the militarist rhetoric, and also the militarist planning. We have to keep this in mind, guys. Let's look at your guys' comments here. The U.S. has made an agreement to settle 3 major bases within Denmark. That's interesting. Are you a Danish, by the way? Them Euros should put Free Syrian Army as peacekeepers in Ukraine. Good idea. Good ass idea. Yes. Let's send the Free Syrian Army into Ukraine. Those Middle Eastern people, they're not used to the cold. They're not used to the cold. How are you going to send them over there? You got to give them some thick ass jackets, because they're used to living in the desert over there. It's freezing here. Oh my God. We were better under Assad. Yeah, you went from smoking hookah and eating kebabs and smoking shisha and hashish and all sorts of other shit under Bashar al-Assad to now you're in the Ukrainian wilderness with a thick-ass jacket on, and you have some weird German-looking helmet on your head and a German uniform, and you have a weapon that you don't really know how to use that well because your training has been so minimal, and you're going to be excellent cannon fodder when the war resumes. Yeah, that's a great idea, though. I mean, I find that hilarious. Free Syrian, send the Free Syrian Army to you. Oh my God, the Ukrainians are going to say, first we were occupied by NATO, now we're under a Syrian occupation. Oh, the Israelis are going to say, hey, we're occupying Syria, and the Syrians are occupying you guys. They're doctors, yeah. It ain't that bad in Ukraine when it comes to temperature. I'm sure it is. It's not, but isn't it freezing over there in the winter? Yeah, doctors, engineers, absolutely. Absolutely. Just give them guns. Absolutely. They'll do surgery on you, but you may not end up being alive. Exactly, Alex, as the polls are... Israel will say, we're occupying Syria, and now Syria is occupying Ukraine. We're occupying Palestine. Syrians are occupying some Eastern European country. The world has completely changed. And thousands of years from now, people will find some ancient body that's been preserved in the snow of Ukraine. They're going to check the DNA, and they're going to say, this man had Semitic genes in him. What was going on? Perhaps there was a Semitic migration into this land. Perhaps there was a whole entourage of Semitic merchants who came here to sell lentils and tobacco to people. Or perhaps this was a Semitic invading army. Or perhaps they were just an entourage of merchants and they were butchered by the locals. We have yet to see, we have yet to conclude what happened to Proto-Lithic, post-Russo-Slavic man. But we'll call this guy Syrian man. What happened to my music? Why is my music playing? Oh, here we go. So let's get back to this article, everyone. LOL, absolutely, yeah, it's funny. Exactly, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, who was this Syrian man? Was he a merchant there selling tobacco? We found remnants of tobacco on his uniform. Perhaps that's what he was selling. He was selling latakia. We also found some loaves of bread in his bag, and perhaps he was selling bread. Perhaps he was a bread merchant. But the trauma on his body, it looks like he was hit by some small metal arrows. They're very unusual arrows. They're not like the other arrowheads that we have seen, but they're more narrow, and they have very, very narrow points at them. They're very, very narrow at the tips of them, and they're about, I don't know, less than an inch long, and some strange type of arrowhead. Where is the arrow? All we find is the arrowhead. But we also find some remnants of gunpowder in this guy's body. What was going on here? He was a missing link. Yeah, he was a missing link. He was a Neanderthal. His skull looks a little bit different from the other ones. But there's several of these little arrowheads in his body, and looks like his foot is missing, so maybe they chopped his foot off, but actually what really happened was that he stepped on a damn mine bomb. Part Greek, part Dane. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so you get the best of both worlds. You get the gyro, and you get, what do Danish people have? I don't know. What do they get? Croquettes. Croquettes? Is that, do Danish people eat croquettes? What's Danish food? Donuts? I don't know. Here we go, everybody. Let's go back to this article. It would probably need to be more blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we already read about the key questions, right? What will happen if the European forces hit, and then they give you the same typical answer? Oh, we don't know. It would probably need to do more than just count. Oh, now this is very interesting. I found this part. This is why I made the red highlight here, because because this was telling. This was a unique thing to read here. So it says here that it would probably need to do more than just counting ceasefire violations, but not go as far as these forces being responsible for holding the front line. Of course, the one everyone wants to avoid is a form of presence that would be perceived as blue helmets with a handgun that have to run away or hide when something happens. So what they're saying, so when they talk about blue helmets, they're describing UN forces, because UN forces have blue helmets, and technically UN forces cannot partake in combat. UN forces are only there to observe. So I don't know, they can see a village being massacred and women being raped, and then they just have to observe. So they're useless when it comes to actual military action. They can't do anything legally, right? So what these people are saying is, we want to have European soldiers in Ukraine, but what we don't want is a bunch of soldiers who will be restricted from doing anything. We want to have soldiers who will be given the green light to actually partake in combat. So it's getting serious here. You know, it's getting serious. Danish cake is not bad. What's Danish food? I don't know. What is Danish food? What do they eat? I'd rather have Danish food rather than British slop. Do you guys? I think the Danish food is like sausage with potatoes and cabbage or kale. You guys have it. What's it called? Grunkohl or something like that. So it says here that a meaningful force would require tens of thousands of troops, analysts and officials said. And while European officials acknowledge that U.S. troops may be off the table, they said U.S. political and logistical support could be critical. Now, I'm pretty certain that Donald Trump has said, listen, I want to end this war, but I don't want any American boots on the ground. So where does that leave the Europeans? That leaves the Europeans with the request to deploy its troops into Ukraine, to be there as America's proxy. But I suspect what's going to happen, I could be completely wrong, but I suspect what's going to happen in the future is the Americans are going to say, listen, you guys need to be powerful. Germany, bring the band back together. Mustache Man, bring him back from the dead. And the German nationalism is going to be revived. The militarism will be revived. All these things are going to be revived in some way. And it's going to take a different form, but I think it's going to overlap with the German nationalism of the past. And the Americans will accept this. The Americans will invite this. The Americans will embrace this in the name of having the Europeans deal with the Russians because America just can't be bothered. Same thing can be said about Syria. The Americans are giving the green light to the Turks to control Syria, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. Why is that? Because the Americans can't be bothered. They want the Turks to do it. And I think eventually the Turks are going to go rogue. I think eventually the Germans are going to go rogue, and they're gonna revive their powers. That's what I suspect. It says here, UN Blue Helmets. That's correct. Denmark has best restaurants in the world. I didn't know that. It says here, who were the Syrian White Helmets? I think there were some. I don't know. There were some group of people who were there to document war crimes done by Assad or something like that. Danish cheese is lovely. I've never tried it. Oh, yeah, they could do the same thing, blah, 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 etc., etc. Danish pastries. There you go. That's what they eat over there. So it says here, Trump has pledged to quickly end the conflict, though he has not revealed much about his vision for how. Based on conversations after his election, European and NATO diplomats say they believe he has yet to commit, so this is a meaningless statement. I don't know why I even underlined it. The Ukrainian leader has welcomed the troops' proposal. Now, this is very interesting. So Ukraine has said, yeah, we want a European army, calling on others to join the effort and saying it would help bring the war to an end. Russian officials continue to spell out a maximalist position. So, Nastia, you said, where's the Russian position in the article? You're about to hear it. They're not completely oblivious. They're not oblivious at all. Russian officials continue to spell out a maximalist position demanding that Ukraine disavow joining NATO, concede territory, and significantly reduce its military. So these are the Russian demands. This is the summation of Russia's demands. They're saying, listen, Ukraine cannot join NATO. We do not want a Ukrainian NATO. Not going to happen. We don't want a Ukraine that's in NATO. Not going to happen. Forget it. They want the Americans to concede territory. In other words, they want the Americans to say, okay, Russia, you took over 20% of Ukraine. That 20% is yours. And significantly reduce its military. Now, this is going to be difficult. Because, like I said, Trump has made it clear he wants to get Ukraine to become a powerful country. How can you do that if you abide by what Russia wants here, and that is a significant reduction of the Ukrainian military? So this has led me to speculate something here. This has led me to speculate that perhaps there's not going to be a peace agreement. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, because I would like to see some peace. I would like to see some kind of normalcy return back to that country. But it is possible that there will be no peace deal, because the Americans are going to say, well, we want to get Ukraine's country stronger, and Russia's going to say, well, we don't want that. And then perhaps the Russians are going to give the finger to the Americans and say, okay, we're just going to continue to take territory. But perhaps the Russians will make a concession and say, okay, fine, you want to militarize Ukraine? Fine, but you got to make the concessions, and we all know that we're going to be at war in the future anyway. We all know that we're going to be at war with the Ukrainians, is what I mean, anyway. So, yeah, if you want to make their military stronger, we're going to have to deal with it in the future. Who knows? Who knows? But it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen. Territorial concessions are not enough until these concessions reach the Dnieper River. Okay. It's hell from lactose intolerant. Here we are. White helmets are MI6 PSYOP. Agreed. Free Syrian army. Yup. They could do the same thing to Ukraine, etc., etc. Okay. It says here that in a news conference on Thursday, Putin said he could consider negotiating a deal, but accused Kiev of refusing to come to the table. Asked if he might consider ceasefire proposals, the Russian president said he would have to think 100 times over about plans put forward by the West. as it is basically a warring side. So he's calling the West the aggressor. He's saying it's the West that's on the warpath. He's saying it's the West that's the warring side. He's saying that it's the West that's being martial. It's the West that's really trying to advance itself on us and against us. We are simply defending ourselves. And Putin is saying that if there is a peace proposal or a ceasefire proposal, that he would have to think 100 times over about plans put forward by the West. So he's saying, I'm not going to just willy-nilly accept any sort of proposal. If they give me a proposal, we're going to really, really think it through, think 100 times over. We are going to really, really make the Americans and the Westerners work. If they want an agreement, they got to be serious. This is what Putin is saying. And it says here that he could consider negotiating a deal but accused Kiev of refusing to come to the table, which is true in a certain way, I think, because Zelensky was going to have a peace meeting about peace with Putin, and then freaking Boris Johnson came and said, nope, can't do that, nope. And by the way, Boris Johnson, to hell with that guy. That guy's evil. Boris Johnson is evil. A lot of you conservatives fell for him. I never fell for him. I always knew the guy was no damn good. I could tell by looking at him that he was no damn good. That merchant and that Janissarian, Boris Johnson, is a scoundrel. He is an evil person. Now, why do I say this? Because Boris Johnson pushed for Brexit. Now, you're going to say, how is that evil? Brexit is good. British simply wanted to get independence from the EU. Okay, here's why it's evil. Here's why Brexit was a destructive idea, from my opinion. Okay, from my own perspective here. By taking the British away from the European Union, you just got rid of the biggest obstacle to German militarism, the biggest obstacle to the revival of German militarism, because for years the Germans were talking about leading an EU army, creating this giant EU army, and the British always said no to it. They always said no. So they were always keeping the Germans in check with the British gone. As soon as the British left in 2016, or as soon as they voted to leave in 2016, the Germans were already talking about making a massive army and leading it, and how the French were going to be also involved in this whole thing, in this whole militarist plan. They were already talking about it. And so Germany and Turkey are what? They're allies, right? They're very strong historical allies. So if Germany so right now we're seeing the rise of Germany, but we're seriously seeing the rise of Turkey, and the rise of Turkey is happening much faster. So we're seeing the rise of Germany, we're seeing the rise of Turkey, much more so Turkey, and they're both allies. And so we're seeing the revival of the Ottoman Empire, but we're also witnessing the beginning stages of the revival of German power. And so what you could see is something that happened, something akin to what happened in World War I with the Germans and the Ottomans being allies. Boris Johnson has made it very clear that he aspires to revive, or to at least work in the revival of, both the Roman Empire and the Ottoman Empire. And he has said that the Ottoman Empire, a revival of the Ottoman Empire, would be like reviving the Byzantine Empire, because Turkey is where Byzantium used to be headquartered. The capital of the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire, was in what is today known as Turkey, and it was what is today known as Istanbul. And so Boris Johnson has said that by reviving Turkey, we're actually going to be bringing back the Holy Roman Empire. And if we can conjoin the EU with Turkey, it'll be like reviving the Holy Roman Empire and the Ottoman Empire together, because Europe still has remnants of the culture of the Roman Empire, and Turkey is rising up, and Turkey is rising up to be a revived Ottoman Empire. So conjoining the two together would be like having this tapestry in which you see the Turks and the Europeans conjoined in this major power. And this is what Boris Johnson has said. You can look into this. He has actually made this very clear. And so with Brexit happening, and with the British no longer in the EU, what do you see? You see the rise of Germany. And you see the rise of Germany happening almost simultaneously with this rise of Turkey. And historically, they are allies. And so if they both revive, then you will see a revived Ottoman Empire conjoined or allied with a revived German power. And that's why I say that Boris Johnson is an evil scoundrel. That merchant, that Janissarian, is a scoundrel. But you all fell for him because he was one of the good old boys. Territorial concessions, blah, 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 Odessa. Let's talk about Crimea. What about Crimea? Will Crimea be a future conflict between Russia and the Ottoman? Yes, actually, I'll just answer that question. Because Crimea has Tatars, Turkic Tatars who are pro-Turkey, and Turkey wants to use them as a proxy against the Russians, just like the Turks and the Americans want to use the Uyghur Muslims as a proxy to destabilize Western China. And that's another very terrifying thing that is rising up, the rise of Uyghur terrorism. The Turks have been training Uyghur fighters. The Turks have been training TIP, which stands for Turkestan Islamic something. I forgot. What does TIP stand for? I don't remember. But it's basically, it's a big Uyghur paramilitary group. It's like Azov Battalion. They're very well armed, very well trained. And the Americans and the Turks, they want to use these Uyghurs to destabilize the Xinjiang region, which lies in Western China. So TIP stands for Turkestan Islamic Party. These are the descendants of the Seljukian Turks who invaded Anatolia back in the Middle Ages. And what the Americans want to do is use them as a proxy to destabilize the Xinjiang region. So if I had to make an educated guess, I will say that the grand strategy, the grand plan of the Americans is to do a pincer effect, a pincer move against China, have the Uyghurs stabilize China and the Xinjiang in the west, and then use the South Koreans and the Japanese to drain China from the east. And the plan is to utilize such a strategy to drain and weaken China. If I had to guess, that's what I say. That's what I'm gonna. If I had to guess, that's what I say that they're planning. That's what I think. What the hell is wrong with my English? That's what I think they're planning. Goodness gracious, I hate when my brain glitches. I don't know why that happens. I'll be talking and then all of a sudden it's like I'm Joe Biden all of a sudden. It says here that in a news conference on Thursday, Putin said he could consider. Okay, I already read this. If we stop even for a week. Now, this is what Putin said. Very interesting. He says, if we stop even for a week, we would give the enemy a chance to consolidate positions, give them a chance to rest, and receive the necessary equipment, ammunition. So, if I had to take this statement as something serious, I would say that the Russians have learned their lesson from the agreement that they made in the Minsk Accord. They have learned their lesson from the Minsk Accord, because in the Minsk Accord, yes, there was an agreement to have peace, but years later, Angela Merkel made it very clear that the whole purpose of the Minsk Agreement was to simply buy time for Ukraine to better Ukraine's military capability and military capacity, so that they could actually fight the Russians. It had nothing to do with peace. It had everything to do with military buildup. So the Russians, I think, have learned their lesson, and they're saying, if you guys want peace, it better be serious. Because if we give you guys a chance, an opportunity, you guys are going to take it to build yourselves up and get yourselves to be more powerful against us. So we want a serious peace treaty, not a peace treaty that will be used for the cause of deception. Has anyone ever successfully invaded and conquered China other than China? Yeah, the Mongolians did. The Japanese invaded China back in World War II, and though they could not control most of China, they did control a good chunk of China. They especially controlled the capital, and they killed millions of people. It was pretty bad. It was pretty horrendous. So we read that article. That's from the Washington Post. It's from the Washington Post. Now let's get into Syria and Turkey, because this is something that
Are you
this
frustrated?
channel is kind of obsessed with. I'm not going to lie. This whole idea of reviving Turkey and reviving Germany, this is something that this channel is just absolutely obsessed with. This is what we're talking about all the time. So it says here, Germans and Turks made a good old Northern European and Eastern unwilling manage a Troy with the Balkans. I can't understand that. I thought the Japanese took only the coast. Yeah, I didn't say they took all of China. They did invade China. They took over the capital. They took over parts of China. They controlled Manchuria. But the Japanese could not control all of China. That was impossible. Yeah, Mongolia invaded China, and they killed millions of people. And they did the worst invasion of China before the Japanese invaded it. I think that when the Japanese invaded China and butchered millions of Chinese, that was the worst atrocity that China had gone through at the hands of a foreign invader since the Mongolians invaded them. It was pretty bad. pretty atrocious. Sound like an East Coast Jewish guy. Atrocious. Pretty atrocious. It's awful. So I want to show you guys this article here. This is crazy, y'all. Look at this. So we have now Syria. Syria has been freed of supposedly Bashar al-Assad's tyranny. And guess who has taken over? The Turks and the Israelis. Turks and the Jews are invading Syria. And now you see, what, rabbis in Syria dancing around. Because they think that they're going to spread synagogues there and they're going to revive some old ancient Jewish kingdom and they're going to fulfill some fantasy in their heads. Well, we have yet to see what will happen. But this was a very interesting article published by the Washington Post. And it says here that after Assad's fall, a new Middle East order is taking shape. Oh, wow. Let's check this out. Let's get right into this article, guys. This is a very informative read. Of course, I'm not going to read the whole article to you because that would be absolutely tedious. And there are things in this article that really aren't that interesting for us. But I did highlight the most interesting parts to make this live stream go much more smooth. So it says here that Turkey and Arab monarchies that supported the Syrian rebels to varying extents are in the ascendance, which means that they're the ones rising up in power. Israel, which carried out a ruthless bombing campaign on Syrian military targets and moved ground forces across the disputed Golan Heights into Syrian territory, clearly feel emboldened. That's correct. They do. The Jews feel very much so emboldened, and I will say it. They do. They feel very much so emboldened because they're thinking, wow, we can take territory. We can change Israel's borders. We can expand Israel's borders. We just got rid of our enemy neighbor Assad, and now we have this big-ass vacuum, this power vacuum, and we are going to fill up the power vacuum. That's what we're going to do. We feel emboldened. We feel empowered. We feel like we have been revitalized, filled with willpower and energy to advance our cause and advance our nation. So it says here that on Tuesday, the French flag was hoisted above France's embassy in Damascus for the first time in 12 years. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So the French for 12 years, the French said, we're not going to even hoist our flag there. We hate Assad. He's bad. Now Assad's gone. Now the terrorists have taken over. Our terrorist proxies have taken over, so now we're going to hoist the flag because we are in jubilation right now. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Now, the French and the Turks, very interestingly enough, the French and the Turks don't have the best history together. They actually have a history of being at odds with each other, to say the least. If I'm not mistaken, during the Armenian genocide, the French government rescued a lot of Armenians from the Turks. So the French, they have a history of being at odds with the Turks, and so now I'm wondering, okay, well, how do the French feel about the fact that there is a revived Turkey in Syria? I'm not sure if they even like it or not. So I don't know why they're celebrating. What is there to celebrate? This is one of the great enigmas that I've noticed taking place before our eyes. People are celebrating. What the hell are we celebrating? What are we celebrating? Terrorists? Terrorists taking over a country? HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, Jabhat al-Nusra guys, ISIS, Al-Qaeda guys taking over. What in the hell are we celebrating here? What's going on? Tell me, what's there to celebrate? Revived Ottoman Empire, Jews overrunning Syria, and rabbis dancing in Damascus? I mean, what is there to celebrate here? I don't see any cause for celebration here. I see cause for lamentation, not celebration. I see cause for lamentation, not celebration. That's what I see. So it says here that so the French are happy. They're celebrating. They put their flag up in the air, and it says here that Kurds and meanwhile the Kurds, they ain't celebrating. Kurds have been getting killed by these terrorists, and Alawites have been butchered, and Christians are in fear for their lives because of these damn terrorists. They're not celebrating. Maybe the Frenchies are celebrating because they have that good old French Revolution in their history books. And in that good old French Revolution, a lot of people were killed by guillotines because they were Catholics. So maybe the Syrians being beheaded because they're Catholic, maybe that's going to make the French all giddy and excited inside. They'll say, oh, it's just like the good old days, watching them Christians get beheaded, watching Catholics get beheaded by those scimitars. Reminds us of the good old days, doesn't it, Pierre? Reminds us of the good old days.
Yes. Oui, mademoiselle. Oui, mademoiselle. Yes, it does. I long for the days when we were able to behead people by the hundreds of thousands, and people cheered on the streets of France, and we put the people's beheaded heads, decapitated heads on the stick, and then we raised up the stick and raised the head up in the air like we did with this French cheese and wine, and we drank wine and ate the French bread to the sight of seeing people being beheaded. It was so great. Yes, so great. Absolutely. Oui, oui, mademoiselle. Yes, yes. I mean, do the French get hard-ons over this stuff? What's there to celebrate? Are they getting a hard-on from the idea of a Muslim beheading a Catholic or an Eastern Orthodox Christian or something? What's going on here? And also, there's a small Armenian population, if I'm not mistaken. If the rebels didn't slaughter all of them back in 2014, I think there's still an Armenian minority living in Syria, and so the Turks, they're going to butcher them. And so the Turks get a hard-on out of that. They're like, oh, just like back in the good old days when we killed these, oh, yeah, we butchered these people's great-grandparents 100 years ago. We're going to do this. Oh, this is great. Oh, yeah, this is great. Ahmet Govutoglu. Oh, isn't this amazing, Mr. Ahmet? Oh, yes, just like the good old days. Absolutely. So are the French thinking the same way? Are they getting the same type of ideological erections thinking about this stuff? I mean, like, what's wrong with these people? Are they sick? I think they're sick or something. I don't know what it is. Something wrong with those people. I've only met one French person in my life. It was a French girl. Now, I did meet a French Canadian years ago, but that doesn't count. They're not really French. They're like retail French. They're not really French. But I met one French person in my life. It was a French girl, very pretty young lady, I will say, very attractive young woman, a beautiful woman. I mean, clean, dressed up nicely. She was very reserved. She didn't smell. I mean, it was just very nice. And I spoke with her and I said, "What's your opinion on the French Revolution?" I couldn't believe it. This was the first and only French person I've ever met. I couldn't believe it. I asked her, what does she think about the French Revolution? I was expecting her to say that it was amazing, that it was great. I love guillotines. I love seeing the sight of blood spilling over and puddling up in the streets of Paris. I just love the sight of it. It makes me excited. I see blood on the streets like I would wine being poured into my glass. Like, I was expecting her to say something to the likes of that, but no, she said the French Revolution was a very, very bad thing. She said, "Oh, no." She said, "Oh, no, it was very bad. It was terrible. It was a terrible time in our history." I sound kind of Israeli. And I said, "Well, really, why do you say that?" I was shocked. I said, "Really, why do you say that?" And she said, "Because they killed so many people. They beheaded people. It was awful." And I said, "So I'm guessing you know about the slaughter of the Venetian people. The Venetians were a Catholic people. They were kind of like they were kind of like a subgroup of French, and they were living in France, obviously, but they were really Catholic, and they did not want to conform to the ideology of the French Revolution. So the French government, the French revolutionaries, just butchered them by the hundreds of thousands." And I said, "So I'm guessing that you're..." No. Oh, I'm trying to remember. I think I said, well, why do you think this way? Like, what got you to come to this conclusion? And she said, "Because I'm a Vendée." Oh, damn. She's one of the descendants of the people who were persecuted by the French revolutionaries. I said, wow, what a fascinating person. She was a very fascinating person, this young lady. But, yeah, the French are weird. They're just freaking weird. Maximilien Robespierre, who was the radical dictator of the French Revolution, ended up getting beheaded to do his... Yeah, that's right. But rebels will always kill each other. That's how it always works. You're saying French Canadians are just Timu French? I mean, they just seem like retail Frenchies to me. Listen, to say that French Canadians are French is like saying Cajun people in Louisiana are French. Like, are they really French? Let's be real. I understand that they kill alligators and they eat beavers and squirrels and shit, but those people aren't really French. French or some kind of Israeli. They're just kind of weird. I don't know what's wrong with them. But anyway, it's like one moment they're sipping on wine and drinking and eating the greatest bread ever, and the next moment they're like dipping bread into blood or some shit. They're just weird. Okay, so it says here on Tuesday, the French... Okay, so they hoisted their weird-ass flag. The Kurds in Syria's northeast are bracing for potential battles with a Turkish-backed militia. So everyone's celebrating. The Kurds aren't celebrating. They're saying, we about to fight these dudes. Shit's about to go down. The Kurds right now are like Will Smith and Martin Lawrence in that movie Bad Boys 2. They're like, this shit just got real, yo. Like, we gonna fight these... We gonna fight these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't joking. We ain't playing. They're getting their shit locked and loaded as we speak. They already had a battle. I read that. I remember reading not too long after Assad was overthrown, there was already a battle between these HTS guys and the Kurds got their asses whooped because I guess the HTS guys, they got the better firepower because they're being backed by the second most armed country in NATO, which is Turkey. So the Kurds aren't celebrating shit. I thought the Kurds were supposed to be our allies. Now we're like, yeah, there are. For years I've heard the Kurds. We are the Kurds. You'd think they'd be. You think these politicians were getting sponsored by Kern's juice, Kern's peach juice, or some shit like the Kurds. Gotta help the Kurds. Got the Kurds. And the Kurds are like, yeah, we have American help. And then Trump came in and he's like, nah, fuck y'all. We're all gonna work with the Turks. Kurds, we're gonna have to turn our backs on you guys because we're like the genie in Aladdin. We got a new master now. And so the Kurds are like, listen, guys. Get whatever ammo you guys got, whatever guns you guys got, get that shit locked and loaded because this shit just got real. We ain't playing. So the Kurds aren't celebrating shit. These are not. It's not like these are amazing people. So how much more do I have to read of this shit? We got a lot more to read, guys. Thankfully, I went to American public education, so I have some knowledge of reading. Just as 1989 marked the end of communism in Europe, Assad's flight to Moscow signals the demise of the ideology of anti-Western, anti-Israel resistance in the what bullshit? What in the NATO bullshit is this? Who wrote this bullshit? Lena Khatib. What kind of Middle Easterner is Lena Khatib that she's writing such horse shit? Lena Khatib, a Middle East analyst at Britain's Chatham House think tank. Chatham. You know what? Every time I hear the word Chatham, you know what I think of? Guys, I'm going to give you guys a little history lesson on New Zealand. All right, we're going to get a little bit into the history of New Zealand here. Seriously, New Zealand is a country, and it does have a history. I know, right? A big shocker. But we're going to get a little bit into New Zealand's history, Kiwi history. So in New Zealand, they have this indigenous people. They're called the Maoris. All right? Early life. So in New Zealand, they have this people. They're called the Maoris. Well, there was this other group of people that were also indigenous to New Zealand. They were called the Moriori. So there was the Maori, and then there was the Moriori. Well, the Moriori ain't here no more. Eminem can make a rap out of that. Like, the Moriori ain't here. Sorry. I hate that. Fuck that guy. I hate that guy's music. Anyway, so there's the Maori, and then there's the Moriori. All right. So the Moriori were like really nice, laid back indigenous people. They had no interest in killing anybody. They didn't want to war with nobody. They were living in this little island off the coast of mainland New Zealand called Chatham Island. I think that's what it was called. Let me correct myself. We're kind of segueing here into something else, but is there a Chatham Island? Chatham Island. Yes, I'm correct. Chatham Island. Yes. So I was correct about that. So there was this little island called Chatham Island. And then so what happened was, for like, I don't know how many hundreds of years, these Moriori people were living on Chatham Island. Problem with living on Chatham Island was that the soil was not fertile at all. You couldn't really grow anything. So the Moriori, they lived off of fish. That's how they lived. They went out, fished. So they respected the fish. I guess they gave they gave time for the fish to multiply. I don't know. But they ate fish. That was their diet. So the Maoris, they were getting guns. They got guns from the white people, from the Anglos, and the Maoris were a super warring people, super warlike people, cannibals. I mean, they were just nasty people. They covered their whole bodies up with tattoos. The Maoris are the people who do that stupid dance. You see it. What's it called? There's a dance, haka. They do the haka dance over there in New Zealand. So they're like, up, 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 oh. They do this stupid dance over there. They do the dance, and they did the dance in the Kiwi Parliament over there, and that woman with the crazy eyes. There was a Maori woman. She looked like she was possessed. She's like, hop doctor, oh. They do this dance over there. So anyway. You have the Maori, you had the Moriori. Moriori were chill. Maori were basically like the Japanese, but not as sophisticated. Anyway, so the Maoris, they took over a boat. They found a boat, a big old ship that was being ran by some white people. And they went over there, they hijacked the whole ship. They said, this ship is ours. And they said, take us to Chatham Island, because we heard that Chatham Island has a whole bunch of real estate that we can steal. And we're going to kill all the natives there. So they went over to the Chatham Island. They went to Chatham Island. And then they acted super nice to the Moriori. And the Moriori actually treated these Maoris really well, really hospitably, and they said, "Oh, you're like us. Wow, we've been living on this island for, I don't know, several hundred years or so, peacefully, and we've respected nature, and we've been just living off the fish, and we're so happy to have visitors. I mean, we haven't had visitors that look like us for a very long time, and this is what a pleasant surprise." And the Maori were like, yeah, and they started butchering the Moriori. So they did literally a policy of extermination on the Moriori. That's what they did. They did a Holocaust. The Maori did a literal Holocaust on the Moriori. So they're Nazis. And to this day, if you bring this up with the Maori, they will sit there and they will act totally hysterical. They will act like you're the biggest asshole ever. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to talk about it. They're like the Ottomans. They're like the Turks. They denied the Armenian genocide. But the Maoris are probably less intelligent about it. They're like, what are you talking about? Like, you're a racist. Why are you bringing up this racist talking point shit, man? This is racist. They're like, well, no, didn't you? Because they're always saying things like, white man came and exterminated us. They did a Holocaust on us. They did a Holocaust on we were genocided. We were exterminated. And then you go, wait a second, but you guys exterminated the Moriori. What's this racism for? Why are you guys being so racist? So they don't want to talk about what they did to the Moriori, but they exterminated the Moriori. And they exterminated the Moriori in this little island called Chatham. So every time I hear Chatham House, Chatham anything, I always think about that Holocaust. The Holocaust that happened, the Holocaust of the Moriori. And damn it, I think Israel should be involved in this. And I think all of the Holocaust historians, all of the scholars on the Holocaust need to get together and start a lobbying group, and they need to lobby these Maoris to acknowledge the genocide of the Moriori. This is an injustice on those people. It is spitting upon the name of all victims of genocide by not acknowledging this genocide that happened in Chatham Island. I don't give a damn. They say like 1,000 Morioris were killed. I don't give a shit if it's 200 Morioris that were killed, or 100 Morioris, or even 50 Morioris. Genocide is genocide, damn it, and I will not stand for it. I will not stand for it, damn it. They need to do a complete lobbying initiative to force them, or not force, but to pressure the Moriori to acknowledge the genocide to pressure the Maori to acknowledge the genocide of the Moriori. That needs to happen immediately. And there should be sanctions on New Zealand over this. There should be sanctions on all the Maori politicians, all those idiots who do the haka dance. They should all be sanctioned as Holocaust deniers. I'm serious. It should happen. Yeah, we need to acknowledge Maori denazification. Absolutely. Maori denazification. Yeah, it needs to happen. All genocide must be acknowledged. Absolutely. Because justice can never be done completely without acknowledgement and without confession. There needs to be confession. I will not stand for it, damn it. Anyway, with that said, let's get back to this article here. We have got a good crowd today, guys. 23 people. I must have scared everybody off by talking about the Maori and the Moriori genocide. People don't want to hear the truth. What can I say? They don't want to hear the truth about what happened to the Moriori. People are terrified of the truth. Anyway, let's go right back to this article here. Chatham House. Who's the Syrian lady that we were... Oh, this Middle Eastern. Lena Khatib. Yeah, let's go back to this article here. This is crazy, guys. What kind of Middle Eastern person writes like this? This is insane. Let's get back to this, shall we? So it says here, so this woman, Lena Khatib, she says here, just as 1989 marked the end of communism in Europe, Assad's flight to Moscow signals the demise of the ideology of anti-Western, anti-Israel resistance in the What bullshit is this? How does this even make any sense? Bashar al-Assad was anti-Israel, yeah, sure, but the people who replace him are all anti-Israel. HTS is... You literally have HTS guys talking about liberating Jerusalem from the Jews. What the hell? Bashar al-Assad, sure, he was anti-Israel, but Bashar al-Assad wasn't going out of his way to have Jews beheaded. These people will literally behead Jews. They will behead Israelis. And here you have HTS. You can look into this. You can see it on Twitter/X. HTS guys say we're going to liberate Al-Quds. We're going to liberate Jerusalem. And now you have also Turkey filling up the power vacuum in Syria. And Turkey isn't pro-Israel. The freaking Mein Kampf was like a #1 bestseller there for a long ass time. You're going to tell me these people are all like, they all love Jews over there? What kind of, there's so much bullshit. This is just a bunch of garbage. Who pays these people to say this garbage? Who's the billionaire in Los Angeles or New York City paying these people to spout this garbage? For more than half a century, the Assad family was the backbone for a political order in the Middle East in which a bloc of states styled themselves as the resistance of what they labeled Western imperialism and Zion. Yes, yeah, but these freaking rebels over there, they want to behead Jews. They want to free Al-Quds, which means Jews gonna be guillotined like they killed people back in the French Revolution. Love the frequency. Thank you, sir. You know, when you do these streams, you can't just, when you do these streams, you gotta be active. You can't just be like, okay, guys. And it's really easy to catch yourself in that way of thinking, to be like, okay, guys, let's talk about this article. Like, I see this with streamers all the time. Yesterday I was watching a streamer, I won't say his name, but I was watching a streamer playing video games, and the guy's just, hi, guys. Playing the game. Yeah. And the game is bullshit. The game looks hella boring anyway. And he's like, yeah. He's playing a card game. Yeah. And then once in a while, he'll look at chat and he'll say, am I using spells? No. Am I using spells? Like, what? Who watches it? And you had like 7,000, not 7,000, maybe like 700 people watching this dude's stream. Thinking, why? This dude's just staring not aimlessly, but he's just staring, getting lost in this boring ass card game, and he barely even freaking responds to people in the chat. He just looks at chat once in a while, he'll answer one question, and then he'll go back to playing the damn card game for 15 minutes. Erdogan, for all of his tough stance on Israel, still allows massive trade. Yes, he allows trade, absolutely he does. But you cannot ignore the will of the Turkish people, which is against Israel. Like, there is a massive anti-Israel sentiment that is very strong in Israel, and eventually that sentiment is going to manifest itself in the political realm. You have to keep that in mind. You can't ignore that. That is a fact. And we'll get more into that in a moment here. But let's go back to the article here. Damn, I almost vanished there for a second. So it says here. Now, I kind of agree with her here. She added, it seems Israel is becoming the Middle East's agenda setter. I kind of agree with her, because Israel definitely does have a tremendous amount of influence in what happens in the Middle East, but so does Saudi Arabia and so does Turkey. These are all big power players in that region. It says here that with President-elect Donald Trump coming to office next month, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in a strong position to further push Israel's agenda in the region. So the Israelis think, okay, Donald Trump is going to become president. He's going to get into office. That's going to give us an opportunity to do what the hell it is that we want. In an essay in Foreign Affairs, top former Israeli security officials Amos Yadlin and Avner Golov, man, these Israeli names, I don't know what they are. Are they like Semitic or are they Russian? Like, am I reading the white pages from a Syrian city, or am I reading a recipe on how to make Molotov cocktails from World War II? Like, what is this? These names. It's like, are they Russian? Are they Middle Eastern? Are they Semites? Are they Arabs? Are they Slavs? What are they? What are they? Israel is like mystery meat. We don't know what they are. Amos Yadlin. It's like Amos, that's some biblical name, and then Yadlin, that sounds like Aladdin. Amos Aladdin on the flying carpet. But they're not going to be dropping genies. They're going to be dropping bombs. They're going to be dropping bombs on yo ass. You ain't going to get 3 wishes. You're going to get 3 minutes to run for your life when the Jews come. You're going to get 3 minutes. You ain't going to get 3 wishes. Israel is the bridge between Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Yeah, it's the bridge to a lot of things. It says here, Amos Yadlin and Avner Golov, so Molotov cocktail and Aladdin, outlined a strategy that would establish an Israeli order in the Middle East. Israeli order in the Middle East. Damn. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. Remember, back in the day, they would try to hide it. They would be like, yes, this is America's plan. We have nothing to do with this, but we completely support our American allies. Now the Jews over there in Tel Aviv, they're like, nah. This is the Israeli plan. Now they are one step away from just saying this is the Jewish plan. They're just one step away, like we ain't gonna even hide it anymore. Greater Israel, yup, we're trying to do that. Solomon's kingdom, we're trying to revive it, yup. Christians, we don't even like them. We just pretend to like them to be on America's good side. If we wanted to, if we could get away with it, we'd burn all these churches to the ground. Dropping magic lamps. Yeah, they're rubbing something, but they're not rubbing lamps. They're rubbing their hands. If you know, you know. I won't go any further. They called for a diplomatic push to further bind Israel to Arab monarchies in the Gulf. Okay, so they want to hang out. They want to connect with their Arab cousins, especially Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Yep, you got to include the UAE because they're right on the Strait of Hormuz, which is the number one or one of the most important transit points for the exportation of oil, and they're right across from Iran. So yeah, definitely, you got to kiss the ass of the UAE all the time because you want to have that access through the Strait of Hormuz. Absolutely. Complex effort that would require American partnership and eventual Israeli concessions. Ooh. They want concessions. Israeli concessions to millions of Palestinians living under de facto occupation. But that would also require Netanyahu to defy key far-right members of his own ruling coalition. So you have to please the Sanhedrin. So Israel's in a very difficult situation here, guys. They're in a very difficult predicament. They are in a moral quandary, to use a term by Pigeon Man over there and on YouTube. What's his name? The Pigeon guy. What's his name? Pierce Morgan. He looks like the Pigeon Lady from Home Alone 2. Israel is sort of in a moral quandary here because in one sense they want to ally with the Arabs over here and be friendly with them, but on the other half they got these Sanhedrin guys. They want to crucify Christ a second time. Gospel of Luke, they want to go Gospel of Luke Part 2. Synagogue of Satan, they're taking that they're owning that. They're saying that's us. We ain't even trying to hide it anymore. So you got to please both sides. You got to please the Arab powers. You got to please the American power, but you also got to please the Sanhedrin. You gotta please the Holy Council of the one that did the crucifixion. You got to please that side as well. So it's like, what are you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Like you have to please the Arabs, but you got to please these fanatics. What are you gonna do? Over the past 3 months, Israel has reasserted its ability to shape Middle Eastern politics and security. Yadlin and Golov wrote, without brave leadership, however, Israel's opportunity could slip away. Aspirations of extreme members of Netanyahu's coalition to annex parts of Gaza and the West Bank, impose military rule in Gaza, or pursue a polarizing domestic agenda that weakens democratic institutions will severely hinder this progress. So to translate this intellectual masturbation, I think what these two guys are trying to say is that Israel is between a rock and a hard place. So they have an opportunity to make better deals with the Arabs, to deepen ties with the Arabs, but at the same time, there are the aspirations of the extreme members, aka they want to burn down all the churches and get away with it. They want to annex the West Bank, probably destroy the churches over there too, because there are a lot of churches in the West Bank. I know there's a lot of morons, a lot of political meth heads on Twitter who want to act like they're all a bunch of Taliban guys over there. But the West Bank is actually very Mediterranean, and it's very Greek, and it's sort of like you're in a mix between an Arab society, a Greek society, and an Italian society, and maybe even a little bit of Russian, because there's a lot of Eastern Orthodox people there as well. And so there's a lot of churches in the West Bank, and I'm sure all of these fanatics would love to burn down all those churches. So you have the aspirations of the far right, which means the people who would crucify Christ a second time if they could. Over the past 3 months, Israel has reasserted its ability to shape Middle Eastern politics and security without brave leadership. Okay, we already read this. But there is another regional player also sensing their moment. The Assad regime has a linchpin in what analysts long dubbed Iran's Shiite crescent, an arc of influence and proxy groups that bridge Tehran, you got to say it right, to the Mediterranean. With Assad gone and Hezbollah cowed, wrote Hassan Hassan. What kind of name is that? Hassan Hassan. It's like your first name's your last name. Mr. Hassan Hassan. Man, that's weirder than the Molotov guys. The Molotov cocktail, Mr. Molotov cocktail, and Mr. Aladdin over there from Israel. Now we got Hassan Hassan. Mr. Hassan Hassan in The Guardian. It's like, imagine if my name was my last name, like Theodore. That would be annoying. Hassan Hassan in The Guardian. We may be watching the end of Iran's long-feared Shiite crescent. We all know that Americans read that word, Shiite crescent, and they have all the jokes that we all know they would say. Just take out the E. Long-feared Shiite crescent and the rise of Turkey's full moon. Now, I'm not too crazy about this analogy, like the decline of Iran's Shiite crescent, but then there's the rise of Turkey's full moon. Shouldn't it be like the opposite? Shouldn't it be the decline of Iran's moon and then the rise of the Turkish crescent? Because on the Turkish flag, I'm pretty certain there's a crescent moon on it. So reshaping the geopolitical landscape from the Horn of Africa to the Levant and Afghanistan. Hot damn, I'm going to read that again. That's crazy. Reshaping the geopolitical landscape from the Horn of Africa. Wow, because Turkey has been involved in Africa, to the Levant and Afghanistan. Now, just to segue here for just a moment. I want to segue here for just a moment because the article did bring up Africa, and there is something that I talked about how the Arabs, in my last stream, I talked about how the Arabs are terrified of a Turkish military presence in Eastern Africa because if you look at a map of Africa and the Arab Peninsula, you'll see that the Red Sea is right in between Africa and the Middle East. It's right in between the Arab Peninsula and Africa. So you could go from Sudan into the Red Sea, and then from there you go straight into Saudi Arabia. So the Arabs are terrified of the idea of a Turkish military presence in that part of Africa because that would mean Turkish access through the Red Sea into Saudi Arabia, which means that the Turks could take their vengeance on the Arabs for what they did back in World War I when they allied with the British to overthrow the Ottomans. You know, the whole thing. There's a whole history, and people in the Middle East can't forget a damn thing. Forgiveness doesn't exist in that culture, I'm afraid. So one thing I forgot to mention in that last stream, and I thought about it earlier today, and I thought, oh, damn, why didn't I bring that up? So here I am. Omar al-Bashir. Omar al-Bashir was the dictator running Sudan. He was eventually overthrown. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Omar al-Bashir was super close to Turkey. Very strong ally of Turkey. He was not always, but he was hanging out with Bashar al-Assad, and he just had a... Bashar al-Assad, what the hell? Am I turning retarded? He was hanging out with Erdogan, the leader of Turkey. He had strong ties with Erdogan. He was a very strong ally of Erdogan. So in a way, he became sort of like a Turkish proxy in Africa. The Arabs really, really hated this because, like I said, they don't like the idea of a big Turkish presence in Sudan because that would mean direct access into the Red Sea, which means direct access to Saudi Arabia from the Red Sea. And the Arabs, they don't like that. So the Arabs eventually conspired to have Omar al-Bashir overthrown. So I think the Arabs worked with Egyptian intelligence, if I'm not mistaken, and I want to say they also worked with some people in Sudan who didn't like Omar al-Bashir. Regardless, the Arabs did a conspiracy to overthrow Omar al-Bashir, and Omar al-Bashir was overthrown. Why was Omar al-Bashir overthrown? Because he was an ally of Turkey, and the Arabs do not want a Turkish presence in Africa. So that's what that article is referring. That's what this article is referring to. This is my YouTube channel, and I wish that these writers of these articles would actually explain what they mean, because most people have no idea what the article is talking about. So Mr. Hassan Hassan, first name, last name, says that we may be watching the end of Iran's long-feared Shiite crescent and the rise of Turkey's full moon, reshaping the geopolitical landscape from the Horn of Africa. Now, the average person reads this and they're thinking, what are you, Africa? What Kenya? I wish the article would explain this reality, that there is a Turkish presence in Africa and the Arabs are terrified of this. I mean, it really is that simple. It's not complicated at all. Turkey's proxies are in a commanding position in Damascus and poised to seize further control in Syria's northeast. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan long called for Assad's ouster and now seems vindicated in his approach. He seems vindicated because NATO has been backing him. That's the reason why. Political tussles in Damascus may quickly take on a geopolitical edge. The rival ambitions of Erdogan and Netanyahu could easily clash in Syria, wrote Financial Times columnist Gideon Rahman. These Israeli names are just hilarious. Gideon is definitely a biblical name. Rahman, is this guy a Muslim? Is he Jewish? Gideon Rahman. It's like there's a huge identity crisis amongst the Israelis. Are we Arabs? Are we Russian? Are we Slavs? Are we Ukrainians? Are we Romanians? Are we Hungarians? Are we Polish? What are we? Are we Semites? What are we? Gideon Rahman, he says, it risks becoming a battleground for competing regional powers because Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries also have interests at stake. That's right, they do have interests. Their interest is not to be blown up by the Iranians. And also their interest is to not be impaled up the ass by the Turks, because that's what the Turks did to them back in World War I. They really brutalized the Arabs, and the Arabs were tired of living under Ottoman control. I mean, you can't really blame them, and they worked with the British to overthrow the Ottomans. So it says here, still though, the regime in Tehran may be weakened. Its rivals still have to be careful about pressing their advantage. The risks are that a military escalation by Israel against Iran might spiral out of control. Now, this is very interesting. The risks are that a military escalation by Israel against Iran might spiral out of control, with the latter responding with attacks on oil shipping and production facilities in the Gulf. So what it's saying is that if the escalation or if the tension between Israel and Iran escalates into a serious point, the Iranians could start attacking Arab oil. They could start attacking Arab oil shipments and Arab oil production facilities in the Gulf, triggering a global energy and economic crisis. This is very true. Let's not forget, and as I've said numerous times, Iran is right on the Strait of Hormuz, which is one of the, if not the most important transit point for the exportation of oil. That's why the U.S. is a strong ally of the UAE, because if you look at the map, you'll see the Strait of Hormuz. On one side is the Iranian coast, and then on the other side is the UAE, the Arab coast. And so the Americans want to make sure that they have the alliance of the UAE, that they have the connection with the UAE. They don't want to lose that connection, because the UAE is a vital partner against Iran to protect America's interest on the Strait of Hormuz against any sort of Iranian action. Plus, the UAE would act as a perfect foothold for the Americans to be in the Strait of Hormuz, because if something really bad happens in the Strait of Hormuz, the Americans would want to have access into that maritime territory, and that's where the UAE would come in. So UAE plays a pretty big role for American geopolitical interest. So it says here, the beautiful freaking Oblivion music is playing in the back. The Skyrim music is so damn good. Iran may also decide to rebuild its lost deterrence by rushing to develop a nuclear weapon, and I think this is inevitable, which would also trigger a war with Israel. I think that this is I think this is in the horizon to a certain extent. Who knows exactly how it's going to play out, but I think that Iran will eventually get a nuke, and I think they're going to blow up the Arabs. And I learned this first from my father. My father was reading the Bible, and he read this prophecy in the Old Testament that says, "Oh, Elam, go to war," and it says the Arab will not pitch his tent. What is that? That's talking about Elam going to war with the Arabs. Elam, the Elamite kingdom, was in Iran. I think the earliest civilization in Iran was the Elamite civilization. The Elamite civilization was a Semitic civilization. And if you read the Bible, if you read the book of Genesis, it talks about a guy named Elam, who was one of the sons of Shem. So one of the sons of Shem was the guy who would found the Elamite civilization. And so that was the first major civilization. So the Bible is saying, oh, Elam, go to war. And then it speaks of violence, and it says the Arab will not pitch his tent. That's the Elamites, the Iranians destroying the Arabs. So my father read this years ago, and he told me many, many years ago when I was in high school, he said the Iranians are going to blow up the Arabs. And he was absolutely right. And you can see, you're seeing the signs of what is to come. Burkina Faso, Niger, and so on throughout the French. France was the biggest energy distributor in Europe. France also has the biggest nuclear plants. Yes, that's true. France is a nuclear power. It has nuclear weapons. It has a pretty robust military. From what I understand, the French are going to be working to make their military even more robust by bringing back mandatory conscription, military conscription. So, very scary times, to see the French resorting back or having recourse back to mandatory military conscription. I said subscription, like subscribe to my channel. Okay, mandatory military conscription, and then the Germans are also going to bring it back, and it's just European militarism is coming back. I mean, there is no way to really avoid it. Where did the French get the uranium? I don't know. Speaking of uranium and the rise of Turkey, here's another thing that people don't really bring up so much, but there's a lot of uranium in Central Asia. I think Kazakhstan has a very high amount of uranium. Let me just look that up real quick. I could be wrong, but I just want to make sure that I'm correct here. Central Asia, uranium. Central Asia is a major... I was correct. Yeah, Kazakhstan. The world's largest... Holy shit. Oh my God. The world's largest producer of uranium is in Kazakhstan. Holy shit. So, when we say that Turkey wants to do a revived Ottoman Empire, I think the better way or the more fitting way to describe it is they want to create a neo-Ottoman empire. And the reason why I say it's neo-Ottoman is because the Turks want to control territory that the Ottoman Empire did not control. I'm talking about Central Asia. The Turks want to control Central Asia. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan. They want to control Central Asia. Because if they can control Central Asia, I think there's two aspects about this, right? There's two faces about this. One, I think, is ideological, and the other one is economical and power related. So if you can control Central Asia, you can then take all of the wonderful resources from Central Asia. That would include natural gas and uranium. And if Turkey wants to be a superpower, uranium's a pretty big damn deal. What can you make with uranium, right? Bombs, serious bombs. And also, if Turkey can control Central Asia, so let's look at a map here, just to give a better picture of what I'm talking about. Central Asia map, Turkey, Caspian Sea. I'm going to go on to Yandex, because Yandex has the best freaking maps. Yandex is like what Google used to be. Good and interesting. Nowadays, you go onto Google and it's like, yeah, I'm looking for a map. Oh, well, you got this. You can't really look at the map because there's a copyright on it. And so we're going to put these big fat letters over the map so you can't really look at it clearly. And because it's money and the rights of the person who made the map and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you're just fucked. You just can't. Nothing really looks good anymore. So let's look at them. I love this map. This is perfect. Let's look at this perfect ass map. So this is the Turkic world, according to whoever did this map. And in a sense, they're right. Now, would I consider Turkey Turkic? Not really. They speak Turkish, but they're not really Turkic. These are really the descendants of Indo-Europeans who got Turkified, but they're not really Turkic. They may have, I think there are people in Turkey who do have Turkic blood in them, but for the most part, people living in Turkey are just Anatolian Europeans. But so here's a map, right? So I got my little pointer here. So here's Turkey. So from Turkey, you go to Azerbaijan here. That's this little green thing. Let me make the map a little bit bigger. Let me just hold up. See if we can make this a little bit bigger. There we go. So here's Turkey here. And then you go into Azerbaijan. And then from Azerbaijan, you're into more Azerbaijan. Here's Armenia. This country here is Armenia. So Armenia is here. So Turkey wants to control all this. It would then have direct access because, you see, if Armenia wasn't here, if it was just Azerbaijan, it would make things so much easier for Turkey because, I mean, think about it. Turkey has to do what? It's got to go through freaking Armenia. Now, it can go through Azerbaijan's enclave, Nakhchivan, which is what it's called. So they could go through Nakhchivan, but they would still have to go through Armenia. So they don't want to have to go through Armenia because Armenia is, one of the nemesis of Turkey. They could go through Georgia, but that's too close to Russia, and it's too close. The Russians probably won't like that. So the Turks want to have that direct access. And so if they can get rid of this Armenian obstacle here and make Armenia a part of Turkish power, then they can go right through the South Caucasus into the Caspian Sea, and from here, direct access into the real Turkic world, which is Central Asia. And here you have Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan. And what's also interesting, and this goes back to what I was saying about the Turkic world. So if we go to, let's see here, what's it called? Oh my gosh, is my internet working? Xinjiang. Just give it to me on a map. Here we go, Xinjiang. So if we go to a map here, Xinjiang is the point between China and the rest of Central Asia. So Xinjiang is technically, it's a part of China, but it borders with Central Asia. It borders with Kyrgyzstan. It borders with it's a pretty freaking massive region. Borders with Kazakhstan, borders with Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan. So it really is a massive, massive region. And so it's part of China, but it's also really part of Central Asia. So Turkey wants to control the Turkic world, but one of its obstacles is going to be China. That's why the Turks are training TIP, which stands for, I think, Turkmenistan Islamic Party or something like that. It's a terrorist group. They're like Azov Battalion, but Seljuk Turkic people. And they're evil and they're violent. And they were fighting the Syrian military. So Turkey trained them. Turkey has armed them. And Turkey has used them as a proxy to war with Bashar al-Assad's military. So they're battle-hardened. They have experience in war. Turkestan, that's correct. They have experience in war. And I think what NATO's game is to use TIP, to use those Turkish-trained, Turkish-backed, NATO-backed Uyghur Mongolians to raid Xinjiang, enter Xinjiang, gain recruits, perhaps get jihadis from neighboring Central Asian countries, get jihadis from Pakistan, Afghanistan, bring them into Xinjiang and destabilize this whole region. And I think the end goal for NATO here, the strategy of NATO, is a pincer effect to attack China from the west and attack China from the east. Because if you look at a map here, you can't see it here, but here's North Korea, South Korea. Japan is over here. And so you use South Korea and Japan to hit China from the east, and you use the Turks to destabilize China in the west. And that would weaken China, see? And that's the whole goal. I think this is the NATO goal here. And so Turkey's plan, let's go back to the main map here. Turkey's plan is to control all the Turkic world. What happened to that map I had? It was really good, and it doesn't matter. Here it is. is to control all the Turkic world, and over here is China, and it wants to control that Turkestan, that Xinjiang region. Well, it has to remove China as an obstacle. So I think there's going to be conflict between Turkey and China through the Xinjiang province, and I think there's going to be a conflict between the Chinese and the Japanese. And I think Trump is planning on really working with the Japanese to make their military stronger, to use the Japanese as a proxy against the Chinese. Those are my thoughts on that. You guys just heard some theology. Anyway, Ted, you skipped way ahead my point. I was trying to talk about France and Africa. Now, what was your point? I'm trying to understand. But let's go back to uranium here. This is really interesting. Let's go back to uranium. So look at this here. Central Asia is a major source of uranium, accounting for more than half of the world's uranium production. Holy goodness. The world's largest producer of uranium, accounting for 43% of global production in 2022. So if the Turks can control Kazakhstan, Uzbek, they can get their own uranium. They can make uranium bombs. They can make themselves 10 times, 50 times more dangerous. 1,000,000 times more dangerous. I mean, this is pretty... And if Turkey can control all of this, Turkey will become a massive ass superpower. Imagine if you can control all of this with all the population, with all the resources, and from here you have direct access into the Caspian Sea. I mean, you're talking about some serious ass power. Serious power. You'll be competing with the Russians in the Caspian Sea. Turkey already has a naval presence in the Black Sea. It'll have a naval presence in the Caspian Sea, a very strong presence in the Caspian Sea. You're talking about a freaking empire here. Hell, forget the Middle East. If Turkey can just control this, Turkey's good to go. The music is good. I'm glad. Yeah, I really like the music. And here is little Israel. Let's go back to the article, shall we? So it says here... Did I read this part? Still, though, the regime in Tehran... Yeah, I already read this. So it says here that in Syria, analysts believe Iran may carefully try to work its way back, exploiting security vacuums and potential unrest among ethnic minorities. We all know Iran lost big time with the fall of Assad. We also know Iran has patience, Syrian journalist Ibrahim Hamidi. Yeah, I don't think Iran's just going to disappear. People are acting like, oh, yeah, Iran's been defeated. You know, we got them. They're done. I don't think they're going to be done. I think they're going to try to make a comeback. The uranium dude. Okay, what is the point? Can you explain yourself here? I'm kind of at a 7th grade level of education, so hell, I'm not seeing it. What's the point? Please explain. 33 people are watching. 32 people are watching. I posted a video called "The Backlash Against Israel is Happening," and it was just basically an hour of me rambling. It wasn't my best video. I wasn't really proud of the video, to be honest with you. It was just me rambling for an hour. But I posted it anyway because content is content. And some guy... The title of the video was "The Backlash Against Israel is Happening, but it's leading people to evil." Because I said, hey, be careful with this anti-Israel stuff. You may just be going down a road towards Nazism. And I've seen this too many times on Twitter. And some guy named Matt Habir says, this time we better hope it works. See, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. This is why I say Nazism is coming back, because I see too many comments like this. I have a feeling Bashar will be back. I doubt it. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But I doubt it. Look into where France got its uranium. Oh, Africa, right? I'm guessing that's what you're going to say. Why mention 33? I'm talking about the views for the stream. Where did... Okay, hold on. Let's look into this. Where does France get... Oh, it's uranium. Where does it get? Niger. Over the last 10 years, the 88,200 tons of natural uranium imported into France came mainly from 3 countries. Kazakhstan. Ooh, damn. 27% of France's uranium has come from Kazakhstan. Where did the other ones come from? Niger. To operate the 56 nuclear reactors in France's 18 power plants, operator did 8,000 tons of natural uranium every year. Well, that's a lot. 27% of France's uranium has come from Kazakhstan, 20% from Niger, and 19% from Uzbekistan. So most of its uranium comes from Central Asia. That's what you're telling me. Won't Turkey have problems with Russia because of... Yes. It's gonna be... Yeah, Russia's not gonna want Turkey in Central Asia. That's very dangerous. Now look into the conflict between the African countries and France. Okay. Which conflict? It seems like there's more than one. Looks like they had conflict in North Africa. They had conflict in Central Africa. Okay. Let's get out of that. So we read that article. Assad's fall, a new Middle East order is taking shape. We already read this. What else do we got? There's more to read here, guys. Hold on one second. There's something that I want to show you guys in regards to Israel. Oh, I wanted to read to you this other article by the Washington Post on the fall of the centrist liberal order. And we have this new virus that's coming up, H5N1. And God, I hope that doesn't cause some crazy government mandate bullshit. Trump wants to do a trade war with the EU. And there was something that I wanted to show you guys. And I can't find it for some reason. Okay. Oh, I think I found it. Hold on. Now look into the conflict between the African countries and Africa mainly. Okay. So I want to show you guys some more articles here. This is really interesting, but I think I need some coffee. I don't know. I think my brain kind of got drained out. Which article did I want to go to next? Putin. So we talked about... So let's stick with the Middle East for a moment here. Let's stick with the Middle East. Republican figurehead campaign for blah, blah, blah. So Putin has talked about Syria. The African theater is happening to embarrass the French for screwing around. Uncle Zenya just shows them what it's like when someone fucks around on your turf, especially the way China treats Muslims and Uyghurs. The Central Asians have become worried. Is China really mistreating Muslims? I mean, how bad is it? I don't know. Are they just arresting terrorists or people who express sympathies to terrorism? That's my question. Because I've heard there's a lot of mosques in China, and I've heard that there are millions of Muslims living in China, and most of them aren't living in camps. So how come most of them aren't living in camps if there's this horrible persecution happening? That's my question. African theater, blah, blah, blah. How long have I been talking? 3 hours? Yeah, but you got a minus 15 minutes. So about 3 hours. Or maybe more. Almost 3 hours. Especially the way, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to get some coffee, guys. Hold on one second, okay? Oh, shit. Do a 12-hour stream. They have 1 million people in Xinjiang in re-education camps. Okay, what's the population of Xinjiang? Why is my with a whole bunch of other people who want to make Xinjiang a part of the Muslim Turkic Caliphate or whatever it's called, and you have a bunch of terrorists there, and of course NATO wants to use those Uyghur separatists in Xinjiang as a proxy to weaken China. Of course, it's the most monitored province in all of China. Absolutely. If I was running China, I'd monitor that place also. Hell yes, I would. Because I know for a fact Xinjiang is the Achilles heel of China. You get all the Muslims riled up in that region, you got yourself a civil war, and you have yourself another Chechnya. But it'll be a Chinese version of Chechnya, and it'll be probably worse than what happened in Chechnya and Dagestan, because those Uyghurs, they're the descendants of the Seljukian Turks who invaded Anatolia and eventually took over Constantinople. I mean, these aren't the nicest people. These are head choppers. Not saying they're all head choppers, but the terrorists there, the separatists there, they are head choppers. They will not hesitate to behead people and massacre Chinese people. So, okay, let's say there's 1 million Muslims or whatever in a freaking camp. Kung Fu jihadis, absolutely. There's at least 25 million, possibly more, possibly 40 million Muslims living in China. Are they all in camps? How come they're not all in camps? There's 1 million of them. Yeah, if you have 25 million Muslims, you can easily find 1 million people who are either terrorists or who sympathize with terrorism. The Israelis know all about this. The Americans definitely know all about this. The Russians definitely know all about this because they have several regencies. They have several provinces in the Russian Federation that are freaking Muslim. And they had a damn civil war in the 1990s in Dagestan and in Chechnya. It's like, well, it's actually the most... Yes, there needs to be freedom of speech and democracy everywhere because, well... There should only be freedom of speech and democracy in the areas that we want to control. And we want freedom of speech and democracy in Xinjiang because freedom of speech. And, well, we do want to use those Uyghur terrorists to destabilize China and usher in a civil war and weaken the whole country so that we can solely take it over and then make it an integral part of Turkey's sphere of influence because that'll be a part of NATO's sphere of influence by extension. But freedom of speech, everyone, democracy. Yes, America loves to weaponize these terms, freedom of speech and democracy, when it's to their advantage. Now, if Saudi Arabia doesn't have freedom of speech, if Turkey doesn't have freedom of speech, well, that's okay because they're really big NATO allies and we have to put up with them. But if one of our enemies doesn't have freedom of speech. Thank you. And we can use freedom of speech to destabilize their country. We will gladly weaponize freedom of speech. So let's be real here, guys. China is at its strongest. Xinjiang. 1984. Yes, this term, 1984. It's a term that people use to weaponize free speech. It's like 1984. Has anyone here actually read what George Orwell said about nationalism? He wasn't a big fan of nationalism. He wasn't. In fact, if you read Animal Farm, I think it's the pigs who do a revolution and then become tyrannical. So those Xinjiang, Uyghur, Seljuk Mongolians, those Turco-Mongols over there, they would love to do a revolution. If they have a revolution, what do you think? You think they're going to be nicer than the Chinese? You either have you have Kung Fu Panda, or you have the Turco-Mongol army. Which one do you want? I'll choose Kung Fu Panda. They may be a little bit mean, but they'll serve you some rice. Serve you some rice if you're nice. With the Turco-Mongols, you give those people power. They'll they're gonna push a stick up your ass. Kung Fu Jihadi. That's right. Wilmington waterfront was lovely. Oh, wow. Nice. Glad you had fun. Let's go back to the articles that I have here, guys. There's a lot of articles to look at. So Putin has talked about Syria. He recently mentioned Syria. I do love me some shrimp fried rice. Absolutely. Shrimp fried rice, Mongolian beef, orange chicken, orange beef, Sichuan beef with the Sichuan peppercorns. Guys, looking forward to listening to all of this. Good night and thank you. Good night, Kosi in the cut. It was nice talking to you. Good night, everyone. Yeah, I'll leave this stream up. Here's the problem is a lot of you guys say, Ted, why don't you leave the streams up? Sometimes I will try to leave these streams up and YouTube will take them down because of copyright violation. And the reason why there is almost always a copyright strike done on the live streams is because I play music. I play your guys' musical recommendations. And sometimes, most of the time, actually, you guys ask me to play music that has a strong copyright restriction. And so I will do a live stream, and the live stream will be up as I guess it's called a VOD, a VOD, for everyone to see. And then YouTube will say, hey, we took it down because you played some music that had a copyright restriction. So if you guys want to get a guarantee that these live streams will be available to watch in their completion after they're done, maybe we should stop doing musical recommendations. I don't know. It'll suck. There's a trade-off here. I don't do musical recommendations, and I get to keep the live streams on the channel without any sort of restriction, without any sort of hindrance. Or we have fun. We do the musical recommendation, and then the VOD gets taken down. The live stream gets taken down because of copyright violation, which will most likely be the case. And you guys can just watch the best parts of the live stream anyway, because I almost always make videos from these streams. So, choice is yours. I don't know. If you guys want to watch these streams when they're done without worrying about them being taken down, then we're probably just gonna have to stop playing music, doing musical recommendations. Now, the music that I'm playing right now in the background has no copyright restrictions. For some reason, video game music doesn't really get hit. I don't know why that is. Anyway, this is a very interesting article here, published by the New York Times. Putin glosses over Russian setbacks, including Syria. So Putin has reflected on the loss of Bashar al-Assad, the toppling of Bashar al-Assad, and he basically says that it really wasn't Russia's fault, that it was actually the fault of Iran. He blames Iran, which is strange. But it says here that President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia on Thursday tried to paper over or shift the blame for recent setbacks at home and in the Middle East, while making a fresh appeal to Donald J. Trump that he was ready to talk to the U.S. president-elect, quote, anytime, unquote. Look at these freaking barriers, man. It looks scary. Imagine trying to get through this. That's impossible. Musical recommendations is part of the game. Listen, I prefer to do musical recommendations. I do. I think they're fun. I learn new songs. I enlarge my playlists. Like, I love doing the musical recommendations for the stream. It's a lot of fun, and it's just a way to unwind after I've talked for hours, because to be honest with you, talking for hours about the news is kind of draining and exhausting. So doing the musical recommendations is just a relaxing way to conclude the stream, and I have fun with them. Now, the problem is every single time a live stream gets taken down from this channel, or I make a live stream private because I don't want to have to deal with the copyright restrictions, I get a message from someone saying, "Where's the VOD? Where's the live stream? I want to watch the whole thing, blah, blah, blah." And I just keep telling people, listen, I'm going to make videos from excerpts of this live stream anyway. So even if it gets taken down, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to make videos throughout the week from this live stream. So I find like 7 or 8 articles to talk about for the live stream. That's 7 or 8 videos right there. 7 or 8 separate videos. And each video is like 20 minutes, 13 minutes, sometimes 8 minutes, sometimes an hour, sometimes 45 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes, sometimes 35 minutes. But they're all going to be good, lengthy videos that are educational. Let's do musical recommendations as a separate live stream. No. I like to do these live streams once a week. Plus, if I do here's the thing. Here's another thing about the musical recommendations, okay? When I start doing musical recommendations, a lot of people leave the stream. So my stream will go from 30-something views to 15 views or less once I'm doing musical recommendations. Because most people don't care. I find them fun. You guys find them fun. Half of you guys find it fun, and that's totally fine. So I would prefer just to do the musical recommendations. I will leave the stream up here, but if it gets taken down, that'll be the reason. Just letting you guys know. But it doesn't matter, because I'm going to make videos from this stream anyway. Musical recommendations, etc. Hunting, opening up, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I was actually thinking about streaming every day. I've been thinking about it. Maybe I should start streaming every day, but I would have to stream for less time. And then on Friday, it'll be the 5-hour stream, but the rest of the days, it'll be like a 3 or 4 hour stream. I don't know. I'm probably not going to do it, guys. It's just too much work, to be honest with you. It's just too much work. Plus, these Friday live streams are fun because they're once a week. That's what people don't understand. They're fun because they're once a week. If I have to do this every single day, it becomes a chore. And I don't want to make this into a chore. Oh, I got to do this every day. Oh, I got to prepare for it. No. These streams are relaxing because they're once a week. And I have enough time to prepare for them. And they're a great way to conclude the week. And these streams basically become an accumulation of whatever it is that I've learned in the weekdays before Friday. Or in the days before Friday. However you're supposed to say it. Now, if we can get more views, if we can expand this channel and get more views, then I'll probably start streaming more than once a week. Or maybe I got the strategy all wrong. Maybe what I need to do is stream more than once a week, and then that's going to expand the channel. Who knows? I don't know. But anyway, let's go back to this article. So this is an article that was published by the New York Times, and it says here, Putin glosses over Russian setbacks, including Syria. So it says here that Vladimir Putin of Russia on Thursday tried to paper over or shift the blame for recent setbacks at home and in the Middle East, while making a fresh appeal to Donald Trump that he was ready to talk to the U.S. president-elect, quote, anytime. And with the war in Ukraine approaching its 4th year, and with Russia taking heavy losses and its economy showing signs of strain, Mr. Putin made no secret of his desire for talks with Mr. Trump, who has promised swift negotiations to end the war. So Putin is saying, I'm interested in in talking. And the article says here that Russia has suffered heavy casualties. Russia has also been suffering economically, supposedly. So Russia wants to talk. I love looking forward to the Friday live stream. I'm glad. I look forward to these as well. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Falco. So it says here that Putin said, quote, "I'm ready for this anytime, and I'll be ready to meet if he wants this." Later, he added, if we ever have a meeting with the newly elected president, Mr. Trump, I am sure we will have something to talk about. Mr. Putin maintained that he was seeking a broad peace deal to end the war rather than a temporary ceasefire. He said he would keep pushing ahead on the battle. Now, this is where things get interesting, because Putin is saying, yeah, I'm willing to talk. I want to have a conversation, blah, blah, blah. Of course, I'm interested in peace. But then he says here that he would keep pushing ahead on the battlefield, where Mr. Putin said Ukraine is suffering from the attrition of military equipment, gear, ammunition, and most importantly, personnel. If we stop for 1 week, that will mean giving the enemy the chance to dig in at these positions, to give them the opportunity to rest. We don't need a ceasefire. We need peace. So Putin is saying, I'm willing to have peace, but only if you're interested in having peace. I am not interested, damn it, in a ceasefire. I am interested in a serious, lasting peace. And he is saying here that I will continue to advance territorially, militarily. I will continue to advance over Ukraine. If you guys are not interested in a serious peace, I'm just going to continue on. The Russian leader cast Syrian government troops as well as Iranian and pro-Iranian forces as responsible for Mr. al-Assad's fall because they retreated without a fight, blew up their positions, and left. Russia flew 4,000 Iranian fighters to Tehran at Iran's request as the rebels advanced, he said. Okay, so who's really to blame here? The Russians are saying it's the fault of Assad and Iran for not fighting, but I'm going to guess that the Russians told the Syrians, we really can't help you because we are spread thin due to our war in Ukraine, so we really can't help you that much. So I think maybe everyone is at fault here. Russia itself did little to aid Mr. al-Assad, deciding not to commit resources to help combat. That's what I'm saying, you see. So Syria lost its biggest ally. And that's a big problem. That's a big-ass problem. You see what I'm saying? Assad can't fight without Russia. It needs that Russian support. It was not going to be able to face a Turkish Leviathan. And who knows, maybe the Americans told Assad, listen, if you don't leave, we're just going to bomb the shit out of you. Maybe there was a backroom deal. If you don't leave, we're going to bomb the shit out of you. Russia itself did little to aid Mr. al-Assad, etc., and Mr. Putin insisted that Moscow remained a player in the Middle East despite what has been widely seen as a major blow to Russia's ambitions to position itself as a world power. So Russia still has military personnel in Syria. They still have a presence in Tartus because they have a naval base off the coast of Tartus, and they also have an air base in Syria as well, and Russia still wants to maintain its access into the Mediterranean from Syria. Because who really controls access into the Mediterranean? Turkey controls the Dardanelles, which lead to the Aegean Sea, which leads into the Mediterranean Sea. Let's look at a map real quick, shall we? Turkey, Mediterranean map. Man, the Google Maps, I swear they suck. I swear these maps suck so much freaking ass. Thank you. Thank you. So let's look at a map here. So Turkey, man. Here we go. My little pointer. Turkey over here, Black Sea over here, Russia over here, Ukraine. This is basically Russia. So here's the Black Sea. So Russia comes from the Black Sea, okay, goes into the Black Sea from the Black Sea, it's going to have to go through the Dardanelles, or sorry, this is the Bosphorus, I believe. Bosphorus into the Sea of Marmara. From there, from the Sea of Marmara through the Dardanelles into the Aegean Sea, and from the Aegean Sea, it can go into the Mediterranean. Well, Turkey controls that access way, and that gives it serious leverage. That's why Turkey is such a powerful geopolitical player, because it has that access way. But here is Tartus map. And here's the Mediterranean. So let's look at a map here. Here's the little Tartus area, right on the coast of Syria. And boom, they're in the Mediterranean. So Russia would much rather have this position than have this position where, can you guys see that? Then have this position, yeah, you guys can see it, where it's dependent on Turkey's mercy to be allowed access into the Sea of Marmara. Now, Russia did have an interesting scenario that overlaps with this sort of geopolitical issue during World War II. The Russians really needed, so let's look at a map of Asia. Let's see if we can do this here. Maybe not. Iran. So I'll just explain it. During World War II, the Soviets really needed American military equipment. And the Turks said, we're not going to, because the Turks were secretly Nazis, right? They secretly, like, on paper, they were neutral, but it's like secretly they loved Hitler. A lot of them did. So Russia wanted to have the American military technology transported from the Mediterranean through Turkey into the Black Sea and then into Russia. And Turkey said, we won't let you do that because we control access into we control the access through the Bosphorus, and so we're not going to allow our territory, our maritime territory, to be used to transport goods to help the Soviets, because F those guys, Heil Hitler, right? So the Americans said, okay, what the hell are we going to do? We got to help the friggin' Soviets. So what did the Americans do? They used Iran as a corridor to transport American military goods to the Soviets. So really, that control over accessways into the Black Sea from the Mediterranean, or from the Sea of Marmara, or from the Aegean Sea, that is super important. And the Russians do not want to be dependent on Turkey to have that access from the Mediterranean into the Black Sea. They want to have that access without having to deal with Turkey. So if, let's say Russia has a war with the Europeans, let's say Russia gets invaded, they're going to want to be able to import goods. Well, are they going to import goods through Turkish-controlled maritime territory into the Black Sea? Well, Turkey's going to say, you can't do that. We have power over our accessways. We will not allow this. We won't allow this. No, the Great Sultan will not allow this, whatever. So Russia needs to have that guarantee that it has access into the Mediterranean. That's why Syria is so geostrategically important for the Russians. You see? I love your Friday streams. I'm really glad 117 Rebel. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Let's go back to this article here. Would Russia try to conquer the Bosphorus? Possibly. I mean, they did invade Turkey pretty efficiently. What was it, in the 1800s, I believe? Sweet body fit. It sounds great. I would buy it based on your recommendation. Yeah, Russia did invade Turkey and won. And they were very close to getting Istanbul. And I think that's going to be in the future. I think Russia is going to invade Turkey. Let's go back here. Russia itself did little to aid. Okay, we already read this. Mr. Putin insisted that Moscow remained a player. We already read this. So it says here that Putin claimed that most Middle Eastern countries and ruling factions in Syria wanted Russia to keep its Syrian military bases. Okay. Analysts say that, in fact, Russia's standing as a world power has suffered as a result of Mr. al-Assad's fall, especially if it loses its Tartus naval base and Hamiim air base in Syria. Both have been key to Russia's ability to project its influence across the Mediterranean and Africa. In this case, we're talking about North Africa, because North Africa, including Egypt, is right on the Mediterranean. And Turkey wants to control that region. Turkey wants to control the Eastern Mediterranean. Turkey wants to control Egypt. Turkey wants to control Libya. Turkey wants to have political leverage, strong political presence in Sudan, in Somalia. I mean, we are really, really witnessing a rivalry of aspiring empires. That's what we are witnessing. I mean, this is amazing. It truly is freaking amazing. There's nothing else that I highlighted here. It truly is amazing to be alive right now. As crazy as our times are, as weird as it is today, as bizarre as things get, you got transgender people, men putting on dresses and all this shit. But really, all of the craziness put together, when you think about it, it's an amazing time to be alive right now. Imagine living in the 70s. Yeah, sure, the 1970s was great. Love was easy. It was easy to get married if you were a guy. There were very few incels. Okay, fine. But nothing was going on in the 70s. Nothing was happening in the 1970s. Nowadays, here we are in the 2020s. We're talking about the revival of Germany, revival of Japan, revival of Russia. We're talking about Chinese power. We're talking about destabilizing China with using these Uyghur Mongols as proxies. I mean, it's just crazy-ass time to be alive. We're talking about Russia reviving its power, possibly retaking Constantinople. I mean, we are literally talking about witnessing the rhyming of the song of history. That's what we're talking. It is just insane. It truly is something to behold. Now, people are suffering. That's true. But regardless, nonetheless, it is something to behold. As sad as it is, as depressing as everything is, as black-pilled as everything is, the world right now is something to behold. It's like you read the history books and you're thinking, oh, what the it's happening right before my eyes. It's happening right before my eyes. Could you speak further regarding Kurdish autonomy and the broader implications of NATO's... What do you mean Turkish autonomy? There's no Kurdish autonomy. The Kurds are they're about to get hazooked. They're about to get impaled by the Turks in Syria. You're just witnessing the return of history. And this is why I talk about this so much. I can't stop talking about this topic. It's like crack cocaine for my brain. Intellectual cocaine. I'm an intellectual drug dealer. It's surreal. And to see something surreal, it's exhilarating. Not in a good way, necessarily. Sometimes it can be exhilarating in a good way. I mean, if we talk about Russia bringing back Tsardom and retaking Constantinople, that is exhilarating in a very good way. But to talk about the revival of the Ottoman Empire, that's exhilarating, but in a negative way. So we are seeing just humanity go back. I was thinking about this some days ago. After World War II, the world just said, okay, fanaticism is bad. We don't want fanaticism. The world saw fanaticism being done by the Nazis, by the Germans, by the Russians, the Bolsheviks, by all of these Marxists in Eastern Europe. The world saw fanaticism in China with the communists, and that went on even after World War II. That continued on. But for the most part, the world saw the fanaticism that tore the world apart during the Second World War and said, you know what, we can do better. We can do best without fanaticism. We don't really need it. Let's not resort to fanaticism. And what type of fanaticism are we talking about here? We're talking about racist fanaticism, eugenics, Darwinism. We're also talking about socialist fanaticism, Marxism, Bolshevikism. Revolutionary ideology is another one. the revolutionary ideology that the world saw manifested in revolutionary France. There's that reality. And what do we see today? We see people saying, you know what? Our grandparents told us that fanaticism was bad, that Nazism was bad. Our great-grandparents told us this. You know what? F them. F our ancestors. F what our great-grandparents warned about. F all of them. They were all wrong. Maybe the racists were right. Maybe the Nazis were right. And so in Turkey, you have people saying we got to bring back the Ottoman Empire. And we got to mix that Ottoman Empire with some pan-Turanianism. Let's make it interesting. And you have people saying, you know what, maybe Hitler was right. Maybe he wasn't so bad after all. Let's kind of bring back his legacy here. And you see this sort of thing happening in Europe, in various parts of the West. You see this sort of thing really almost throughout the whole West. You see this phenomenon. And then you have people saying, you know what? French Revolution and guillotines? Doesn't sound like a bad idea when we're talking about dealing with CEOs. And you see this whole thing with CEOs now. People are saying it's open season on CEOs. Now you could say, well, the CEOs are assholes and they're scoundrels, and you're probably right. I'm not going to sit here and say that they're great people. But what I will say is that way of thinking can escalate into something very, very, very destructive. We're talking about something akin to the Bolshevik Revolution or the French Revolutionary way of thinking, where anyone who goes against the revolution is then seen as an enemy. And so if you are sympathetic maybe to the CEO, maybe you say, hey, I don't think CEOs should be killed. Enemy of the revolution. Put him in the guillotine. And that's the problem. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. How can things go back to when so much bad... Oh my god, I didn't know this was in Lord of the Rings. Was this in the movie? How can things go... Dude, the Lord of the Rings has such an amazing soundtrack, but I'm going to read this here. How can things go back to when so much bad had happened? They were holding on to something. They kept going. There's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for. I remember this scene from the movie. Hitler was... Yeah. Then the soundtrack from The Lord of the Rings was amazing. It's like one of the greatest soundtracks ever, especially that song concerning hobbits. I just love the beginning part of that piece of music. It's so magical. Reminds me of Elden Ring. By the way, I finally defeated the Godskin duo in Elden Ring. Can you believe it? I'm going to try to beat Elden Ring, and then I'm going to wait like 3 years before buying Elden Ring 2, because by then the show will be the game will be cheaper. The best show yet, sir. I appreciate that, Mr. Pierce. Now, about what you said about Kurdish autonomy, I honestly haven't really studied a whole lot about Kurdish autonomy. What I do know is that the Kurds and the Turks are enemies in northern Syria, and they've been fighting each other for years. And Turkey has been using its proxies to kill and fight against Kurds and control them, and to exploit them, and to even steal their olive harvests, and to destroy their olive groves and abuse them. And Turkey's proxies have even done acts of massive kidnappings to then get ransom money from kidnapping those people. So it's pretty horrendous. I'm not a big fan of Turkey. Yeah. So let's go to trade war. Because evil is always consistent while goodness easily changed. True. Very true. Very true. Yeah, evil just doesn't change. It's always the same damn thing. Good people, they go up and down. You know, we're weak, we fail, we get up, we fail, we get up, we fail, we get up. We're weak in the flesh, we get up, we struggle, we try our best. Evil is just... Evil people don't think, hey, maybe I should be good. They just want to continue being evil. That's the problem. You know, that's the problem. kind of depressing. Not gonna lie.
Are you frustrated?
I gotta bring this stream up to third gear. Getting a little bit too weak. Getting a little bit too flaccid. We already read this. We read this. We read this. Now, let's talk about. Even though I didn't highlight most of this article, let's read through this article. I didn't highlight most of it because I didn't read most of it, so I'm up for a surprise, but I'm going to read through most of it. I'm going to try to read through this entire article. Washington Post. It's so amazing just to get a Washington Post subscription and then get all these articles, and I don't have to worry about paywalls or anything like that. It just feels so liberating. The West's liberal establishment keeps crumbling. Now, this is really, really amazing, and I love the title of this article because it really does just drive the point home, and it really conveys to us the reality of what has been going on, and that is the toppling or the downfall of the Western liberal establishment, or you could say the downfall of centrist politics, so being center-right, being center-left. So in Germany, we have seen the downfall of the Scholz government, which I believe was elected in 2021, and now Germany is going to have an election in February, but the Scholz administration, the Scholz government, the Mr. Olaf Scholz's political coalition, crashed. And it was a coalition between what? It was a coalition between the Greens, between the Free Democrats, and also the Social Democrats, if I'm not mistaken. And these are parties that have antithetical interest. The Free Democrats are more so financial libertarians, and so they were at odds with Scholz's people, and so it just didn't work. And then eventually that inner contention, that inner division, that polarization between these parties led to the downfall of the German government, the current German government, the current German political administration. So now they're going to have an election. Who's going to win? Everyone's saying, well, it's going to be the Christian Social Union under Mr. Merz that's going to take first place. And I read today that it's very possible that the AfD, the Nationalist Party, the far-right party, it's really a Nazi party, is going to take second place. And I can totally see that because we are seeing the very, very fast rise of the popularity of the AfD party. So, like I said, we live in very, very crazy times. But with the rise of these parties, or with the rise of far-right ideology, which is anti-establishment, anti-immigration, or really anti-lenient immigration policy, it's anti-migrant, and in many cases, actually, it's sympathetic to Nazism. With the rise of this phenomenon, we're also seeing simultaneously the decline of the liberal establishment or the centrist establishment. So people say, "Oh, okay, well, let's be nice to immigrants, and let's be this, and let's be lenient in immigration policy. Let's embrace foreigners with open arms and things like this." And then what happens, right? You have a story like the one that happened recently. A guy gets into a car and he drives right into a Christmas market in Germany, kills people and injures a whole bunch of other people, and it's a nightmare. And then the right wing, the far right people come along and they say, this is why we can't have these people amongst us. And the guy who was driving that car, he is an Arab guy. He's also a doctor. And here he is murdering people. Why is a doctor murdering people? Oh, because this doctor is of a different culture, a culture that is antithetical to our own, and a culture that we need to purge out of our country. So these terrorist attacks give a really, really effective and very effective, a very advantageous argument for the far right, the AfD people, and they get more votes, they get more popularity, and their ranks swell. Their ranks swell, everyone. So it says here that the West's liberal establishment keeps crumbling. Almost everywhere you look, there are grim tidings for center-left parties in the West. Sounds like something you'd hear in Elden Ring. Grim tidings. Grim tidings bespeak you, my friend. In a month, the Democrats will find themselves shunted out of the U.S. executive branch in opposition in both chambers of the legislature. and stuck with a judicial apparatus led by a right-wing majority Supreme Court. Now, I don't really see much of an issue with this in the American context, because in the American context, with a conservative majority, you have a Supreme Court that says that abortion should be allowed. The right to an abortion should be voted for by the states. It should be decided by the states individually. It should not be just a flat-out, broad-brush federal decree. And that has enabled states, individual states like Texas, to outlaw abortion. So I really don't see, honestly, I don't really see a huge comparison between the American right and the European right. I don't. I think this is a misconception that a lot of people fall for. They'll say, yeah, the right wing, they're rising in America and they're rising in Europe, but they're not exactly the same. In America, you do have this identitarian movement that is very much the same as what you see in Europe. The problem is that the identitarian movement, I think, is the American identitarian movement, so your Richard Spencer type Americans, they are eclipsed by the mainstream conservatives of the United States. And in the mainstream American conservative movement, there's still a lot of Christian influence. Believe it or not, it's true. There's still a lot of Christian influence, and there's also a lot of African Americans who are in the ranks of the American conservative movement, and Candace Owens is now a major figurehead in American conservatism. So I'm not really going to sit here and say that the American right wing is exactly the same as the European one. Although what I will add and what I will say is that I do notice a rising anti-Semitism within the American right, and it's not racist in the sense that it's anti-black, but it's racist in the sense that it's anti-Semitic. And that's a problem. And that's one thing that really worries me about the American conservative movement, is that you have this rising tide of anti-Semitism, and that can escalate into something very, very monstrous. For now, it's really just a matter of people talking about how Israel has undue influence on the United States and how Jews have done some terrible things in the past. But we all know that that type of rhetoric, if it gets escalated, will pave a pathway towards something much, much darker. And that's what really worries me. But in the case of Europe, what we see is really almost the entire conservative movement. Let's just say, generally speaking, what we see in Europe, generally speaking, is the right-wing movement being racist, or at least sympathetic to racist politicians. So, for example, Bjorn Höcke comes along, and he's this very famous politician in Germany, and he says, yeah, I'm sick and tired of seeing these Holocaust memorials. I'm tired of seeing them. Now, Donald Trump, would he ever say that? I don't think he would, at least. Yeah, I don't think he'll say. I'm just going to say, I don't think he would say that. Why? Well, because it's anti-Semitic, right? It's a clear sign of an anti-Semitic, an anti-Semitic sentiment. Bjorn Höcke used to write explicitly Nazi articles. Bjorn Höcke uses a Nazi slogan, everything for Germany, and he was told, hey, that was an SS slogan, and I didn't know, and then he says it again, which shows that he has a sympathy towards Nazi ideology. You had one AfD member who said, Hitler, I miss you, can you please return? There was another case of an AfD member dancing on a Holocaust memorial. There was another case of AfD members going to a Holocaust, going to a concentration camp that is now, they went to a concentration camp that you can go to and you can learn about the Holocaust. And so these AfD members went over there and they started questioning the Holocaust narrative. They started questioning the Holocaust narrative, and they were arguing with one of the guides in the camp. And none of this really bothers anybody in Germany. Well, it does bother people in Germany, but not everyone. And it doesn't bother any of the people who vote for the AfD. So the German right in the German society, they love the AfD. They love a Nazi party. It's a Nazistic party. They love Bjorn Höcke, who is a Nazi. It doesn't bother them. So that's, I would say this is the biggest open difference between the American right and the European right. The American right, you don't see politicians coming out saying, F Holocaust memorials. Now, that probably will happen in the future. You're probably going to see something like that in the future, the way we're going. But I think the Europeans are a few steps ahead of us. I think the Europeans are a few steps ahead of us. So that's a really open difference between the two. Did I make it back? I'm still here. I'm tired, Mr. Hitler meme in real life. Yep, exactly. The whole state of the world is very sad. Many people acting in bad faith. Yep, politically and religiously, like you said in your recent video. That's correct. Yeah, a lot of bad faith people. Divine soldier in the house. So let's go back to the video, or the article, sorry. Let's go back to the article here. Yeah, I don't really agree with just saying, oh yeah, we have the American right. I mean, there are differences, right? But there are similarities, though, and those similarities can get scary. In Britain, the honeymoon for the recently elected Labour government lasted just a matter of weeks, as its approval tanked amid political missteps and factional infighting. And we definitely saw the manifestation of that hatred towards the Labour Party in the UK riots that took place just this summer. And it wasn't just anger against Muslim immigrants or foreigners. It was also rage against Keir Starmer and his party, the Labour Party. So we definitely saw the manifestation of that stuff, and we saw these rioters in the UK just destroying people's businesses and looting people, and what's so what really just kind of got under my skin was how you had these conservatives on Twitter. I don't know if they were conservatives, whatever they are, nationalists, right-wingers. I'm just going to call them righties. You had these righties in Twitter saying, yeah, these people are great. These UK rioters, they're amazing. I love them. They're so great. And I'm thinking, wait a second. When BLM people do the looting and the rioting, they're bad. But when your guys do it, it's good all of a sudden. And that's when I started noticing this huge double standard that some of these, or a lot of these righties have. And it's pretty scary. I just can't stand it. Yeah, I just can't stand this whole thing. Did you hear about the attack on Taliban? No, I did not. The attack. Oh, you're talking about. Hold on. You're talking about the car attack, and yes, we've literally been talking about this throughout the show. Yes, it's okay. It's fine. Yeah, we talked about this several times already. Edwin Weber, what does it? So that's the thing, and it's just for years, conservatives or righties were portraying themselves as the people who don't believe in rioting. We don't believe in rioting. We don't believe in looting. Oh, we really respect police officers. And then what did you see on January 6th? Righties attacking police officers. What did you see in the UK riots? Righties attacking police officers, and dozens of police officers were injured during the UK riots. People's businesses were sacked. People were looted. It was nasty. It was nasty, but we got a taste of right-wing violence. And this is just one taste out of many tastes that we've gotten from right-wing insanity. We saw this back in, 2011 or 12 with the massacre in Norway. You had Anders Breivik mowing down people. You had the Christchurch massacre in, 2017, 2018. It was pretty horrendous. We had the Walmart massacre in, 2020 in El Paso, and some guy went into a Walmart and mowed down people because he hated Mexicans. We had the other situation not too long ago where a guy went into a grocery store and targeted black people. I mean, it's just sickening. It's just sickening, guys. So it says here, in France, President Emmanuel Macron is grappling with a dysfunctional parliament in which his liberal and centrist allies are beholden to the whims of an ascendant far-right faction. That's correct. You're seeing the rise of Marine Le Pen, and she's gaining tremendous grounds in France. Tremendous grounds in the French government. On Monday, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, a social democrat, lost a confidence vote in the country's parliament, paving the way for elections in February that will probably see his party's vote share shrink significantly. So Olaf Scholz is not going to end up as a winner in this upcoming election in Germany. The outcome was not unexpected, and it reflected mounting popular dissatisfaction with Scholz's collapsed coalition government and deepening despair over the state of the country's stagnating economy and politics. And that's another thing. The German economy is declining. I think out of all the economies in the EU, the German one is the worst off currently. And you have, I mean, it's just, you got the perfect storm. You have violence being done by immigrants, refugees, which has caused massive amounts of hatred against refugees, immigrants, foreigners, etc. You have the rise of nationalism, which is being fueled by violence done by foreigners. You have the rise of militarism in Germany. On top of that, you have an American occupation, which has been occupying Germany since the end of World War II. And this American occupier has been controlling Germany, and the Germans have had enough, and they're sick of it. So you see this perfect storm. It's a perfect breeding ground for a Hitler to come and capitalize on the situation and take power. So it says here, the same day across the pond, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau saw his top Lieutenant Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland quit the cabinet, blah, blah. I don't really give a shit about Trudeau. That guy's a freak. And it says here, the abrupt resignation is the greatest challenge yet to Trudeau. Okay, again, I don't give a shit about Trudeau. Canada is just America's bitch. It's just one of America's little colonies. It means nothing. Though their contexts are different, Scholz and Trudeau are politically tethered to a liberal establishment in the West. That's true. That is in pronounced retreat. Ooh, that's right, everyone. The centrist establishment, the liberal global establishment, it is declining. It's crumbling. The values that undergirded it, including an embrace of the virtues of globalization, multiculturalism, and environmentalism, are under siege. Yeah, so if you promote globalism, you're not popular. You're on the endangered species list, as I've said. If you're promoting some big establishment politics, you're not popular. You are seen as an enemy. And that's where we're at right now. We are at this point where being anti-establishment is the most popular position that one can take. It is. It's the most popular position that one can take. And so it says here that, let's see here. The Liberal government has not just wasted money, noted an editorial in the Globe and Mail, a leading Canadian daily, which decried years of narrow partisan rule. Much worse, it has wasted time long before the question of Trump's tariffs arose. The housing shortage, now afflicting major cities, will take years to relieve. The stresses in the immigration system continue to build as the government contemplates quarter measures. Now, speaking of Canada, I know I said I don't give a damn about Canada, but speaking of Canada, I noticed that the Canadians are the white Canadians. They're really getting tired of seeing Indian people. I've heard of this before, and I saw a video of a bunch of Sikhs on a street somewhere in Canada, and they were screaming something. I don't know what they were screaming, but it just pissed off a whole lot of people. So you have that sort of thing. I mean, it really, like, this really is a time for populist opportunists. And if you want to make a movement against immigration, this is your time. I mean, this is your time. You can hit the metal when it's hot. This is it. And that whole centrist establishment, you know, your Scholz and your Merkels and your Labor Party and your average Republican, your average Democratic, all that stuff is going down. It's all crumbling. And what I've been thinking about lately is, what the hell are the Democrats going to do? What the hell are Democrats going to do? Like, because the Democrats support transgenderism, and transgenderism is super unpopular. So how are the Democrats going to deal with it? I think the Democrats are just going to throw the trans people under the bus. That's what I think they're going to do. They're going to say, okay, trans people under the bus. No, go under the bus. Under the bus with you. No. Under the bus. We're done with you. And I think the Democrats are just going to go back to supporting your regular old gays, your regular Peter Thiel gay guys in suits and lesbians. And they're going to say, yeah, we have gays and lesbians and bisexuals. And but what about trans people? Shut the hell up. No. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. No. Go back. Go back under the bus. Under the bus. Yep, you're making us look bad. Go away. And so it's like that joke from Dave Chappelle when Dave Chappelle said you have the L, the G, the B, and the T, and the L, the G, and the B are telling the T, shut the fuck up. And Dave Chappelle was right. He said that years ago. He said that many years ago, and he was right. So I think the Democrats are going to throw the trans people under the bus, and I think the Democrats are going to start, again, I could be completely wrong about this. This is just me pontificating. But the Democrats could one day become more nationalistic and more non-interventionist. That is a possibility. I could totally see that happening just to get votes. Because remember, Kamala Harris, she said, I want to keep on fighting. I'm going to keep on fighting the war against Russia. And I'm thinking that is not a popular position to take. What the hell? It's like everything that you could do wrong in election, she did. Everything you could do wrong, Kamala Harris did it. She supported globalization. She supported transgenderism. She supported, what was it? She supported this idea of continuing on the war against Russia. She just, all of these unpopular positions, she adopted them. And Trump was very smooth. He said, war, I want to end the wars. War in Gaza, I want to end that one. War in Ukraine, I want to end that one. I want peace. I want peace. And that really helped Donald Trump. You say we are Americans' bitch, but America is Israel's. Well, I don't know about that. I think Israel is America's bitch. I think Israel is a country that's on life support, and that life support is determined by America. Now, there are a lot of American Jews in the American government who want to make sure that Israel is protected. That is true. But let's be real. Israel is a country that is dependent on America. So Israel is America's bitch. Sorry to tell you. I know people have this idea that America is like the bitch of Israel and Israel's running the world. That's bullshit. Israel is dependent on the United States. And when Iran hit Israel with a barrage of those big-ass missiles, America was the one really doing a lot of the intercepting work. So it says here that it's unclear if they're... Okay, blah, 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 I don't care about this. I just don't really care about Trudeau. The guy is so... I don't know how the hell this guy won. How the hell did this dude win? I remember going to Canada in 2014, and when I was in Canada, Harper was the president or prime minister of Canada, and everybody I met loved Harper. Now, again, I was hanging out with Christian people, so that's the reason why, but it just seemed to me at that time that Harper was really popular, and I'm thinking, how in the hell did the Canadians go from Harper to this dude, to this schmuck? Like, how did that happen? Despite calls for his resignation, Trudeau aims to stay... Okay, again, I don't give a shit about Trudeau. Let's go back to Europe. That's more fascinating. The uncertainty and frailty racking Europe's biggest economy follows a moment in Trump's first term when Berlin, under then-Chancellor Angela Merkel, styled itself a bulwark of the liberal order. The confidence of the Merkel era has faded into self-doubt. So Merkel really was the last pillar of the liberal establishment in Germany. I think that's really the case. And once she left, that was it. That was the end. You had Scholz, and now Scholz's government has collapsed. Now you're going to have another election. And everything that I've read about the German election is saying that it looks like the one who is most likely to win the biggest in this upcoming German election is going to be the Christian Social Union, the CSU, Christian Social Union. Yeah, CSU. Is that the correct word? Am I wrong? Christian Social Union? Christian. They're a Bavarian party. Hold on. Christian Social Union. Germany. MERS. German Conservative. Yeah, CDU. Yes, CSU. Christian Social... CSU. What the hell's wrong with me? Yeah, the CSU is being predicted as... The CSU is said to be the one that will most likely get the biggest win in the upcoming German election. And I also have read, I read this in an article, I believe it was published by Haaretz, that the AFD could get second place. If that happens, that's huge. So let's go back to this article. Trudeau won because a bunch of women thought he was cute. Yeah, I believe that. Women always will vote for a guy that they want to sleep with. But, yeah. I was about to say something about Biden, but I'll refrain, lest I be attacked by the YouTube guards. So it says here, the uncertainty and frailty racking year, blah, blah, blah. So it says here that the Merkel era has faded into self-doubt, with Germans in angst about their country's sluggish growth and new vulnerabilities to open war on the continent. That's why the Germans have been saying, well, we're not going to leave out the idea, we're not going to leave out the possibility of sending troops into Ukraine. That's another big thing. And also, you have a lot of war hawks in Germany. You have a lot of war hawks, and they're in the think tank world. And they have crazy ideas such as sending troops not only to Ukraine, but sending troops into various other European countries, and even sending troops into Gaza to be a peacekeeping force. Ooh, that's interesting. Imagine German soldiers in Gaza to protect Palestinians from Israelis. Oof. The Germans will say, yeah, we tried to exterminate you, and now we're here. Yeah. We're looking right at you. The confidence. Okay, I already read this. The collapse of Germany's government comes at an awkward and fragile moment for the world, noted Post-columnist Mark Fisher. It's especially unnerving because, whether they like it or not, the Germans have become a vital symbol of stability for the West, a model of what the U.S.-led community of nations can achieve. And that's the American occupation of Germany. Right there. The Americans control Germany. So the question is there going to be a German intifada where the Germans are going to say enough is enough, we want to be unleashed. Unleash us. Unleash us, America. And America's going to say, okay. You go right ahead. You go right ahead. All right. All right. So I'm going to read to you guys this article. It was published by Haaretz, and it's talking about the creation of a Turkish protectorate in Syria. Basically, the revival of Turkish power in the Middle East. Did you shadow ban my comments? Nope. Not at all. If anything, you wrote something that YouTube didn't like, and it didn't pop up here. I can see your comment, and everyone here can see your comment. In Syria, Erdogan is not tarrying as he builds a Turkish satellite state. And it says here that Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has lost no time in turning Syria into a Turkish protectorate, similar to the way Iran turned Iraq into a protectorate under the Americans' noses shortly after Saddam Hussein was toppled. Erdogan's strategy rests on two legs. One is establishing an external support system that will help the Syrian government diplomatically and economically. The second is making local power centers more dependent on Ankara, and that is the real goal of the Turks. The real goal of the Turks is not to help the Syrians with social programs or something like that. The real goal is what? To make Syria dependent on Ankara. This is probably the most enlightened comment I've seen so far from Falco. Everything after 2020 feels like a fever hallucination. That's the truth. It is. It does. Everything ever since 2020, it's like, where are we? We're seeing Germany rising up. Israel is now invading Syria. They're bombing the shit out of Gaza, doing a genocide, killing. What's the word? pushing people out of their homes, displacing people. I mean, it's just a complete nightmare. And then you see just the rise of Germany, the rise of Turkey, the revival of the Ottoman Empire. I mean, it really is just surreal. It's very surreal to see. People are praising the murder of a CEO, and now all of a sudden murdering CEOs is seen as something that's great, and terrorism is now seen as something that's great in this sense. And I fear that mentality is going to escalate into something worse. So it's just, yeah, you're right. It's like a fever dream. Did the West go into Iraq for Israel or no? Did the West go into Iraq for Israel? Yes, it did go in there to help Israel. The Israelis were indeed asking America to do that. But remember that America also went in there because it had its own interest. By helping Israel, America also expands its own influence, because Israel at the end of the day is just an immovable aircraft carrier. It's an aircraft carrier that you can't sink. It's an unsinkable aircraft carrier. So America needs Israel in the sense that it needs that satellite state, it needs that ally in the Middle East to have that foothold in the Middle East. So by helping Israel, America says we're expanding our own interest. That's one thing that has to be remembered here. Another thing also that has to be remembered is that America has done similar things for other countries. America also took out Saddam Hussein because Saddam Hussein was a threat to the Arabs. It was a threat to the Saudis. So I don't think we can conclude that the Arabs control America. America will do things that helps its allies, but it will also do those very things for the purpose of expanding its own, for the purpose of fulfilling its own interest. That's what I'll say to that. Erdogan's strategy rests on two legs. One is establishing an external support system that will help the Syrian government diplomatically and economically. The second is making local power centers more dependent on Ankara, and that's the end goal here. It's the control. On Tuesday, Erdogan hosted Qatar's ruler Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. The two discussed bilateral cooperation, but above all, funding and rebuilding Syria. The Arabs wanted Bashar al-Assad to be overthrown also because Bashar al-Assad was an ally of Iran, and the Iranians want to destroy the Arab Peninsula. They want to destroy countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE. And so, of course, the Arabs, the rulers of the Arab Peninsula, they had an interest in overthrowing Bashar, because that would mean them being safer, because it would be one less Iranian ally in the Middle East. A major ally of Iran, actually. Europe has reduced the amount of gas it buys from Russia and aims to reduce it even further, and Germany has signed an agreement to buy liquefied natural gas from Qatar. So the pipeline from Qatar to Turkey and onto Europe is now likely to be viable. The new Syria's dependence on Turkey is growing. Oof. And I should have highlighted that red, because that's serious. The new Syria's dependence on Turkey is growing. That's amazing. The U.S., according to George Kiriakou, also wanted to move air bases from Saudi Arabia to Iraq. Interesting. Did I highlight anything else here? Yes, I did. So it says here, a source in the Turkish opposition told Haaretz that Ankara could become a significant arms supplier to Syria. He added that Turkey could send instructors to train the new army, that's control right there, draw up a defense outline suitable for Syria, and provide loans to finance all this. So getting the country in debt, controlling its military, this is all control. That's what this is. But Turkey is not a charitable organization. Ankara is expected to demand a military alliance with Damascus that would ensure Turkey's influence in all Syria's military and political endeavors, even allowing it to keep forces in the areas it has occupied. And I can guarantee you that Turkey is going to expand its military presence within Syria. It's not just going to be proxies. They are Turkish soldiers in northern Syria. I think that military presence is going to swell up, widen, and expand. And that's all I got. But Syria has already become, I should say, a Turkish protectorate. And we are seeing, like I've said a million times, the revival of Ottoman power. That's what this is. And then we have this whole thing going on in Israel. This is crazy. Look at this, guys. Let's go back to Israel here. Aladdin. The Jewish Aladdin. Is Israel building an empire across the Middle East? Ooh. Interesting. So I highlighted only a couple of parts in this article, and I highlighted this part. It says here, Benjamin Netanyahu canceled his court appearance Tuesday. See, this whole thing about Netanyahu being put in jail, is this bullshit or what? I've been hearing this for years that, they're going to put him in jail, he's going to end up in prison, and blah, blah, blah. Really? Are you being serious? Really? This guy's like, yeah, I'm not going to go to court. I'm going to go to Syria where we're taking new territory. See y'all later. Shalom. It says here that Benjamin Netanyahu canceled his court appearance Tuesday to visit the Syrian side of Mount Hermon. Mount Hermon. He stated that Israel will stay put in Syrian territory, which he called a very important place for now. So he's saying, listen, we took all this territory in Syria. We're going to be staying here indefinitely. Yeah, when are you guys going to leave? Thought you all said this is going to be a temporary stay. Yeah, it is going to be temporary, but we haven't figured out exactly when we're going to leave, so you're going to have to wait. And if you question us, if you dare question us, it's anti-Semitism. So it says here that mass expulsion and near total destruction of the north. Settlers camped out by the borders in anticipation of the spoils are now yesterday's news. Yeah, so you have settlers who are camped outside of Gaza, and they are waiting for the opportunity to go in there and take territory, take people's houses, build houses. It's a giant land grab, this whole thing. Bezalel Smotrich recently declared nearly 6,000 acres, 23,000 dunams of West Bank land to be state land, a fancy bureaucratic way of enabling future settlement spread. So we're seeing exactly what everyone has warned us about when it comes to Israel. We're seeing settler colonialism or settler expansionism, people being displaced, people being slaughtered. It's happening. Part of my family are Syrians that lived in a town called Azak in Turkey and were one of the towns that fought back hard and survived the genocide. Wow, history keeps echoing, absolutely. And it never stops. Like, you can defeat evil and it just comes right back. And it may not come back to your generation, but it'll come back to your posterity eventually. And that's the horrifying reality of evil. Now, I just want to get to one last article here. I read through this article and I thought this was just absolutely crazy. But I really want to get into this. Now, remember back a number of weeks ago, there was a clash that happened in Amsterdam. You had Israelis who flew into Amsterdam to cheer on their team, Tel Aviv Maccabi, or Maccabi Tel Aviv, however it's said. And these a number of these soccer fans, these Israeli soccer fans, were in fact soccer hooligans who acted like thugs. And they would clash with Muslims in Amsterdam. And this happened some time ago, and it was a big story. It was one of the biggest stories out. It wasn't a few weeks ago. It was more like, like a month ago or so, a couple of months ago. I don't remember. Anyway, it was a while back ago, but it still was recent. And the Israelis fought with the Muslims. And the Muslims consisted of people who were Palestinian, North African and Turkish, but I think it was mainly North Africans. And it was pretty bloody. And a lot of the Israelis fled and they ran away, and a lot of them were beaten up. Some of them were so terrified that they said, hey, I'll give you money if you don't beat me up. Or some of them were so terrified that they would scream free Palestine just to get these Muslim guys away from them. And so it says here, very interesting. So when the whole thing was happening and after it happened, there was a lot of talk from the pro-Israel people saying, hey, this was a pogrom, right? They attacked Jews. This was just like something that happened in Europe in the mid 20th century and earlier than that. It was what happened in Amsterdam harkens back to the past, where you had a lot of anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish pogroms. And then you had the other side. And the other side was saying, no. What happened was the Israeli soccer fans attacked people, we fought back, and we beat them up. You see what I mean? So, which narrative is correct is the question. And I think that there's truth in both sides. It's one of those things where the truth is somewhere in the middle. But I will say, and this is going to anger people who are pro-Israel, what I will say is that the Israelis were the ones who acted violently first. And this is what this article demonstrates, that the Israeli soccer thugs drew first blood. And that act of violence sparked a whole bunch of anger. And a lot of angry people, mainly taxi cab drivers, came out and attacked these soccer fans. Now, were all of the soccer fans from Israel hooligans, and were they violent? No. There were some people who came with their kids and they were attacked, because the problem was that the pro-Palestine guys, they started attacking people almost indiscriminately. Or I should say indiscriminately. As long as you were Jewish, you were seen as free game. And so they were going to people and they were saying, "Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?" So were all these Israeli soccer fans good people? No, a lot of them were assholes, let's be real. And a lot of them were violent. But were they all that way? No. And was it a case of just people getting up and saying, "Let's go attack Jews"? Not exactly. It was a case of Jewish soccer fans being violent, and then pro-Palestine people saying, "Okay, they want to play that game, let's be violent to them." And they started attacking Jewish people, Israelis. So this article really sets the record straight. It is kind of long, but I highlighted various parts so that we don't have to read the whole thing. So it says here that Israeli fans who spoke with the Post said they knew anti-war sentiment was high and that Europe... Hold on. No. Sorry. Let's start earlier. A shaky camera follows a group of men running down the street. Some are wearing the blue and yellow of Tel Aviv's Maccabi soccer team, which had just lost a match to the local Ajax Amsterdam squad. The person recording booms in Dutch. "Cancer Jews, run! Cancer Jews, run! Dirty cancer Jews! Dirty cancer Jews!" Right? So this is what they were screaming. I mean, this is Hitlerian rhetoric. Let's be real here. In another video recorded at the same moment on a parallel street, a group of around 50 people, several of whom are wearing Maccabi colors, can be seen charging in the direction of the altercation. Some of them are wielding metal poles like weapons, which flash silver beneath the street lamps. Israeli officials have characterized it as a premeditated pogrom, reminiscent of the darkest days of Jewish persecution in Europe. By the time the events surrounding the November 7th soccer match were over, 5 Israelis had been sent to hospitals and 20 to 30 people had sustained minor injuries, according to Dutch officials. But a Washington Post review of more than 100 videos, WhatsApp and Telegram chats, and interviews with more than 30 witnesses found that neither of the dominant narratives accurately reflect how the violence unfolded. There was some planned coordination among taxi drivers and other locals who used messaging apps to organize a show of force, with at least one chat referring to a Jew hunt. So they're saying, "Let's go hunt cancer Jews." I mean, it's Hitlerian. Let's be real here. But what sparked this whole thing, we're going to find out. So it says here that those conversations took place after, and in many cases in response to, episodes the night before the match, when Maccabi supporters pulled down a Palestinian flag and damaged a taxi. Neither the Post nor Dutch investigators came across plans for orchestrated violence in the days ahead of the match. So there really is no evidence of a planned pogrom against the Jews before, or a planned and coordinated attack against the Israeli fans before the Israelis pulled down the flag and attacked a taxi cab driver. Once they attacked the taxi cab driver, then you start seeing these WhatsApp messages coming out, basically coordinating an attack on the Israeli fans. Okay, you keep saying Benjamin owns AIPAC. I don't know why you keep repeating yourself, but I'm just going to ask you to not spam my chat. I hate when people spam my chat. The post found that the violence that unfolded was not one-sided. Israeli fans were harassed, chased, and in some cases beaten. But video of one of the earliest post-match altercations shared by multiple news organizations as an example of attacks on Israelis, in fact, shows Maccabi supporters as the aggressors. And there was a part here. Did I skip the part? Hold on. There was a part that talked about the attack on the... Yep, here it is. So it says here that the first major... So here we go. The first major confrontations took place around midnight before match day, well ahead of that deployment. More than 50 people, mostly men, clad in black with face coverings, chanted expletives about Palestine. So these were the pro-Israel hooligans, and they were screaming F Arabs, whatever, F Palestine. A person wearing a mask with blue and yellow, the Maccabi colors, ripped a Palestinian flag off a building while activists barricaded themselves inside, according to video and witness testimony. So you can see the video here. They are pulling down the flag. And here's the problem is you have these Israeli nationalists who go to different countries, and they have, this is the problem, and I wish more Israelis would sort of acknowledge this, is they go to different countries and they see, okay, a lot of people here are pro-Palestine. And they think, let's act violent, let's act aggressive, let's act loud and obnoxious, let's push our weight around here because we're the best. We're on top. And this is how a lot of these people think. It's how all of these Israeli nationalists think. We're the best. We can do what we want. We're in a different country. Let's do what we want. So the complaints that people make against foreigners from the Middle East, Muslim people, Arab people, those complaints can also be said about these Israeli soccer fans. They go to a different country. They begin to bring their nationalism with them. They start acting violent. They start acting aggressive. And they're in a different country. You can do that in Israel and get away with it, but you're not in Israel. This is a European country, a Western country. So this is the problem, is that they come in and they have this superiority complex and they think we can do what we want. We can act obnoxious. We can pull down flags. So it says here, more than 50 people, mostly men, clad in black with face coverings, chanted expletives, etc., etc. So they ripped a Palestinian flag. Then it says, less than an hour later, a taxi pulled into the intersection in front of the same building. Dashboard camera video obtained by the Post shows the driver yelling in broken English, "You are gangster," at Maccabi supporters in the road. Some of the fans began to hit his vehicle, striking it at least 12 times. My computer's acting slow. Let me just make sure. Let me just wait for my computer to... I don't know why my computer's acting slow. It shouldn't be acting slow. Hate when this happens. Some of the fans began to hit his vehicle, striking it at least 12 times according to the recorded audio. Some tried to enter the car, according to Adem Chatbas, the lawyer of the driver, who shared photos of windshield damage and dents on the side. The driver declined a post-interview request. As the driver pulled away, he could be heard saying in Dutch, "Hey, yo, bro, they hit my whole car," etc. Here is the video. You can clearly see... Let me turn my music off. You can clearly see an attack on the car by the Israeli fans. And you can see here, let's just play it real quick.
Hey bro, ik ga ze doodmaken, ik ga die kankerschotel. Broke it.
boom,
Broke it, broke it.
boom. You can hear them.
Broke
You
it.
can see this guy, boom. They're hitting the car. So, and what did this guy do to deserve it? He simply said, "You guys are gangsters." He has a right to call them gangsters. He says, "You guys are gangsters," and they physically attacked him. And you know what? They proved his point. They proved his point. They acted like freaking gangsters, like thugs, Israeli thugs. So to sit there and say, well, the Israeli fans, they just went there to enjoy a game, and they were attacked. It was a pogrom. It was anti-Semitism. Was there anti-Semitism seen in this whole situation? Yes. Saying cancer Jews and let's go do a Jew hunt. I mean, that's all it's obvious anti-Semitism, anti-Jewish sentiment, Hitlerian. I don't disagree with that. But to sit there and say that the Israeli fans were all just like peaceful, little gentle doves, they just, shalom, everybody. That is bullshit. And that's what the article is trying to show, and that's what I'm trying to say here. That is bullshit. They came there, they saw the flag, they said, let's pull it down because we're Israeli and we can get away with anything. So they pulled the thing down, and they think they can get away with it because they think, well, the West needs us. That's how they think, by the way. The West needs us because we're at the front line of the war on terror. So they think the West needs us, and let's pull the flag down. And then somebody called me a gangster. What am I going to do? I'm going to act like a gangster. And this is what spurred the whole damn thing against the Israeli flags. And bad people got hit and good people got hit. People who had no interest in getting involved in this hooliganism, they also got hit. And that's the problem. So it says here that over the course of the night, police monitoring Telegram and WhatsApp began to detect messages of aggression and threats toward Maccabee supporters. According to a report produced afterwards by city authorities, the vandalism of the taxi was oil on the fire in a community angered by the city's decision to let the team play. So there was already anger that this team was playing in Amsterdam, and I don't think there should be anger if the team plays in Amsterdam. I think if a soccer team from a country that you don't like is playing in your country, you really have no right to be violent. You may not like it, right? You may be pissed off or whatever, but they're going to come and play a game. They're not hurting anybody playing a game, So it says here, police said that there was a call for taxi drivers to mobilize. So the taxi cab driver said, all right, boys, get your friends together. We're gonna do something against the Israelis, and that's what happened. So it says here, Maccabee fans ran inside the casino, and security closed the doors behind them. According to casino spokesman Ilan Sluis, a bartender across the street said a group of about 50 people tried to break into the casino by rushing the doors for about 25 minutes. So the Israelis ran into this casino. A mob of people tried to break into the casino. And it says here that there was a text message here. It says Kobe Itzhaki, a Maccabee fan, had just returned to a hotel when he received a message from a friend at the casino. There's an anti-Semitic event here, said a 3:17 a.m. message reviewed by the Post. Turkish Muslims attacked Israelis who fled here, were locked inside the casino. Bring the police. Altercations took place in the other parts of the city. A video posted online shortly after 3 a.m. shows a man struggling to swim in an icy canal and being forced to say "Free Palestine." And I remember seeing this. There was this guy that was swimming in this icy cold water at night. He was trying to escape this gang of people who wanted to hunt Jews. And he said "Free Palestine" just to get them off his back. I mean, that's pretty bad. And this is the problem, is like I said in one of my prior videos, abuse always leads to abuse. If you go to a different country and you start acting up, guess what's going to happen? People are going to start looking at you, and they're going to want you gone. And the problem is they're going to take out bad people and they're going to attack innocent people at the same time. Same thing goes with the rise of German nationalism. They said, okay, we allow these refugees in, but they're doing acts of terrorism. Some of them are rapists. Some of them are murderers. Some of them are just bad scoundrels. And what happens? The Syrians, or not all the refugees are Syrian. Let's be real here. A lot of them are from Africa, but I'll just say refugees. These refugees were allowed entry into Europe, and the Europeans welcomed them in. They were hospitable to them, and a lot of them did not really appreciate the hospitality.
I don't know about a lot, but a good number of them did not appreciate the hospitality. And instead of appreciating the hospitality, they said, well, now that we're in this nice country, let's start pushing our weight around. Let's start abusing people. And so what that did was it sparked a nationalist outrage. And now you're seeing nationalism more popular now than it ever has been since the rise of the Nazis back in the 1930s. And that's very scary. Like I said, abuse always leads to other abuses. So if you're in a different country and you start abusing people, those people are going to get so pissed off that they're going to attack all the members of your ethnic group, and the good and the bad get placed under the reign of terror. And that's the problem. Imagine a world without religion. Yes, I can imagine it. It's called the gulags. There was no religion in the Soviet Union. And millions of people died. And it was actually far worse than an Islamic Ummah, really. At least with the Ummah, I just pay the jizya tax. And I'm free to practice my religion. With the communists, it was deny God or end up in a gulag. And they try to eradicate religion. So, yep, I can definitely imagine. I don't really have to imagine a world without religion because we've seen actual examples of countries that try to uproot religion, and they all ended up tyrannical and evil. Man, I thought 2009, or not 2009, I thought 2006 was over. 2006, that was the era of freaking atheism. That shit's back. Or that shit's still here, man. That's sad. Anyway, back to what I was saying here. Why does your chat suck? I don't know. The thing about these live streams is that sometimes you have a really, really good live stream. Like last week, we had an amazing live stream. The week before that, we had a really good live stream. The week before that, we had a pretty good live stream. And the week before that, I think we had a shitty live stream. This live stream has been decent. It hasn't really been that bad, to be honest with you. It's not that bad. We still got 30-something people listening. And it's been decent. You know, you get some, I don't know, a little bit of atheism popped up here. It doesn't suck. No, it's been good. I think this live stream's been pretty good, actually. Those who know, they know. So my point is, abuses will always lead to other abuses. And so if you have members of a group, an ethnic minority that was welcomed into a wealthy country, and then certain members of that ethnic minority begin to abuse the society and take advantage of the politeness of the society, and they begin to rape and kill and murder and embezzle and all this stuff, then don't be surprised if you have a nationalist surge against your people. And then the good and the bad suffer. And that's the problem. We saw this with the Holocaust. You had the Bolsheviks in Germany, and they wanted Germany to become Marxist, and they were doing acts of violence, and they were shooting police officers. And then what happened? People voted for Hitler, and Hitler said, I'm going to purge Germany of communists. I'm going to get rid of them. I'm going to get rid of them. And so what happened? They said the Jews are the reason why the presence of Jews brings the presence of Marxist. And they killed Marxist Jews, but they also killed Jews who had absolutely nothing to do with Marxism, and they murdered innocent people. And that's the problem. You see, that's the problem right there. That's why you do not support any sort of abuse of anybody. Never support abuse of anybody. Why not? One, it's evil. Abuse is always evil. It's always unethical to abuse. But secondly, because it will always spiral into more abuses. And if you abuse others, those people will eventually react violently, and it just spirals out of control. We've seen this literally with every single civil war in history. We saw this with the Lebanese Civil War, which eventually culminated into the Sabra and Shatila massacres of the Palestinians in 1982, and that was the result of this spiral of abuses. that just continue on in a vicious cycle. This happened with some Kurds that Syria invited in when they fled the Iraq War. I didn't know that. Soon we in Canada will be in the 51st state. Yep, that's true. I think Canada is already a state of America. Reasonable immigration and dual loyalty restrictions are not abuse. Reasonable... Okay, hold on. Let me read this again because you're trying to tell me something. Reasonable immigration and dual loyalty restrictions are not abuse. When did I say that that was abuse? I just joined. Are we still pretending pearl clutching there's going to be any real reaction? When did I say that that was abuse? When did I say that reasonable immigration and dual loyalty restrictions are abuse? I would like to know when I've ever said that. I don't think I've ever talked about dual loyalty in any video on this YouTube channel. Restrictions on both. Great. When did I ever say that restrictions on both is abuse? I'm waiting. We're all waiting. We got the Elden Ring soundtrack playing in the background. Why does Walid look like a white Greek? I don't know. Palestinians are Greeks to a great extent. I mean, a lot of Greeks settled in the West Bank. Opa! Maybe that explains why I love gyros so much. Love gyros. Man, I could eat gyros every freaking day. I love that shit. Probably die from heart disease, though. We're all waiting, though. When did I say that restrictions on those things is abuse? Frosty being a bit cheeky. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the article, and I'm waiting for this guy's reply. In the morning, city officials convened an emergency meeting to discuss the overnight confrontations. They were concerned with the aggression of the Maccabee supporters and the reaction of the taxi cab drivers. So this really was the case of Jews and taxi cab drivers just fighting each other. That's what this was. It was like Jewish dudes who were into Bitcoin and finance fighting it out with Middle Eastern cab drivers. I mean, it's the war of the ethnic minorities, and the white people are on the outside of this going, Semites. You know what I fear? I think one day, I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one day in the future the white man saying, you know what? Because the Jews are always saying, we're the ones who are right, they did wrong. And then the Palestinians are saying, no, we're the ones who are right, the Jews did wrong. And I'm afraid one day the white man's just going to say, you know what? Fuck both of you. Get the fuck out of my country. Both of you. You're Jewish? Get out. You're Palestinian? Get out. I don't like any of you. Y'all can't stop killing each other. I don't want that bullshit in my country. Get out. We're the ones who are right. They did wrong. Don't listen to them. Uh-huh. And what about you? We're the ones who are right. They did wrong. Don't listen to them. All right. Both of you, get the fuck out. I'm tired of hearing both of these arguments. Looks like you guys both fucked each other over. It looks like both of you guys did wrong to each other. But now you want everyone to think that your side is innocent. When it's not. The Israeli side is not innocent. The Palestinian side is not innocent. None of them are innocent. You can go far. You can just keep going into the history of this Israel versus Palestine thing. You'll find out. This guy did this. This guy did wrong. This guy killed this other dude. This guy killed this other guy. Okay, so you're not answering the question. When did I say those things are abuse? I talked about abuses leading to other abuses, and I brought up certain historical examples to demonstrate what I'm talking about. And you said that you asked me the question. You asked a rhetorical question. You said, since when is reasonable immigration and dual loyalty restrictions abuse? Or no, you said reasonable immigration and dual loyalty restrictions are not abuse. I never said they were abuse. And I'm asking you, when did I ever say they were abuse? I'm a Semite and shaking my head at all of this. I shake my head at all of this all the time. Every time I see these Semites killing each other, I'm just like, y'all making it bad. Y'all making it worse. Y'all making all of us look bad. That's the problem. It's like the black people who hate all the gangster culture from the hood. They're like, y'all making us look bad. Officials figure the situation, etc., etc. Dutch police say other messages that afternoon showed willingness to take action against Maccabee supporters and that the tone of the post hardened and anti-Semitic terms were used. Maccabee fans gathered in the city center at 1 p.m. Videos from the following 4 hours show people setting off flares and chanting expletives against Palestinians and Arabs. Officers broke up scuffles as pro-Palestinian demonstrators approached the crowd. And then the IDF, the Israeli guys were saying, "Ole, ole, ole, let the IDF win and fuck the Arabs," some saying in Hebrew, while en route video shows. A rally planned in the days before the match got underway around 7 p.m. with several hundred demonstrators protesting Israel's war in Gaza. City officials had insisted that the protests take place beyond the immediate vicinity of the stadium. When some demonstrators tried to move in the direction of arriving fans, they were pushed back by riot police. So anytime they tried to get in, like anytime these people tried to get in, the police had to push them back, judging from the riots in England. I'm disgusted that Hamas supports HTS. Yeah, I wonder why that happened. I think it's because Hamas said, "Okay, we lost our Iranian ally, but we might as well just be nice to these people, because maybe Turkey can help us out." Abuses lead to abuse. Yep, that's exactly what I said, and I'm absolutely right, and I stand by what I said. And I'm waiting for you to show me an example of me saying that. Going back to what you said here, reasonable immigration is abuse. When did I ever say that reasonable immigration is abuse? And when did I ever say that dual loyalty restrictions are abuse? We're all waiting. Yeah, abuses do lead to abuses. And I actually gave historical examples of that. I brought up the Holocaust. I brought up the Lebanese Civil War. I brought up what just happened in Amsterdam. Yep, those are all examples of abuses leading to abuses. Snapchat and Telegram messages hinted at plans for disruption. After the match, we will see beautiful things. Read one post from Mu Sektui. It's a weird-ass last name. On Snapchat minutes before the end of the game. Sektui did not respond to requests. So they said we're going to see beautiful things, and that meant beating up Jews. Oh my god, I got all this shit to read. So it says here that after the match, a Telegram group normally used by taxi drivers for traffic updates tracked the fans' movements from the stadium to the central metro station. Jews are arriving. We are waiting for them, brother. Be ready. This is the type of stuff they were writing. The Jews are coming, guys. Can you guys see this article? Okay. At 11:45 p. Hold on. Dang it. What the heck? At 11:45 p.m., Sektui posted the first of a series of images and videos showing Cobra firecrackers, some of which are strapped to bottles labeled as paint thinner. So they were taking bottles of paint thinner and then strapping them onto firecrackers or fireworks and using them as like little weapons, little bombs. And here they are. Here's the bombs. Firework weapons, whatever you want to call them. Shaked Amiran, 27-year-old Maccabee fan, said he was leaving the station when an explosion thundered near his group, causing some to panic and run. So they ambushed the Israelis. Some Maccabee fans began to pick up sticks, metal poles, and other objects they could use as weapons, according to videos. And Annette de Graaf, a local photographer who had been... So this woman is Dutch, by the way. This is not a Semite. Annette de Graaf, a local photographer, had been documenting the day and who has expressed support to Free Palestine on her Instagram account, told the Post that both sides were provocative at the station. She saw people on scooters harassing Maccabee fans and shouting "Jews." She said she did not understand what the Maccabee fans were shouting. When 3 people approached the group of fans on foot, she pulled out her phone to record the confrontation. Her video was widely shared online and in many cases described as an attack on an Israeli fan. The Post analyzed 2 other videos posted to social media of the moment and found it actually depicted Maccabi fans based on their clothing with Maccabi colors who chased and then beat a person in the street. So the Maccabi fans beat up a guy, an account confirmed by DeGraff, who has spoken publicly about how her video was initially mischaracterized. So here are the Maccabi fans. They're rushing out. Or I'm not sure if these are Maccabi fans. Some kind of fans. Okay. There's the violence. Inter-Semitic warfare, everyone. Away from the large group of Maccabi fans, smaller confrontations and attacks on Israeli fans occurred in Damrak Street and the surrounding alleyways, according to videos and witnesses. Amiran said he split off to avoid the violence and get back to his hotel, but was confronted by 6 people. So this guy tried to get into his hotel building. He got confronted by 6 people. He's like, hey, yo, man, I don't want no problems, man. I don't want no problems. So he got confronted by 6 people, including one who held a knife, asking, "You are a Jew? You're a Jew? You are from Israel? Where are you from?" He said the assailants shifted their attention to 3 other fans, clearly wearing Maccabi colors, and proceeded to beat them as he and his friend fled. So as his Israeli buddies were getting beaten, he was running. Maccabi supporter Dan Kopla, 33, said he had been among the first to arrive in the city center and was attacked by 3 assailants. One punched him hard in the ear before he escaped into an alley where another group of Israelis was scared to death. Their intention was not to kill us. Their intention was to humiliate, he said. As Israeli fans tried to get back to their hotels, the street felt like a war zone, said Ziv, a 46-year-old lawyer who was traveling with his teen son and daughter. So this guy had his 2 kids with them. I don't think he wanted any problems. He spoke on the condition that only his first name would be used out of concern for his family's safety. He said they took shelter in a KFC. I'm shocked they have KFC in the Netherlands. Then a hotel lobby, though police refused to escort them to the one where they were staying. So they said, "Hey, cops, could you take us to our hotel?" Cops were like, "Nope, sorry, you're out of luck. You got to walk the streets without any of our help. You got to walk the streets alone, and we can't guarantee that these guys aren't going to bash your head in because you're Jewish." So pretty dark stuff, guys. So he said, "I'm stuck with 2 children." So he wrote a message to a WhatsApp group, and he said, "I'm stuck with 2 children at the hotel we entered. In the hotel we entered. Please help me. The kids are hysterical, and the police are not ready to help." Some Israelis described moving with a subset of Maccabi supporters known as the Fanatics for protection. So the fanatic Israelis were protecting the more moderate ones. And it says here, but some pro-Palestinian activists said that with fans charging through the streets with pipes and sticks and little intervention by the police, it began to feel like the city was under attack and that it was going to be up to locals to protect it. So they said they had to protect their city from these Israeli Maccabi fans, these fanatic ones. So this is crazy. It says Geert Wilder is the far-right populist who leads the country's largest political faction, blamed people with Moroccan heritage for the violence and called for perpetrators to be stripped of their Dutch citizenship. Okay, so if you want to strip these people of their Dutch citizenship, will you then agree to put all the Israelis who were involved in violence in Amsterdam on a permanent ban list, prohibiting them from ever entering the Netherlands? Fair enough, right? So it's fair enough that you say, okay, Moroccans who got involved in this violence, they should be stripped of their Dutch citizenship. Okay. Would you put the Israelis involved in violence on a ban list? On a flight ban? You can't, not allowing them to fly into the Netherlands. That's my question. So that's the article. That's the last article that I have in the agenda. And yeah, that's what happened. So violence spiraled out of control. The Israeli soccer fans, they did violence. They went up to a building and pulled the Palestinian flag down, and then they attacked the cab driver. They bashed his car, and the cab driver said, "Okay." cab drivers started writing each other. They started coordinating with each other on how to attack these Israeli soccer fans, and then boom, there was an attack on the Israeli soccer fans, and then it just spiraled out of control, and you had people walking up to Israelis saying, "Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?" I mean, it's something that kind of harkens back to the past. Are you Jew? Are you a Jew? You're a Jew? We're gonna beat you up. And this is what I mean. Abuses lead to other abuses. That's why you don't abuse anybody. And that's not the only reason why you don't abuse anybody. Really, the only reason that there is to not abuse people is that it's immoral. But if you're the type of person that wants to look at consequences to determine whether or not something is moral or immoral, then we can say that abuses will lead to other abuses. And that's it. All right, guys, I've been here for 5 hours, so let's do some musical recommendations. I have read through all the articles that I've wanted to read to you guys, and I've done enough commentary. My brain is kind of fried right now, but if you guys are still open to do streaming, and if you want to do musical recommendations, now is the time. I'm waiting. Divine soldier in the house. Yep. No musical recommendations. I'm shocked. 32 people. Got a lot of people here. Did I talk about this? Give me a second. Okay. The Fatal Charm, Lucille, the KD remix. May I ask, does it state in the Orthodox Bible that Jesus had biological siblings or no? It doesn't say that he had biological brothers, no. He had cousins, but no brothers. Now they'll say, well, there was James, the brother of Jesus, but in the Middle Eastern world, a brother can also mean, a brother can be synonymous with a cousin. What kind of question is that? This is the kind of questions that people ask on here. I don't know why. Pretty soon I'm going to have someone coming on here asking me, when did Muhammad marry a 9-year-old or something like that? I don't know, dude. What about those drones? Why are the drones flying above us? The Fatal Charm, Lucille. All right, let's do this. Let's do this, guys.
Are you frustrated?
All right, let's do some musical recommendations. Oh, damn. This is some old school stuff. I'm going to do, let's see, I'm going to turn off this one. Let's turn the speaker system on.
No way.
Not bad. Has a nice kind of techno-y sound. Shaka Zulu likes it. Very nice. Okay. Let's do the next one. This is a Russian one. Cyrillic letters. Ooh. This is one I don't think I've seen before. I'm definitely going to get a copyright strike for this one.
Молчи, когда бухой сосед на свою тёлку кричит, когда в подъезде снова кто-то мрачно торчит, когда в квартиру напротив приезжает врачи. Эта песня звучит, моя песня звучит.
Nice. Oh, I like this one. Kind of has a punkish sound to it. Thanks again for the extended show. Fantastic. No problem. I'm glad you liked the show. Let's go back to this Russian song. Hold on.
Я пишу тебе это из комнаты, собираю слова по вокзалам. Мои мысли горечи полные, на виске пикает одеяло. Моя юность кажется вечностью, через призму стеклянных бутылок. Ведь на улице бесконечные и базары модели могила. Все друзья мои по парадным, коротают беспечную молодость. Здесь бушующий скрытый характер, да наивная детская эпоха. Дома круче должно быть, казалось, путь съедается в самое лучшее. Не смотри, опусти глаза вниз, не слушай. Молчи, когда
It's pretty good. I like this.
сосед на свою тёлку кричит, когда в подъезде снова кто-то мрачно торчит, когда в квартиру напротив приезжают врачи. Эта песня
I think this is actually fair use because I'm reacting to a song and there's tons of videos on YouTube. There's tons of reaction content on YouTube where the content creator is reacting to a song that he's never heard of before. So technically this is fair use. The thing is that when YouTube does a copyright strike on these songs that I play, I have to appeal all of them. Because the way that YouTube works is they just do a strike, and then if you think that you're on the right, you can appeal it, and they give you that option. And I have appealed the copyright strikes, not all of them, but I have appealed a number of the copyright strikes that I've gotten for playing the musical recommendations on the stream, and I was successful with all of them. Because it technically is just reaction content. This is not just me just playing a song. This is me reacting. I am listening to a song I have never heard of before. So this actually is fair use because, like I said, it's reaction content. This music video, the music video for this song is nice and depressing, like I like it. This is really good. I like this. Hot damn. I like the rhythm. Now I have to know the lyrics. What are the lyrics for this? I'm gonna look them up. Yeah, for commentary and criticism, that's correct. And I have been doing that. I've been pausing it and saying, wow, this is really good. I like the rhythm. Yeah, this is totally reactionary. Not reactionary. This is total reaction content. So let's go to the lyrics here. What are the lyrics? I'm looking them up right now. Let's go back.
Если стало тише, значит все в порядке. Завтра будет легче, но вряд ли.
I'm gonna save this one. Oh my god, dude, this music video, it's like freaking boyfriend smacking his some guy smacking his girlfriend. Dad's an alcoholic. Is this the if this is the Russian experience, guys? Americans and Russians, y'all ain't that very different. You guys aren't that different. I think Russians and Americans are more similar than they like to think. That's my opinion. This music makes me want to smoke.
Когда бухой сосед на свою тёлку кричит, когда в подъезде снова кто-то мрачно торчит, когда в квартиру против приезжают врачи, эта песня звучит, моя
I
песня
like this. I'm gonna save this one. This is really good.
звучит.
I'm gonna save this one. This is gonna be saved. All right, I'll pirate the song later on. Kentucky Burley. I could. I need to get a glass of water. You know what? Why the fuck not? Hold on. Let me get a glass of water real quick. Hold on. My mouth is kind of dry, so I need to make sure that my mouth stays wet when I smoke. Hold on one second. How much? What's the percent of the chat that's Semitic? Probably like 0.1%. That's just me and Mr. Seer Powell. I think we're the only Semites on here. Maybe Falco is Semitic. I don't know. So I have my water here. Let's get some music. What other musical recommendations do you guys have? I might play some my own music to smoke to. The Cathedral, whatever, Highland Cathedral. What song? Is there a specific song? I don't know if I can just put in Hydrant. If I put in the Highland Cathedral, I'm gonna get a billion different clips, probably. All right, Chains of the Dark. All right. Yep. This song has 7 views, by the way.
So fear of lost dreams and endless tears, but the white angel calls my name, promising to end the pain.
You were born in Jerusalem, really? Are you Palestinian or Jewish? Or are you Armenian? Red China Wave. Oh, we got a Red China Wave song. Great. All right.
Between the light and dark, I fight to find the smallest spark, but deep inside I know the truth. The white angel will break through. Whispers of the black, whispers of the white, I hear them clash within the night. One pulls me down, the other lifts me high. Can I break free? Can I touch the sky?
Not bad. Oh, you're Jewish? Okay, cool. Yeah, my dad was born in what's music playing? What is this? My dad was born in Bethlehem in the West Bank area.
Through the storm, through the fight, the white angel guides me into
Okay, hold on. We're about to hear a drop.
Angel within her now takes her throne. With every step, she's stronger alone. The darkness retreats, but she's no longer weak. Her heart now beats with power unique. She broke the chains, she broke the dark. A fire ignited, a blazing spark from the ashes. She rises high from the dark.
Not bad.
She spreads her wings to fly.
That's that old school European trance sound. Okay.
Rises high from the dark.
Not bad. Not a bad piece of music. I don't want to play rap. I don't want to play Nas. I don't like rap music too much, to be honest with you. I actually want to play for you guys a song that I really like. This is a song that I have been listening to for a long ass freaking time. It is called Big Sky by John Gallagher and John Gallagher by John O'Callaghan and Audrey Gallagher. And I love this song. This song not only sounds beautiful, but lyrically, it's really beautiful, and I'm gonna play it for you guys while I smoke a little bit of the good stuff here. So hold on a second. Love the lyrics of this song, by the way. They make the song so much better. Some strong shit. This is not marijuana, my friend. This is tobacco. Is that loud enough for you guys, or can I make it louder? Let me see if I can get it louder. Hold on. So I can get it louder. Do I live in the West Bank? No, I live in the U.S. My dad was born in the West Bank. I was born in California. Where are you at, by the way? Here comes the drop. Here comes the drop right here.
lyrics of the song. I have to read them to you. Hold on. She says, I know the silence, been here before. See, when I hear these lyrics, I interpret them as my own. I interpret them in the way that I want to interpret them. So she says, I know this silence, been here before. I interpret this as, I've seen this before. We've seen this in history. The repetition of history right here. What are you guys saying? Hold on. Left Israel when I was 4. Oh, okay. Are you in the U.S.? Used to smoke corn pipes in college. Hoboken. Yeah, I used to have a corn pipe, but I got this one in a cigar shop in, I think it was in Denver or Colorado Springs back in 2011. So old school. Don't you know that Salt Lake City is the real Holy Land? Thank you for informing me, man. All those people over there in Salt Lake City, they're the real Jews, everybody. We've been here before, right? The repetition of history.
I'm walking blinded through your door. This is a sense of things to come. This innocence breathing this moment. It's come and gone, further and faster through your soul. Open your eyes, embrace the dawn. Open your mind, release yourself. It's a big sky. Reveal yourself. It's a big sky. We love, we lead, we take, we give. Release yourself.
Left Israel. Oh, you live in the EU. Oh, okay, Europe. And how are you liking it over there? It's nice. Machina Venator. Okay.
It's a big sky. I know this silence, been here before. I'm walking blinded through your door. This is a sense of things to come. This innocence breathing this moment. It's come and gone, further and faster through your soul. Open your eyes, embrace the release yourself.
All right. I'll play your guys' recommendations. Hold on. What else do you got? Magnetic Fields. Is this some old, like, 1970s stuff? Okay, hold on. Thomas Skildberg. All right. Okay. like a kind of like ATB. Falco's not a Semite? Yeah. Too bad. Alright, it's okay. It's relaxing. What else do we got from you guys? Monorail. Hold on. Monorail Curie. Alright. Let's give Monorail Curie a try here. Alright. It's just going to be some anime music. It's anime music, I know it. Alright, got a little early, like late 90s kind of sound. Okay.
The word unwinds inside of me. You complete my fate. The halo grows away. You repeat my fate. Rewinding all we can. You refill my
Not bad.
You complete my fate. You refill my place. You refill my place.
Not bad. Not bad. Kind of reminds me of the Goo Goo Dolls from back in the 90s. Or was it the early 2000s? Goo Goo Dolls, long ago, we had a band called Goo Goo Dolls. Let's see here. We got another one here. Machina Venator. So far, really no bad songs. I mean, Falco did recommend Nas, and no, I'm not playing that. All right, let's look at Machina. Not bad. Pretty good. It's not. It's a good song. It's not the best Mentionist song, but it's decent. Yeah, it does sound like the Google Dolls. Yep. Glad I'm not the only one who noticed, but it wasn't a bad song. Music reacting. Yep. Grum featuring Natalie Shea. Natalie Shea, Afterglow. All right. Let's give this one a listen. Not bad. Pretty good.
Call it quits, I leave you alone.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be saving this one.
I'm sick of listening to your doubt tone. And you say, let go. Walk away, still go. You go, but what do I know? To stop, wait for it to go. Ain't enough when you control. To stop, wait for it to go. 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 Wait for it to go.
We got the build up.
Wait for it
All right, the drop's coming.
to go. Wait for it to go. Wait for it to go. Wait for it to go.
All right, we got a shift. We got a shift in the vibe. Here we go. We got a shift in the vibe.
You go, but what do I know? To stop, wait for it to go. Ain't enough when you control. To stop, wait for it to go. Wait for it
That's a really good piece of music. I'm gonna save that one. Da 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 da. It's pretty good. All right, what else do we got from you guys? Let's see here. Hold up. We got a bunch of songs here, guys. We got Rise or Riga. All right, let's check this out. Computer's acting retarded right now. This anime music. Check that out. Is this anime?
I'm a soldier, значит я и ответчик, и судья. Я стою на двух концах огня, огибая виражи, обгоняя смерть и жизнь. Я бегу сразиться с тенью лжи. Сколько в них тени плела
Not bad.
покажет миг света истины. Save your tears for the day when no pain is far behind.
Wow, that's good. There's some good songs today, guys. Good songs. This is good.
Come with me, we are soldiers and not dying. Save your fears, take your place, save them for the judgment day. Now stay free, follow me, time to make the sacrifice. We rise over. I'm a soldier born to stand in this waking hell I am, witnessing more than I can compute. Pray myself we don't forget, life betrayed and be oppressed. Please give me the strength to be the truth. People facing the fire together. If we don't, we'll lose all we have won. Save your tears for the day when no pain is far behind. On your feet, come with me. We are soldiers and not dying. Save your fears, take your
Man, we could play this. We could play this while playing Resident Evil.
place, save them for the judgment day. Fast and free, follow me, time to make the sacrifice. We rise over.
All right, we got a shift in the vibe. pretty damn good. You got Glittering Bullet, Spectra Paris. All right. Glittering Bullet. All right, here we go. No, I can already tell. What we got here, guys? What else do we got? R&B Reality. All right. Here we go. All right. All right, we got some old school kind of electronic trance music.
A red and golden ocean spreads, the licking flames are shining. Love are right ahead, ignoring.
This reminds me of the music that I used to listen to when I was in high school. There was one song that I used to love listening to. I still listen to it sometimes. It's called Castles in the Sky. I think it was by DJ Sammy. It was so good.
Bending dangers.
Yeah, this isn't bad. It's a little bit overwhelming. Boa Duvet. I think I've heard this song. Pretty certain I've heard this song. Boa. Yep. Pretty certain I've heard of this. Pretty certain. Okay. Yeah, it's like old school. It's actually a new song, but the style of it is closer to, I would say, late 90s. Yeah, this is a very good song. Yep. Yeah, it's a really good piece of music. Bay Miller. All right. Is this League of Legends? Is that what it says? League of Legends.
Who told you it was down here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table. What do you see?
All right.
Welcome to the
It's kind of like something you would hear in The Matrix Reloaded.
playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and
Yeah, it's kind of like a Matrix Reloaded, sort of Middle Eastern fusion. 21st Century Digital Boy. All right.
I can't believe it.
Yep. What else do we got? Chicago 7, Cockdella. All right.
Как дела? Нормально, нормально, нереально. Нормально.
Yeah. The Orb, Little Funny Clouds. All right. Let's give this a listen. 1990. Damn, this is old.
Over the past few years, to the
There are lots of stars. They were beautiful, the most beautiful skies, as a matter of fact. The sunsets were purple and red.
Not bad. Yeah, it kind of has that Matrix 1998 sound. All Alone on Christmas. Oh boy. Yep. Next song. I just it's not my thing. Oh, Belisarius. Yes, I know this song. Dark Hood classic. Yep. Yeah, it's a very good piece of music. Right. Yeah, it's a nice piece of music, but it's way too long. Dream State, Bloom. All right, 25,000 views. Let's see how this one is. Dr. Kitty, Mr. Yeah, I think I know that song. No, not good. When it comes to women singers, man, I really like Evanescence. Evanescence, old school Evanescence was the best. Germany just suffered an attack. Yep, we talked about it about 5 times on this stream. Anyway, guys, I just want to thank all of you guys for coming. We had a very fun stream, and I will be back with more videos, of course, and I will be back, God willing, to do another live stream next week. So see you guys later. Have a good weekend. Merry Christmas. You guys just heard some theological